看到琪琪的装备，法洛士已经有陨落出来了。两边塔皮还是 PSG 拿的比较多，尤其是阿志这边。哎，中路打起来，第四枪怎么中了？Betty 中路突然一波，这是贼李伟的单杀。 好像有点突然但是应该是4枪全中了吗？第3枪 ，bang！ 有意识到，但时间点比较晚。
哦，魔豆踢了，
而且上半部有一个 TP 下来，看一下 FAK 有没有
位置被点出来，
位置有点尴尬。对魔豆来说是一个非常好的时间点，而且大局先甩到是一剑身上。侧边 Gory 的一剑四文阵已经消失，而且雷欧娜这个位置选择绕进来之后，挖口一个大绝加进化解掉了法洛士的多连手，反而是舍得先被击杀了。
挖口
Gory 交了一个大绝冲进来之后，要被 Gemini 给直接留住，这里店家最枪打开，又是挖口的收割局，结尾他是再拉2个回来，挖口的 double kill。而且 Driver 想把挖口给拉进，但是被挖口一点给做一个拉扯，魔豆想用普攻 A 到底，但是受不了挖口啊，最后做了一个交换，魔豆还是倒地。
画面回来，来自小龙区的团战黑贝克子率先抓到了利凯成员，但左边拉把包了过来，
抓死
是留住了 TP 过来的努力没有操作的空间，开始对面一斧的招呼，打有拿下 double kill， 同时上面罐罐想要移敌3个。Kerry 也来过来支援，但一被击飞的瞬间也没有太多操作的空间，关关倒下，同时狙击往前追击，拿下 FAK G1，
他默默的把5个人都砍死了。是 Maple， 但是 Maple 杀不了，小胖杀不了。
假开真钓鱼，
要杀阿志，我觉得。
哇，所有人承担物件大4个，就是这波的建设团战说完就来了。小明拿了一个 double， 无敌帅说叫出了助火者的呼唤，但这一波的话 PSG 全员溃败。
就说我们平常那边大5个不是乱讲的。你看走进来 ，bang， 起飞，飞了又飞，有玩过大怒神吗？哦，那是做了2次哦，上去又下来哦，
好玩的，一样的钱他们可以玩2次
啊，好玩的东西一直玩，那个性价比很高啊。
看起来 FAK 是想来打这一波的，挖口没视野，
口的位置，
卡塔在旁边 Q 到人，直接 W 波眼闪现退回来，挖口被惩罚。Gemini 绑进去之后，自己交了一个闪现往后走，鬼灵之吻已经交出去了，茂凯完全没有逃脱技能，顺势也要被 Driver 给击杀。挖口这波看一下卡萨，哎呦，然后还接了 Driver 的 W， 这波挖口可能3秒钟都动不了吧。
我觉得当他看到他身上突然多那个眼冒出来的时候，他就知道他死定了。
这个 W 眼跟 Q 几乎是同时的。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
看到奇奇的装备，法洛士已经有陨落出来了。两边塔皮还是 PSG 拿的比较多，尤其是阿志这边。哎，中路打起来第4枪，中了 ！Betty 中路突然一波，这是 AD 位的单杀，好像有点突然但是应该是4枪全中了吗？第3枪 ，bang！ 有意识到，但时间点比较晚。
哦，魔豆踢了，
而且上半部有一个 TP 下来，看一下 FAK 有没有
位置被点出来，
位置有点尴尬。对魔豆来说是一个非常好的时间点，而且大局先甩到是一剑身上。侧边 Gory 的一剑四文阵已经消失，而且雷欧娜这个位置选择绕进来之后，挖口一个大绝加进化解掉了法洛士的多连手，反而是舍得先被击杀了。
挖口
Gory 交了一个大绝冲进来之后，要被 Gemini 给直接留住，这里店家最枪打开，又是挖口的收割局，结尾他是再拉2个回来，挖口的 double kill。而且 Driver 想把挖口给拉进，但是被挖口一点给做一个拉扯，魔豆想用普攻 A 到底，但是受不了挖口啊，最后做了一个交换，魔豆还是倒地。
画面回来，来自小龙区的团战黑贝克子率先抓到了利凯成员，但左边拉把包了过来，
抓死
是留住了 TP 过来的努力没有操作的空间，开始对面一斧的招呼，打有拿下 double kill， 同时上面罐罐想要移敌3个。Kerry 也来过来支援，但一被击飞的瞬间也没有太多操作的空间，关关倒下，同时狙击往前追击，拿下 FAK G1，
他默默的把5个人都砍死了。
是 Maple， 但是 Maple 杀不了，小炮杀不了。
假开真钓鱼，
要杀阿志，我觉得。
哇，所有人成大物件大4个，就是这波的建设团战说完就来了。小明拿了一个 double， 无敌帅说叫出了助火者的呼唤，但这一波的话 PSG 全员溃败。就说我们平常那边大五个不是乱讲的。你看走进来 ，bang， 起飞，
飞了又飞，有玩过大怒神吗？
哦，那是做了2次哦，上去又下来哦，
好玩的，一样的钱，他们可以玩2次
啊，好玩的东西一直玩，那个性价比很高啊。
看起来 FAK 是想来打这一波的，挖口没视野，
的位置，
卡塔就在旁边 Q 到人，直接 W 波眼闪现退回来，挖口被惩罚，杰姆奶绑进去之后自己交那个闪现往后走，鬼灵之火已经交出去了，茂凯完全没有逃脱技能，顺势也要被 Driver 给击杀。挖口这波看一下卡萨，哎呦。然后还接了 Driver 的 W， 这波挖口可能3秒钟都动不了吧？
我觉得当他看到他身上突然那个眼冒出来的时候，他就知道他死定了。
这个 W 眼跟 Q 几乎是同时的。
Hello everybody and welcome to our second and final night of the PCS Summer Split 2024 week number 3, and of course it will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International and China Airlines, who on the 14th of July are launching direct flights from Taipei to Seattle on the Airbus A350-900. You can find fantastic value flights on the China Airlines website, so we do invite you to check them out and join us on a trip to Taipei. Now, I am your host once again, Vestian. And alongside me, it is again our good friend Lo.
Yeah, good to be back. Week 3 now. Doesn't feel like we're that far in, but it already feels like we're kind of getting an idea of where the standings are at for each of these teams. And today isn't one that's going to really shape up the standings all that much, I think.
It could have somehow, there's an upset, but yeah.
Yeah, it's unlikely. It might matter whether the games are 2-0s, 2-1s. We've only had one series go to 3 games.
Yep.
So far, and we're about to finish week 3, so hopefully some more 3-game series.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the one game that did go to 3 games was, in fact, CFO versus Frank. CFO did pick up the win in that one, so they do currently sit first on the standings, but PSG playing tonight up against J-Team. If they win 2-0, they will take comfortably first by a 1-game difference, and that could be very important coming into the latter end of the season as we're closely approaching, honestly. And so it is important for teams like PSG and Frank, and I believe they're in the first game of the night, to pick up their 2-0. Frank, obviously, they did lose one series, but they did get a game in that series. So, again, that is also important because...
Yeah, it matters, yeah.
Yeah, in the future, there could be an opportunity for them to take first or second simply from that. Yesterday's results, though, DCG versus West Point, CFO versus Halpig. CFO winning 2-0, DCG winning 2-0, but by damn, if you did not catch yesterday's game, that first series, especially game number 2,
doesn't tell the story. The 2-0.
Absolutely want to watch that because Chris Scarter was playing like a man possessed. I think, not even think, that was game
probably
number 2.
the 1v9 performance.
Oh yeah, just so fantastic out of him, and it was very entertaining to watch. Matters a lot for the standings for both of these teams, and so you
especially
do
a
definitely
2-0 for DCG.
Yeah,
makes a big difference. If Frank, PSG, or CFO are dropping games to some of these lower standings teams, then DCG can now slide in and take their spot. They will probably have to beat one of these teams, though. So that's a big challenge for DCG. Not playing tonight, though.
They're against PSG
Second
tonight.
Game,
yeah, against PSG.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah, I forgot it's a double DCG week.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It is.
You know, I was thinking about how 1v9 that Ezreal performance was yesterday by Kriskada. Probably the next closest thing I've seen in the PCS is also Kriskada on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that wasn't, but that wasn't so 1v9
no,
because
it wasn't,
the whole team
he had
was
a
doing
Vi,
okay.
He had a Rumble. They were playing very well as a team.
Yeah, but no, the Israel was just a true 1v9. That was something to behold. But yeah, they are going to be up against PSG. We'll see today's matches on your screen now. J-Team versus Frank and PSG DCG. Now, of course, coming into both these games, there is a consensus, I would say, about who is favored to win both the games. Frank obviously looking pretty strong. Probably should have beaten CFO in game number 2 and taken that series for a 2-0, but weren't able to do it. Pretty much off of driver. Going down like 0-4, 0-5 in lane as Mordekaiser and really turning it around and somehow. But yeah, performance by CFO and great team play. But Frank now, obviously coming back this week, they're going to have to look to get another win under their belts. And J-Team, they're a lot more steady this split, looking pretty decent, all things considered. They haven't had the easiest start to the season, but it's not going to get any easier today.
Yeah, and we can actually watch this J-Team now and see where they can grow and improve, rather than last split where we were just seeing a roster swap every single week. It was hard to really analyze how they were doing or how they could improve, what they could do better, because, they just kept dropping people.
For sure. And the 2 titans of the 1v1 will finally go head-to-head.
This will be good. This will be good.
Yeah, Jiang, Chi-Chi. I think Chi-Chi still currently stands undefeated.
I think so, too. Jack's banned from Chi-Chi, surely.
Yeah, this guy kind of only plays AD carries, it seems, when it comes to these 1v1s.
Yeah, and Jung recognizes that, but he leaves Jax open. And
gets met with a Tryndamere. Okay.
Ezreal should be fine.
Jung went up against Driver's Tryndamere last week and won, playing Aurelia.
Yeah, and we've seen another Tryndamere lose to a Lucian, I think it was.
Yeah, that was last split. That was insanely close, though.
Yeah, it was also just a full tank Tryndamere for reasons I couldn't understand at the time.
Yeah, Jung, he's not like that.
No. 2 D-Blades and a long sword. Press the attack. Ignite Flash on the Ezreal. A lot of healing from Tryndamere. Chi-Chi should be fine in this trade. Yeah, he wins this.
Yeah, this is doomed. Oh, Jung even cancelling an auto is just going to die!
Oh, well played, Chi-Chi. Yeah, it can't stat check Ezreal at this point, even as Tryndamere.
Well, that's a fantastic start for Chi-Chi. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
And I feel like a lot of our 1v1s have gone like this lately.
Yeah.
Just show up, meet in the middle, level 3, fight to the death, and then play it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem now is 2 plates, a kill, and,
Yeah.
I mean, Israel is just going to be pushing this whole game now.
Yeah,
Your tower is looking awfully juicy for an AD carry to be able to just poke and prod at.
Yeah, I wonder what Chi-Chi will build with these items now. He doesn't have to worry about scaling, so I don't expect a tier. I don't know if Triforce is the right go, or if he should just go Lethality. Just picks up a BF sword.
It wasn't Chi-Chi, I don't remember who it was, but it was an immediate serrated Dirk on first back. He's going to go for a BF sword.
Yeah, might still be a collector. But hard to resist.
Probably Essence Reaver, maybe?
Yeah. I think Chi-Chi's hoping to just get his second kill on this reset, though, or the enemy tower. With his item advantage is ridiculous. Remember, he was already winning. He was already winning fights against this Tryndamere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, now he has a BF sword and a long sword. He could just go melee range here. He doesn't need to be shy about it.
Yeah, no, this is a dire state of the game for Jiang. He may be even looking for a recall. I think this is dangerous. You're going to lose a lot of damage on this tower.
Yeah, this is his tower dead if this recall finishes.
No, his tower won't die, but it's pretty much, from here on out, Chi-Chi just has to keep pushing and poke at this tower.
Yeah, the wave is here. But now, as Tryndamere gets here, it'll be a cannon wave under the tower. Can he actually stop this Ezreal hitting tower?
I don't think he can stop the Israel hitting tower, but I don't think Israel has the damage just yet to take it.
I think Chi-Chi can get very close to just killing this tower now, if he decides to just hit it. Doesn't for now. Isn't worried about Jung hitting level 6, I guess.
Ooh, goes aggressive. It's a lot of mana used, Ignite also. Obviously, Jung not having Ignite available to himself. No health relic behind the towers in this version of
Jung reads him like a book. Chi-Chi walks into the bush to hide his ulti. Completely unplayable.
Jung now has level 6. Will be able to go unkillable. And Chi-Chi, no flash available. Very little on low on mana. Jung does manage to just get it. And Chi-Chi slams his head against his desk. All of a sudden, we do have a 1v1 on our hands. Jung, though, definitely still got to be worried, mainly just due to his health on the tower.
Yeah, tower's very low. He has no ulti for a while as the Tryndamere now. Chi-Chi is up in 2 seconds. Probably not getting this cannon, but we'll get most of this wave. I don't think Jung can kill this.
No, absolutely not. We'll look for the recall. What will Jung be able to purchase?
Probably not a full item. Yeah, not
Gets
quite.
the Berserks, Vamp Scepter.
And I really think Chi-Chi should just go kill Tryndamere. He should just go kill Tryndamere's tower now. No ulti on Tryndamere for a while. There's nothing Jung can do.
Yeah, it is halfway up. And, I mean, this is going to be a rough way. I don't really know how Jung's supposed to play it. He's holding the minions away from his tower right now.
Yeah.
Trying to get his minion wave there, and does. Cost him a lot of health. Oh, God. And wow.
Nice.
Chi-Chi gets that last auto off. Jung realizing that if he doesn't hold that minion wave, he does just lose his tower.
Yeah.
But it does cost him his life. I think he was just stuck between a rock and a hard place off that early death. And so Chi-Chi capitalizing and remains the king of the 1v1s.
Yeah, well played by Jung to somehow get a kill back. He got onto Chi-Chi while Chi-Chi was out of mana, not reset. But yeah, the game was just too doomed.
Blue side selected for the side of J-Team.
Yeah.
Don't think that's all that worrisome, really. I think it doesn't matter what side of the map Frank are on. They should be the favorites.
Yeah.
It does mean, actually, that Jung will have his choice of counterpick up against Lakai. That's on your screen now. Obviously, Lakai, Lalva, Minji, Chi-Chi, and Enso. At least a bit of steadiness in the roster.
Yeah, it's steadiness in the roster, and it feels like we're starting to get an identity for this team.
Yep, Chi-Chi getting a pentakill. And
yeah, where Chi-Chi's coming into his own. He's obviously mechanically very good because he's just kind of destroyed every 1v1 he's played. Yeah, we just haven't seen that translate into as much as you'd like on the stage. He's obviously got a penta, so, you know, we've seen some results from Chi-Chi.
Minji's got some highlights now.
Oh, wow,
that could be the difference maker. Interesting. Goes for the red highlights, chooses blue side. We'll see if the anti-synergy's fine.
Yeah, should be okay. Bit of red, bit of blue.
Yeah, interesting. Mid laner going for the red highlights and picking blue side. You know, feels like the blue highlights might have been a bit stronger on the patch. Who knows? The side of Frank, of course. Jiang, Gemini, Pretender coming in this game.
Oh,
Marco
wow,
and Kaiwing. Jimian, a little quiet, you'd have to say, in their series against CFO. He played 2 games at LeBlanc. Did reasonably okay. I mean, game number 1, played like a man possessed. Game number 2, very quiet. And then gets, who was it, Gory, picks LeBlanc against him in game 3. And honestly just performed better than Jimian did in either of the first 2 games. So giving Pretender some time on the stage now is... He got a lot last split. First time we'll see him this split.
Yeah, generally what this changes is Pretender's a little more team-oriented.
Yeah.
He's going to pick generally 4 lane, strong laners.
I don't know about that this patch, though.
Yeah.
Because we really haven't seen any...
No Orianna, no Nico.
Yeah.
No Karma.
I think we saw 1 Nico from 116 and it lost.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so not much Nico, Orianna, or Karma.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The head-to-head is between those 2 junglers, absolute veterans, Lalva and Gemini. They've been about for a long time. Gemini actually first in the first blood participation for junglers, and Lalva sitting last for gold percentage, XP, and the first blood. So
yeah,
gets pretty forward though.
Yeah, maybe a problem for J Team here. Gemini is just so good.
The champs he plays, like the Ivern. You kind of like, you know, the only time you're ever really getting your XP is if you're on your camps, and Ivan doesn't spend a whole lot of time on his camps.
Yeah.
Just preps them, goes and does stuff, and when he has time, goes and collects them.
Yeah, he's playing tanks and losing more often than not, so...
Yeah, 1 game of Rumble as well.
Yeah.
Actually played pretty well in that Rumble game from memory.
Yeah.
I think he started 3-1, maybe?
Yeah, maybe we want to see some more carries out of Lava. It's kind of been on Sejuani, Maokai duty.
Senna going to be banned up against Wako. Oh, excited to see Wako again.
Yeah, always fun to watch Wako. Draven banned away from Chi-Chi.
Yeah, after his first game. Might be a staple of the draft now.
Yeah. It's a pretty big advantage for J-Team that Frank can't ban the Skarner Rumble combo now.
Yeah, I just don't know if it matters. Jiang is probably going to be completely fine up against the Skarner.
There is the Jax ban from J-Team. I'm not sure what that means they're trying to first pick.
Twisted Fate.
It's not Twisted Fate, is it? It might actually just be Twisted Fate.
Interesting, yeah. This is... I mean, Minji loves going to Tristana. He kind of just autopilots to it as soon as it's open. So Frank banning that instead of the Twisted Fate. But maybe...
Yeah, but now...
Okay, now... This could be jungle. And I feel like there's... I mean, maybe the Twisted Fate nerfs are enough, and last series... Well, the last 2 series we watched didn't really pay tribute to the strength of Twisted Fate. We did see him banned.
I think Twisted Fate has a bad matchup into Rumble, and that's why this draft has gotten kind of weird, with both teams ignoring it. And
Perhaps. I mean, this still could just be Rumble jungle, and we're going to see the Yone. I think, yeah, it's hard to know.
Yeah, it is.
Pretender looking for a chance to show himself on the Yone. I mean, this also could just be top, in theory.
Yeah, actually just very flexible draft from Frank so far. Don't see much of the top Yone, but if there's a counter pick available, I'm sure Jiang can play it. Now, J-Team will have their choice. Probably grab the Corki here, I would think. And then with the Sedge locked in...
Takes the Hwei.
Yeah, Hwei instead.
Okay, a lot of CC if this Leone gets locked in for Enso, and probably needs some lockdown against champs such as the Yone, so...
Yeah,
Feel
so
too bad.
right now it's looking like we probably have to lock a melee top laner into Rumble on the side of J-Team. I don't know what you can get away with into Rumble these days. I don't know how Skarner does. I assume the same as every other tank.
Yeah, just randomly gets one shot.
Yeah.
If Vi gets locked in here, it's a champ Gemini performs very well on. It would obviously tell us where these two flex picks are going. Does get locked in. So Rumble top, Vi jungle, Yone mid. We have our top side fully locked in here for the side of Frank as we head into our second.
Yeah, Rumble
phase.
could still go support, but with
Nah, it's Kaiwing.
with Senna Kaisa, Senna Kalista, sorry, banned, and Ashe, you're kind of out of champs to pair with the Rumble as well. As you said, Kaiwing just prefers Nautilus anytime he can get his hands on it. It's left open so far, though.
Camille band. Okay. I mean, it does well with the Sejuani, of course.
Yeah, you want to melee with
typically doesn't do
Sedge.
so good against Rumble.
And I think J-Team should ban Nautilus here. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, banning supports would make a lot of sense. More focus on the AD carry pool doesn't really, of course, just by virtue of the main strengths are all taken away. You could argue that Varus may be a potential ban. Lucian as well, actually. Wako traditionally has actually been the PCS's best Lucian. So that is something you do have to certainly consider.
Yeah, they can just run a Lucian bot lane for Frank.
Yeah, I mean, Frank get first pick coming out. If this isn't a Lucian ban, I expect Wako to just pick Lucian immediately. Because then you can just go Milio or Nami. Probably prefer to go Nami.
Yeah, well, they're not going to pick away either.
Yeah. So Varus is banned, so I expect a Lucian to come through here.
Yeah, there is
probably
there is
answered by a
Nautilus.
Zeri.
There is Nautilus available.
Yeah, true.
So maybe Nautilus Kaisa. Nautilus Kaisa looks okay here.
Just the fact it's Wako makes me want to believe it's Lucian. Although it's Kaiwing. Hey, Israel, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, Ezreal makes sense to me. Frank essentially just don't have a comp. They have the Rumble Vi combo, which is very strong.
Again, I'd kind of prefer to see a Lucian than the Nami. I mean, than the Zeri. Oh, wait, no, they already have Leona, actually. I take that back.
Yeah, Zeri Leona. Should be fine no matter what Kaiwing wants to play alongside the Ezreal, unless he goes for Karma. But knowing Kaiwing, it's probably not going to be a ranged support.
No, it's probably going to be Nautilus. And Nautilus does well into Zeri. There's no big reason not to pick it. So Rumble versus Skarner is looking like it will be our top lane matchup.
Yeah, Frank essentially begging for the Skarner pick.
Yeah, top. I mean, most teams, when they have picked the Skarner, Rumble has been banned. So this is the first time we're actually going to get to see the matchup in action.
Yeah.
Rakan, the current hover. Interesting. I mean, you do have... Oh, my lord. That would be a pick of a League of Legends champion.
Opposite of a Kaiwing champ.
Kaiwing might just want to have a day off.
Yeah, take this one off.
Maybe he's just grinding RuneScape on his second monitor.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. That's more like it. So
yeah.
This Zeri, I feel, is going to struggle. You have a lot of mobility, sure, but Vi can press R, Nautilus can press R, Rumble can press R, Yone can press R, and you are no longer as safe as you perhaps would like to be.
Yeah.
Zeri, not very long range, so to actually deal damage typically has to be quite in the face of these champs that want to be in your face. It feels like a very scary Zeri game.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Zeri can have a tough time actually finishing Ezreal's off as well.
Okay, let's not use that as an example. That was nothing to do with the champs. That was Cruscada.
Cruscada going ballistic. I'm sure Wako is an equally good Ezreal player.
I would imagine so. We do have our drafts, of course. I mean, Rumble and Toscana. First time we're going to get to see that. You do feel like it should just be Rumble favored.
Yeah, probably first strike Rumble.
We actually saw it was J-Team versus PSG. And Junja was on Skarner jungle. Lava was on Rumble jungle. And at one stage, Junja altered Rumble while the overheated Flame Spitter was going, and it just killed Junja in his ult. So...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like a terrible interaction.
Yeah. You do force the other champs to face you, and so if your Q's going while you ult them, you are not going to be able to deal the damage that the Rumble's doing, so... It is, obviously, there's some intricacies to that. Jung's going to have to time it right, and Lakai, sorry, going to have to time it wrong.
Yeah, it's easier for the Rumble, though, I think.
Yeah. You can kind of...
All he has to do is just run up and flame spitter the guy.
Well, there's an animation before you actually get suppressed, so you just press Q during that time as long as it's off cooldown, and everything should be all okay. Game has been paused, of course.
Yeah, making sure everything's plugged in. Everyone can hear each other. Mouse is working, keyboard's working.
Yeah. Everyone in Discord, is my mic working? I mean, it's hard to see a way. I think Frank have won the draft, and I just feel more confident in them as a team. At least that's my opinion. There are obviously ways for J-Team to win. I mean, Hui, a standout champion, can at times just take over a game, especially when there is a lot of lockdown alongside it, which, of course, the side of J-Team do have. Problem being, of course, the champs you're trying to lock down, Yon is lockdownable. If he gets too close and stunned up, that feels pretty good. Should probably just die. But Ezreal with Cleanse, you're always going to struggle against that.
Yeah.
And honestly, one damage dealer dying, you still have Rumble, Yon, or Ezreal. One of them going down, there's still enough damage to get through these tanks.
Yeah, unless they're behind.
Yeah.
Once you fall behind on this Frank comp, it is unplayable.
Yeah, there's no wave clear outside of a Rumble ult.
Yeah, Ezreal, pretty lackluster wave clear.
Yeah, just one by one taking out minions, which
Yeah.
isn't too bad. I mean, there's not a lot of siege. There's obviously Hui, but Zeri's going to struggle to hit towers.
If you look at J-Team's comp just in isolation, it genuinely does look insane.
Yeah.
It's 2 hyper carries, insane damage backline, and maybe the 3 tankiest champs in the game right now as their frontline.
Yeah, no, Sejuani and Leona don't compare to Cassante.
But, like you were saying, it kind of doesn't function once you just Vi ult Nautilus ult this Zeri.
Yeah. The way while doing a lot of AoE damage can
he just can't
not really
pick
get
his
through one
targets.
target that well.
You need Zeri to actually kill people in this comp.
This lane started off fantastically for Frank. Got themselves in a fantastic position, although Chi-Chi trading back quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Chi-Chi in this lane. He's shown to be a very strong laner.
I mean, yeah,
not just in the 1v1.
The mechanical prowess, of course, from those 1v1s shines through in his laning. Typically, I mean, obviously there's a lot of mechanical play in team fights, but laning seems to be, finding those extra autos in between getting minions or whatnot seems to be the most mechanics maxing.
Yeah.
Dodging hooks and...
as far as laners go, I would say maybe the only laner on J-Team you can complain about is Lakai.
Yeah, definitely a weak laner, but...
He's very good with farm. And when he does get a lead and win his lane, you see why he's here on this team. He can just completely take a game over by himself.
Hook landing, Ignite even going down. Enso getting nice and low. No heal, of course, as barrier was the choice for Chi-Chi, and Enso is going to be suffering in this lane for a little bit. Has to be careful. Essence Flux landing, and you can guarantee Wako will be immediately jumping on in.
Yeah, fortunately for the bot lane of J-Team, it's their jungler down here, and Gemini up on the top side. So they're going to be okay to catch this, and it might be Wako that's overextended.
There's no real way to punish, I don't think.
Kaiwing, this is a very fast rotation.
I think, he gets spotted out. Nice.
Yeah, no jungler in position there. Otherwise, that could have been a death or a flash for Minji.
I'm just going to stand there and take out that ward. Lava quickly replaces it, however.
Yeah, so far, so good for J-Team, who I guess scale. It's hard to predict scaling in a game. Yeah, it's hard to predict scaling in a game like this because it just comes down to how cleanly Frank can execute these fights.
Yeah, I don't think scaling matters at all this game.
Because they have the tools to take out these carries on J-Team.
Yeah.
And if they do, the game's over.
Well, I mean, it's more than that. It's just like both teams just scale. Okay, you're not going to complain about Israel late game or Yon late game. You're not going to complain about Zeri or Hui late game. So there is no real issue with scaling. It's entirely going to come down to how the early game progresses and how well they play around these objectives and whatnot to kind of force mistakes. You know, you get a couple of early dragons and all of a sudden third dragon forces a mistake because you just feel pressured.
Yeah, Lakai suffering.
Lakai, talking about pressure,
Oh.
we're seeing why Rumble's typically banned against this champ.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's lucky to not get flashed on and die there, Lakai. But it does make it out with his life. Is farming okay? Can TP back to lane now? Problem seems to be his mana in this lane.
Wako landing in Essence Flux, immediately jumps on forward as the Dredge line will connect onto Inso, but Wako just using all of his abilities won't really be able to find any damage on the back end of it.
Yeah, neither ADC backed yet.
Alright, who's getting first blood?
First blood will be going to Jiang.
Jiang, okay. I mean, that was good early signs, wasn't it?
Unless Lava engaged on. No ulti from the Yone yet.
Yeah, the Arctic Assault keeps himself out of harm's way. Is Gemini still looking?
Does he get 6 off the wave here?
If he does, it could be detrimental for Minji's chances in this game. Really nice fear, though.
Pretender's not even 6 either.
Nice stop on that Vault Breaker. Wako getting very low and dash forward from Chi-Chi.
Yeah,
though.
Yeah, they're making it painful to crash this wave for Frank, who have not managed to do it. So they are stuck in lane now with the Sejuani here.
Gemini also in the area.
Is Gemini 6? No, neither jungler is 6, so this is great for J-Team.
Yeah, Gemini going to be spotted, of course, taking out this pink ward. And I think that pink ward should probably tell the side of Frank that there is going to be a Sejuani in the area.
Yeah, and now this is a much better back for J-Team, as long as Kaiwing can't be too disruptive on their recalls here.
Yeah, they're not even looking for the back,
actually. Gemini is being
yeah, we're
annoying.
looking for a fight. Pretender level 6 now.
Yep, so is Minji.
Mystic shots continuing to land. Hook even connects here onto Enso, and Enso is so low. It's not going to be Jiang with the first blood. It's Kaiwing on that Nautilus. An overextension for sure from that bot and jungle of J-Team. Gets caught out by Kaiwing. Absolutely not afraid to just hook on in there and gives Frank an early advantage. Early Dragon as well picked up.
Yeah, I think maybe they just had to take the good recall for their bot lane. They're going to get a worse recall now relative to Wako's. And top lane is looking like torture.
Yep.
As it often does against Rumble.
What does he say? Something torpedo.
Lamo torpedo or something.
Yeah. Rumble's quirky.
Yeah. Super mega hyper inferno. Both supports in the mid lane now. Pretender not using his ulti or flash in that dragon fight is great for him. Here he goes.
Finds his way onto Minji. Is going to be feared on up, but honestly, winning out on the trade slightly. Oh, Gemini in the area. Flash away from Minji. And Inspiring Despair comes down. Gemini gets aggressive and is going to get taken out for that. And so going forward again, Pretender. Permafrost lands, he does flash away, is going to have that Fate Sealed available to himself if he chooses to go aggressively. And will Kaiwing get the double Fate Sealed? The fear from Minji, though, is going to keep him alive for just that bit longer. Equalizer, though, as Jiang roams on down to that mid line, turns it into a 2-for-2. Thank God for him, otherwise that was a disaster for the side of Frank.
Yeah, an incredible ult from Pretender on the Yone.
But
and an even better fear from Minji. Yeah, agreed. Good flash from Minji here, too. And Frank wanted to repeat the story of just killing this Leona, but once he procs Aftershock, gets his W off, he's nearly unkillable. And kind of same deal with this Sejuani. Minji is ready for this go from Pretender. It's very telegraphed, but that
insane.
EQ, yeah, was incredible. And if it wasn't for this Rumble ult, J-Team are just up a clean 2 kills. Nice dodge from Enzo on the Ezreal ulti, but that is a 90 CS Rumble with 2 kills now, and at least he doesn't have first strike.
Yeah, but yeah, this not very good in the top side. I mean, fantastically played by Minji. He's 2-0, so there's play around this way that is going to be joining for this Scuttle Crab, or not Scuttle Crab fight, but Gemini going to get jumped on. Inso is going to be able to help at least Lakai pick up kill number 1. Jiang, though, just flashes forward and continues to head on down this way whilst in that overheat, and Lakai as well does go down. Enso looks like he might have just made it out. No one hunting for him on the backside of these Void Grubs, and eventually Frank do take them out. That's 3 over to their side, and a bunch of kills to boot.
Yeah, fighting without level 6 on your supports and your ADCs not even on their way. Chi-Chi's not coming and Wako is. So this is just a bizarre fight to take if you're J-Team. Minji plays it very well again, maximizing his damage, but what's his counterplay to this? He is 100 to 0'd by a Rumble basic spell.
Kaiwing, I think, hits level 6 off that kill. Comes back. Not sure that the Def Charge was necessary to kill the Kai, but it certainly is going to secure it, and not likely to need it before it's back off cooldown in any regard.
Yeah, I didn't realize he leveled up during the fight. It makes sense to just throw your ulti. By the time the fight's over, everyone's reset. His ult's already half back.
So, early 2k gold advantage for Frank. Up 5 kills to 3 and 3 Void Grubs and a Dragon. Speaking of which, is 1.5 minutes away from being up again. Minji and Enso. Camp in this bush.
I think at this point, J-Team have to spam fights anywhere this Rumble is not.
Yeah, 3-0.
So they need to just fight all these dragons, fight around bot lane, especially while Rumble TP is down. Because once Rumble TP comes back up, this game is difficult. Engage onto
lands, and we got
Kaiwing.
on Kaiwing. Definitely not the target you necessarily want. There is, however, no depth charge available just yet. Still on cooldown from the fight around those Void Grubs.
It is such a shame for J-Team that is this Rumble that's fed, because you saw the WQ from Wako land onto Enso there, and he is still full HP.
Yeah. Oh.
There's a bit more damage to Chi-Chi. Hook onto this.
Yeah, hook lands. Xenoblade coming in, and I think there's a little bit of an overextension. Chi-Chi can absolutely get through that wall, though, if need be. But still, nice chunk there onto both these tanks. As Flunts will land. Q as well. That's a sizable amount of damage. Gemini flashing forward, does get that Void Break. It does get that cease and desist, and Lalva is made quick work of. As Enso even going forward of Zenith Blade, out of mana now. Chi-Chi trying to do what he can, but what can you do against the depth charge? You get over that wall. You are going to be safe for now as Minji finally arrives to the play, but it's too little too late. As Frank once again come out better off.
Yeah, Jung's come down as well. I wonder if Frank are too low to do the Dragon. It is up in 4 seconds. I think they are just too low to do it, even 2v4.
Yeah, but more farm being consistently found by this Rumble as Pretender goes aggressive and will be able to get on back.
Yeah, got to feel bad for Lakai this game.
Galactic Hyper Barrier. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That was Flame Spitter.
Yeah, that was just Rumble Q. So
yeah,
two
he
Rumble
did land,
Qs.
so a bit of magic pen, but...
Yeah. So essentially 2 or 3 Rumble Qs and that guy is dead. But here's a flash from Gemini. Very clean CC chain onto Lava. And so he just doesn't have the damage with him to be going onto Wako. Nice find onto Wako. But yeah, Hui not in range, Zeri not in range.
Yeah, but we're seeing though, the Zeri does struggle against champs like the Nautilus.
Yeah, she just has to leave.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Depth charge comes down on you, and yep, she's not going to die, but she is going to be completely out of the fight. And if you've used ult and then have to leave the fight, you're not really a champion anymore.
Yeah.
Zeri, very weak without the ult as tanks start to gather health and resistances.
Yeah, it's surprising they had the damage to kill the Sejuani, but throw enough spells in CC.
This is only the Zeke's Convergence.
Yeah, no passive up on her either. As Kaiwing is behind the J-Team bot lane, but they are perfectly fine.
Lands, Wako, deadly accurate with those Essence Fluxes, but will not connect quite with the Mystic Shot.
Yeah,
and a True Shot Barrage.
Here comes Gemini.
Yeah, and here comes Jung, so we're going to have a die. And here comes Pretender. Holy hell, we are playing bot lane, baby. Equalizer comes down. Fate Sealed even lands on Minji as he teleports in. It's a 5v1. Only Minji to try and defend his own life, and Kaiwing will not allow for that, as he does claim himself his second. And a 3-for-0 on that bot lane.
Yeah, really bizarre TP from Minji there. Making it 3v5 wasn't, going to be that big of a deal. And didn't make any difference to the fight except an extra kill going over to Frank. He did kill a lot of the wave though, so Frank don't really stay around to hit bot tower. I think he had only seen 1 TP when he started his here, but Lava's completely offside while this is happening. Chi-Chi just eats legitimately 5 ults. Maybe not Ezreal ult. He ate 4 ults in that fight. And that is why I expect every fight to look like, and I'm
Rift
not
Shield,
sure.
I mean, no ults really available, as you were just speaking of for Frank. This isn't the best fight for them,
Yeah,
and
should
I
just
think
be
they
Rift.
recognize Rift Shield isn't that important to their game plan, and it's not worth giving over a lot of gold. You have literally no ults up and available. Just let them have this one.
Yeah, especially if Pretender's about to just grab a free bot lane tower, which it looks like he will. First tower, first blood. Always worth trading for a Herald. That's worth a lot more.
Yep. Pretender. Nice rotation down, but Jiang is the massive benefactor for all that's going on.
Yeah, 5-0. God damn.
Complete control over top lane, and just free will to sort of go wherever he wants. That is going to be the Glacial Prison used onto Kailing.
And, I mean, look at Chi-Chi.
Pretty
He
trivial,
can't walk
but
up.
yeah, Fear lands. Minji going to be able to get Jiang off him after losing half his HP. Enzo flashing the wall directly into a hook.
Yeah, that's a shame. Lakai is here too, and maybe that was a turnable fight for J-Team, but I mean, you saw in that fight, because Chi-Chi wasn't full HP, he got hit by one Ezreal Q, and he can no longer walk up at all. The Nautilus Vi are too threatening.
Minji, he's going to miss out on that Q, but man,
Nice
this guy is
fear.
an absolute
Yeah.
demon at getting those fears out.
Yeah. Haven't seen him miss one yet. A lot of melee champs on the enemy team, so he has to use it well. Enzo's here to protect Minji now, and it's actually Pretender who might be in trouble.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, very hard to catch a Yone.
Wako 3-0. Jiang 5-0. And really the only person suffering in the slightest this game is Gemini, and that's because he just balls to the wall, goes straight on in.
Yeah, he's getting focused in these fights too.
Yeah. Not quite got the Merc treads as well, so goes in, gets stunned, and kind of can't do a whole lot.
Yeah, here is Jiang in a very suspicious position. Hoping that this Zeri pushes up.
Yeah, we're going to find three members. Everyone's in there. Hui's going to be able to do a lot of damage, but it's certainly not enough. True Shot Barrage comes through. Connects onto Lava, but now Chi-Chi gets here. He's going to get some free time. Ignite's going to claim one kill as Kaiwing very, very low, but Chi-Chi not going to have that damage just yet. And talking about damage, here comes the absolute warlord of damage in Jiang on this Rumble. Equalizer available. Pretender making sure this next minion wave can come in. What can J-Team's bot lane do? Lakai coming up, and it looks like Frank are going to give them a grace period and allow them to go back to their base.
Yeah, not even a shutdown picked up by J-Team there. It looked like Frank were onto them just based on how quickly they reacted to that three-man stack in the bush. Yeah, Minji just caught in the bush, stacked with his teammates, but luckily Chi-Chi is faster to rotate this time, and they can pick up a kill. Need a lot more of those, though, on Chi-Chi.
Need a lot more gold.
Yeah, in general. Even Pretender has so much money. What is that from? Just towers, I guess?
He got the first blood tower. I mean, he's got 7 assists.
Uh-oh,
And so face checks into a Rumble. Not really got the damage to kill him just yet, but Wako arriving now, and maybe all of a sudden this thing can turn. Of course, we do have Gemini on the bot side picking up that dragon, as it is an objective bounty found, as J-Team do claim that top lane outer. It's something, it's some gold. They are going to forgo the third dragon as Frank reached their dragon soul point, and only 18 minutes in means that we are looking at a fast game. Pretender going aggressive, Play the Ruin King, making light work of this Skarner, and Lakai, he is just suffering all game long.
Yeah. It's such a shame that it's the Rumble that's fed of all the champs on Frank as well, because he deals so easily with tanks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have such a tanky comp. Yone has a blade, but is he really getting through Sejuani, Leona, and Skarner in a team fight? Pretty much never. Even with a blade built, Yone still has to go on backline in most team fights.
Yeah, the blade tends to signal you want to be in a side lane, because it means you are just really strong in the side lane.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of see that. Here's teleport up. He's just sitting in top against Minji. It gives him a bit of sustain against the poke, and if he gets onto Minji, a lot of burst damage coming through.
Yeah.
Bit of movement speed.
Yeah, a lot of side lanes as Yone. Once you finish the blade, like against Skarner, for example, you're immovable now against a tank, essentially. You just sit there life-stealing, you do more damage. Pretender going to use his E to pick up some damage on this tower. Nice fear from Minji.
Yeah, again, Minji, deadly accurate with those. Oh, Rift Shield, one of the objectives that J-Team got, but it's not really going to get much.
Yeah, it's actually going to feed about 50 gold and some XP to the side of Frank. And yeah, J-Team all postured around this top side, maybe just wanting a quick Yone kill. There's no tower to take here.
Oh, Lava.
Yeah.
Arctic Assault, not going to even be able to use it. He's just completely taken out.
Yeah, this is the problem with playing for a side rather than playing through mid lane like Gemini did. If your Zeri's at your tier 2, right? So she can't rotate up. Kaiwing and Wako can. They're on the Baron immediately, Frank.
Yeah, and through will come Baron. I mean, there's no jungler for the side of J-Team. The rest of the team are trying to get there. Teleport even from Lakai, but this is going to go down before he can even get there. 2k HP, 1k HP. The smite comes through, and J-Team have nothing left to do but run. The cease and desist won't allow it, though, as Enso is being focused down. Chi-Chi, he's popped that ult, the lightning crash. Pretender's not able to connect on that Q. Does have to go back. It's not going to be the kill over onto the Zeri, but it is the Baron, and Enso once again being fouled. 0-5 now on the Leona.
Yeah, it's a shame that it's Lava going down here. He got caught recalling, actually. And yeah, you see here, look where Zeri is. She's at his tier 2 because they don't have mid-prio. He can't invade while the enemy bot lane can move and his can't. And that is a TP top lane.
Oh yeah, Minji might be in a world of trouble here. There is the tower, it's very low. The rest of his team is converging though.
Yeah, I think if you're Minji, you just want to stall this tower going down as long as possible. Take out some of these cannon minions so that maybe you can hold on to your tier 2s.
Jung has to be careful. Nice, puts the ping ward down. Is going to be now aware of the positioning of most of J-Team. As top lane inner, Alda, sorry, taken out.
Yeah, J-Team have to avoid fighting for now until Zeri ulti is up. These fights are not playable until then.
I mean, Minji landing spells, but not really doing a whole lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, not convincing them to ult him instead of Chi-Chi yet, anyway.
Yeah, this tower, Wako slowly burning it down. Actually lands a Mystic Shot onto Chi-Chi, and that's a third of his HP gone.
Yeah, nice rotation by Frank. Gets them
my
most
god,
of his
Enso as well.
HP.
Oh, Chi-Chi now. He's going to have to recall, and that's the mid lane inner even taken out now.
Yeah.
Skill shots from Minji, trying to do what he can. Not connecting on that true shot barrage. Actually, might have him on base. Did.
Yeah, damage going to look good for Wako this game. Probably better for Jiang.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Israel just is able to do damage more often.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone's walked up to this Rumble for a while to eat a Flame Spitter. Lakai doing, honestly, admirably in terms of farm and scoreline, considering the demon he is up against.
Yeah, I mean, was it even Lakai that time? I don't remember,
Nah,
but
it wasn't.
Jiang
He didn't
ended
even
up
get soloed.
like just 2-0.
He almost got soloed, but he got out, didn't flash.
Yeah.
You know, had to use his TP.
Certainly hurt his lane state, but didn't die. It was important.
Yeah, I think the CS would probably look about the same, regardless of what happened.
Looks like Jiang now going to start getting a bit more tanky. Jaksho items in the inventory. Does finish his Riftmaker and Leandri's though, so I mean he's pretty much done for the damage he needs to do. Can let the rest just be on Wako's Israel and Pretender on the own. Glacial Prison goes wide. Hook doesn't know as Hook connects once again. We've put down that depth charge. We put down the cease and assist, but it doesn't land onto Chi-Chi. All of a sudden it's J-Team with the first kill in this team fight. Very, very low health bars. Leandri's burning on Enso. Looking at his player profile, it seems like he's just going to survive.
The Dragon's up, but J-Team...
This is the Dragon. Low health bars, teleport coming through. Wako doing everything he can to work away at Lakai's health bar and work away at his health bar. He certainly is doing. Eyes onto Minji now, though, as Wako going to get a massive chunk of damage onto him. Spiraling Despair as well. Lakai coming in. Lakai with the flash, but isn't able to find Wako, who's able to flash away himself. Lakai is taking down that Essence Flux, and here we go. We've seen Israel versus the Zeri before. Once again, Israel is coming up trumps. Double kill for Wako. It is not going to be the true shot barrage onto that finish on Zeri, but it will be yet another kill as Pretender picks it up. Enso, once again, for the millionth time this game, is taken out, and it's Frank who come up trumps in the 4v5.
That was even a 3v5. I don't know if you noticed, but Pretender was just hitting Dragon that entire fight. He got it down to 1k and had to get off it because he was worried about the Sejuani showing up. So that was just straight up 3v5. Wako, Jiang, and Kaiwing. It was a scuffed engage from J-Team initially. We'll see it. Oh, no, this is a different fight. Okay, we'll see what happened in this fight. I was watching Pretender hit the Dragon. You can see on your map now. So it's a 4v3 once Minji gets here. Does a lot of damage, does Minji. But nice flash from Wako. Saves him from Lakai here. And Chi-Chi also plays this fight incredibly well. To be fair to Chi-Chi, he probably should just commit to Jiang there and die, maybe. Just because of how big that shutdown is. And I don't think Minji goes down. He does to the Pretender flash as well. Yeah, immaculately played fight from Wako.
And Enso dodged everything.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you can't dodge the Nautilus auto attack. And
yeah.
Well, the damage tells a story. Wako going insane. I mean, Gemini did click ult, but he clicked it onto Minji.
Yeah, he clicked it on the wrong guy. So they lost the fight initially, right?
Yeah, it was a 4v5 off the bat.
Yeah, even from this far ahead, Frank R still gonna.
You have to play it well.
Yeah, you make sure you ult the Zeri. That's about all you need to do if you're Gemini this game.
Especially now, Minji does have the components that Seeker's Arm Guard, and Chi-Chi is at 3 items. Picks himself up the shield bow, which is nice, a bit of a shield. It's probably not all that impactful, however.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to find a way to kill this Ezreal.
Yeah, I'm, trying to think of ways. I'm struggling.
Yeah,
Baron started. 9k HP. Hook does connect. Nice start to the fight as Lakai is taken very loud. Big ulti coming out of him though, and Minji's going to use that Seeker's Arm Guard. Gemini ulting the way once again. He's stuck now though, and this equalizer is killing absolutely everyone. Triple kill for Jiang. Chi-Chi though, he's going to run away. We're not going to give the penta. Jiang likely to get a quadrant. No, it is Wako who claims 2 of them for himself. 10-0-7 now on the Israel. As Gemini is in hysterics on his player cam, it's Frank who we're going to take game number 1.
Yeah, J-Team just a little uncoordinated there on that last contest of the Baron. Minji gets ulted, but Chi-Chi isn't hitting at the time. So he's not very useful in this fight. Shows up and just gets Nautilus ulted. Does Chi-Chi.
Going to confirm it. Is certainly the game all done. Teleports to the minion, keeps it alive. Nexus now the focus, and Frank, 27 minutes in, will take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
Very dominant. Not much to scoff at, really. On the side of Frank, especially Wako looking very clean on the Ezreal. Out of nowhere, we kind of thought it would be just like a sit-on-your-hands game, let this Rumble carry the game, but Wako ends up with the most kills.
Yeah, and almost certainly the most damage by a large margin, I'd suspect. Yeah, he went pretty crazy, but it was Jiang, the catalyst for it all. I mean, obviously the team play that got Jiang ahead just kind of meant the mid game was never going to be playable for most of J-Team. I mean, you've got a Hui that can hit from far away and a Zeri, but unfortunately, you've picked Zeri after seeing the Vi and the Nautilus. And at that stage of the draft, it feels way too hard to play.
You know, it was really weird. Picking Leona while Nautilus was open.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's that big of a difference between the two champs.
Well, maybe for Kaiwing there is, though.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't think so. I almost think his Leona's better.
Maybe.
Like, he has some insane combos on Leona, and you don't think of Leona as like a combo champ. He's like crazy at the champ. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Whatever engaged support Kaiwing gets his hand on, you're always going to feel completely fine with.
Yeah,
what doesn't make sense is if you're planning to pick Zeri, why would you not ban the Nautilus in the second phase? Like, what is
the Rel ban?
Interesting, right?
Like the Nautilus.
The Zeri doesn't struggle against the Rel all that much.
Not at all, no.
Unless flashes up and yours isn't. That's the only time it's kind of hard to play. But outside that, it doesn't feel like the Zeri needs to care about the Rel, as well as the rest of the team. Should Minji be getting hit by a Rel? No. Can Minji get ulted by Nautilus? Yes. And so it's weird drafting, I think, not really realizing what their team wants to do, and just kind of banning random champs almost, it feels. Like Kaiwing, yes, he plays Rel. Yes, Wako plays Varus. But you don't care about those champions with this draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I think J-Team just drafted this game without really looking at what their opponents were going for.
Yeah.
Because if you block the right-hand side of your screen and look at J-Team's comp,
it's like sick,
yeah, Exodia. We've assembled Exodia. Who's beating this front to back? But Frank didn't draft front to back.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean, they just had a bunch of press R on one person and then a Rumble ult that can come on top.
Yeah.
Yone ult can follow in pretty easily, as can Israel. I mean, Israel doesn't even need to follow. He can just sit there and keep doing damage. You saw by the end of that game how much damage Waka was able to do. If he lands a WQ, even on a tank, it was like a quarter of their HP was just being taken out in just one hit. So
yeah, they're also they're kind of just there wasn't a frontline to hit on the side of Frank. Kaiwing's not really standing there trying to frontline on a Nautilus, and there was also no way to kill this Ezreal.
Yeah,
across our entire team, really. Skarner's never killing Ezreal. Leona, if you're...
It had to come down to sort of like you've killed everyone and Zeri versus Israel was the last possible 1v1.
Yeah, in a stat check, Zeri wins.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not very easy to get to that point because, especially, I mean, we're obviously saying this from the perspective that Frank were very far ahead. But also it just felt like there was no real avenue that you could actively look at and think, okay, this is the way that J-Team have to play and they have a very good shot at getting ahead, because it feels like all the early advantage in terms of the draft, you have to give it to Frank. I mean, they had the Rumble into Skarner, which looked like an insane matchup. The Vi is always going to be able to outpressure Sejuani in a 2v2, especially when you're paired with a Yone versus a Hui Sejuani. That just isn't a combo that functions that well together.
Yeah, and these at this point in the game, it was looking very good for J-Team. These tanks are taking 0 damage to the Ezreal and the Vi, but Gemini just, once this WQ lands from Wako, and another W, Waka's so accurate on the Ezreal, Gemini just recognizes he can kill this passive-less Sejuani. And Chi-Chi, nice job there baiting out the Nautilus ulti and getting out. But very frustrating game for Chi-Chi, I imagine.
He played so well, but what could he do? Well, genuinely, he couldn't do
All he
anything.
could do is really bait spells and get out, and that's what he did.
And hope Minji could do all the damage, which Minji was doing damage. You can see it there. Yeah. But that 20,000 damage when you're against like 20,000 health worth opponents, you know, you're doing their entire health bar over the course of one game. Because Kaiwing just rushes a Warmogs. You can get him low, he's going to heal it all back up. Even Vi. I mean, Vi has a lot of health just through all of the items she builds having health components.
Shielding built in too.
Yeah. It's just, just not enough. And you can't blame Chi-Chi really, because it's just the draft has gone completely wrong.
Yeah. I'm surprised they used the Vi and Nautilus ultis on Minji as often as they did.
Yeah.
But they just had so many resources that, I mean, they could from how far ahead they were.
Yeah, for sure.
Minji 100% KP. Great game from Minji, by the way.
Oh, I don't know. He was like 2-8.
2-8 on Minji.
Minji did not play that well, I don't think.
Oh, I thought mechanically he played quite well.
The fears were insane early game, but he was caught out of position a lot. Like, a lot.
Yeah.
I think, yes, the fears were great early, and honestly, that saved him from having 10 deaths. But I don't think he played that well this game. He did a lot of damage. Hui tends to just do the most damage every game for some reason.
Yeah, this J-Team, I recognize it. This J-Team draft is just a draft from last split, but swap Skarner for Cassante and Hui for Azir, and you have a perfectly fine composition.
Yeah, actually, genuinely.
You have actual Exodia.
Actually, you could just have the Skarner. The matchup sucked, but if you have Cassante, that matchup sucks as well. So it doesn't really matter, I don't think, if you have the Skarner or the Cassante in that. But yeah, I think if you have Azir, it does become a lot easier, because Azir actually gets through the tanks actively.
Also, Azir can do something when the Vi Nautilus ult him.
Yeah, and he can look for proactive plays on an Ezreal as well, is one important thing too. So.
Yeah, true.
Wako going to pick up the MVP. It was a toss-up between either him or Jiang, but completely deserves, I think. Ultimately, when it got to those later stages of the team fights, Wako was just not missing.
Yeah, when other members of Frank were making slip-ups and making awkward situations, it was usually Wako who found himself in the awkward situations and just played out of his mind to close out the game for his team. 70% KP, 33% damage.
Up 3k gold, and I think Chi-Chi was the richest.
A Rumble.
Yeah.
Who was like 5-0 at 10 minutes.
Out-damaged a Hui, just full stop.
Yeah, in general, yeah. And this was nice by Minji, honestly.
Yeah, he finds a nice chunk here.
Yeah, he doesn't end up getting his ulti off on Wako, though, unfortunately. And they split their damage at this fight between Wako and Jiang.
Yeah, and then from here, as soon as all of this has been used, Wako is no longer under any threat.
Yeah, and Lakai holds onto his ulti way too long.
Just hits everything.
Yeah, another well-played fight from Chi-Chi, though, just to survive, but I think maybe this fight Chi-Chi had to just commit. Just send it, die and get some kills. An option that, you know, something that you have on the Zeri that isn't an option you have on the Hui.
So I'm so happy we get to see Ezreal's now.
Yeah, I'm happy we get to see Wako.
Yeah, but just Ezreal's. They're so fun to watch. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
so much skill expression.
Yeah. There is such a massive difference between a good Ezreal and a bad Ezreal.
Yeah.
And so far, we've been blessed with Shun, Cryscata, Wako, all of which have been fantastic Ezreals. So, you know, there's no complaints yet about the state of Ezreal here in the PCS. And so
Yeah.
hopefully we can keep up this trend, because
Yeah, it has been like our very strongest players playing it so far, so
Yeah.
it's hard to gauge where the Ezreal sits in
Yeah.
the draft. We'll see next draft, I guess.
yeah, we will see next draft. And speaking of next draft, we're about to head into a break before we get into that. So please do join us in a few minutes where we will see game number 2.
旅客合俗会，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? It's a home crowd, but you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? Dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
And we are back. J-Team have selected blue side yet again for game number 2. A lot of changes are needed in this draft phase because as we said in the post game and during the break, I think Chi-Chi was sabotaged because that guy played pretty well. I mean, he played like out of his mind in terms of what you could potentially do as a Zeri.
In that game.
That game. That was like possibly the most unplayable Zeri game I've ever seen. There was one series...
Every carry can reach you and all the frontliners have point-and-click CC.
There was exactly one other series that I remember. And it was the first time LCO came over. I believe it was Team Bliss. I don't remember who they were against. But Team Bliss picked Nautilus Vice Syndra into a Zeri. And that was possibly the only other game I remember of a less playable Zeri game because the Syndra ult with one lockdown and you would just die as the Zeri, where at least you didn't immediately die in that game. You were able to at least get out.
Yeah, but you'd
then
be
not
out
do
of the
any
fight.
damage.
So functionally just killing you with Vile.
Yeah,
or
it eliminates your ult, basically. It's almost like Chi-Chi had to not ult, then take everything, run away until he could come back and ult.
Yeah, that was a good Bloodthirster game.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then you just don't do damage.
Yeah, which he also needed to do
because no one else was.
Endless amounts of. Because his team didn't have consistent damage.
Yep. So, better draft is essentially what we're saying here. Draft remains the same. No Jax ban. No Jax ban. No Jax ban.
Ban one of Rumble or Skarner here and pick the other.
Rumble. Okay, good. We're off to a good start.
Yeah, okay.
The Jax ban made exactly 0 sense, considering...
And now lock Skarner, I guess, unless you're terrified of the Mordekaiser matchup.
Well, yeah.
Because Jung will lock Skarner.
Yeah, he
Frank
will.
will pick Skarner if you
and
don't
he's
pick
already
it right
played
now.
the Skarner into Mordekaiser many times. Yeah. So, Skarner, first pick. Lakai, honestly, doing a decent job.
Considering,
Yeah, we're going to have a tank versus tank, possibly.
I doubt they'll take a Cassante here.
No, I don't. It's a fine matchup.
Really, but I would have thought...
You kind of suck early, but in team fights, you are so much more of a menace.
Yeah, but I would have thought take some priority picks at this point.
Nah, you take priority in the other lanes. Tank versus tank, honorable matchup.
I respect it. We've seen this matchup go both ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we've seen it once, and Cassante solo killed.
Yeah, oh, that was a stomp. I think it was Jung.
Yeah, it was.
On the Cassante, so he likes this matchup.
Yeah, Jung's a beast. Gemini going to go once again for the Nidalee. We're going to see him on this champ again. Having a good game for himself last time. Kind of would have liked to see the Twisted Fate now, actually.
Already a pretty scary Nidalee game. Not going to lie, especially if this Maokai gets locked in. Then Minchi can just go for the blind Hui again. I like the Corki more.
Yeah, so we're going to see that weird AP, Liandry's first into tank, Maokai most likely. Yon, I mean, I don't like it all that much.
Did fine last game.
Yeah, but the Corki kind of just beats you, right? We've seen it exactly once, but that was, I mean, it's a bit skewed because it was yesterday and Nully started the game with no sums.
Oh god, I remember that. Yeah.
And
No, it should
Gory-
go much better for Yone than it did.
Yeah. Gory just had his way with him the entire game.
Yeah.
Finished up like a 10-0 or 11-0.
Yeah, Gory is
something
not
ridiculous.
someone you want to give an advantage to start the game
No,
with.
he
Very
will-
momentum-based player.
He will destroy you with an advantage. So, we are going to see this matchup again, hopefully on a more even footing.
So, okay, Frank banning Rom.
Makes sense. You have the Yone melee champion. There's a lot of lockdown already. You know, Corki can apply the passive. Whatever AD carry they go for can.
Now Leona banned by J Team. I thought Frank might ban some AP bot lane options like the Ziggs. Because you kind of need some AP on J Team. I was not impressed with the Leandri's Rush Maokai last time we saw it. Definitely didn't make up for the lack of damage they had in the magical department. And they will need someone to take out this Cassante.
Karma. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, worried about Ezreal Karma maybe? Or
Yeah,
the quirky
perhaps.
flex to AD?
Let's see.
I think if bot lane has a playable matchup, you should probably just flex this Corki to Chi-Chi. But Frank will give some more information here. They have to pick one of their bot laners.
So Rel.
Yeah, Leon and Nautilus banned away, so Kaiwing going for the Rel.
What will be next? Israel, I mean, very safe into what is shown thus far by Frank.
I don't know if it's killing Cassante, though.
Israel will kill Cassante, especially when he goes into all out. Cassante is very squishy once he all outs, and it's going to be pretty tough for a Cassante to stay on in Israel.
Yeah, Ezreal and Corki should both be safe against Cassante.
Wako potentially going for the AP bottom.
Oh, I actually thought they were okay on AP, but Ziggs is quite good into Ezreal.
I
So
agree.
Sivir.
I don't think they need any more AP, simply because you don't really want Nidalee as solo AP, but Yone offering 33% magic damage as well feels like you're going to be completely fine. It is going to be the Kai'Sa. It still could be AP in theory, but I do hope it is AD.
Yeah.
Although maybe the poke's nice against these sort of longer range champs, but we've already seen Wako on the Kai'Sa. Insanely strong.
Yeah, I think he did go on hit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. On hit does a nice mix.
It does.
Yeah, so does Yone, so the damage should be fine on the side of Frank.
He went Kraken Gwinsu's Nashes is what he went. And then he went AP from that point onwards. Yeah, that was his build.
Yeah, like an on-hit AP
Yeah.
switch
Starts off
to
with-
poke. Switch to poke later in the game.
Yeah. Just gets up his W, evolve, and gives it a little bit extra oomph. Gives his passive a little bit more as well. We'll see if he goes for the same build. Most likely, a lot of our AD carries tend to have one build and stick with it. Not that it's always the best, but that's the way she rolls. Yeah, getting that water hydration there for Gemini. Good.
I really don't like Frank's draft.
You don't?
Yeah. Doesn't it suck?
I think the Nidalee sucks, but the Nidalee.
I agree, the Nidalee sucks.
The Nidalee. We've had a lot of Nidalees that don't make sense. I think the only team that consistently picks Nidalee correctly is PSG, where they find lockdown
With setup,
to
yeah.
pick up the Nidalee.
Yeah.
Whereas now we just kind of have a Nidalee.
Yeah. And yeah, Gemini's probably good enough to pull it off.
It will outpace a Maokai by a lot.
Well, yeah, that's certainly true.
So it does mean that your early sort of priority over objectives and whatnot should be in favor of Frank.
Yeah, I wonder how Gemini will play this. Will he play for top lane?
Electrocute this game. So we often see the Conqueror actually on Nidalee, but
Yeah.
oh, this is cheesing.
Oh.
Oh my, that is BM. doesn't even get anything for it. Doesn't have, you know, mana flow ban, just strictly there to...
For the disrespect.
Yeah.
Very close to hitting Minji there.
Hopefully a better game out of Minji this game. Bit of mispositioning. Obviously the Corki with Valkyrie.
Game.
Yeah, it is. It's a very good Corki game. Should be pretty safe against everything shown. Is gone for the fleet footwork, so most likely will be following in the footsteps of the more recent Corki builds with that Tear of the Goddess into Triforce.
Yeah, Tear Triforce Muramana Rapid Fire Cannon. Seems to be the best Corki build.
I think IE third's better.
Yeah, maybe.
As long as you can
It's probably situational.
He,
probably this game, yeah.
Yeah, he should not really be under that much threat.
Yeah,
there is a lot of dive, but it's not dive that really should be threatening Corki or Israel.
Yeah. And then on 4 items, when you've got the Rapid Fire and the IE, then, I mean, you should just be carrying the game at that point.
Yeah, what I do worry about, and we've seen this before, is that I think both drafts kind of suck in the way that what do you have to kill a Cassante if Cassante is at all ahead? Because the Maokai's not going to be.
Yeah.
And Jiang is absolutely not going to have to build any magic resist this game. Maybe he gets some Merc Treads and just sits on them. We've seen him do that before up against West Point and to great success.
And We've named 4 great Corki items without naming LDR. Doesn't love building it early.
Yeah, it does have true damage in the kit, which is nice, but
yeah,
it's not the highest amount of true damage. It's not like a Vayne or
it's
like
only 10% of your damage or something.
Yeah, it is. Which again, it's very nice, but
yeah, for killing tanks especially.
Bit of armor shred, I suppose, on the E as well.
Chi-Chi and Enso with a lot of prio in the bot lane so far.
Waka missing a couple of these minions. We'll pick up those and make sure he comes out even.
Ooh, nice Q.
Yeah, damn, max range.
Fleet footwork on the Kai'Sa.
Chi-Chi, have we seen him play Israel outside of his 1v1s? Because I've seen him play a lot of 1v1 Israels, and he looks insane there.
Yeah. I don't think we actually have. Likes a lot more Zeri. I think Zeri might be his most played champ.
Yeah. I would imagine so as well.
Yeah, here's that pace you were talking about. Gemini up a level, ganking mid already. Minji, this will be very frustrating for him.
Yeah, it doesn't really need to do anything, just...
Yeah, never a kill ever, but he can just harass Minji off the wave.
Did he get the bottom crab?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to double crab now, but Lava is running at Frank's bot lane.
Yeah, nice priority. And the damage found by Chi-Chi ultimately on that Israel.
Yeah, this is very good for JT.
Dearie me.
And he interrupts the recall. Wako is very upset about it.
No one's here to help. Wako, I think, getting a bit greedy. You kind of just need to look for a recall.
Yeah. Did have to take cleanse, Wako.
Oh, this sucks.
Yeah. If Wako doesn't have cleanse here, he's just flash Maokai rooted as well. So smart pickup for him as he loses an entire wave.
Yeah, they need it back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're just waiting for Gemini. What will they catch here? They miss only the cannon, to be fair. They're actually going to get most of this wave.
Oh, God. Chi-Chi's a beast.
Yeah, Chi-Chi, J-Team's bot lane in general should not be looking to recall here. Gemini, they need to force Gemini here.
Oh, Kaiwing, he finds the flash Q into the knockup with that dismount, and things go from really good to possibly really bad, but Chi-Chi able to get that first blood in just before he goes down. Well played there by the bot lane of J-Team.
Yeah. A bit frustrating for them, I imagine, with how much of an advantage they could have gotten had Lava hung around, but he can't stay here forever. Nice reaction time from Chi-Chi, by the way. He reacted to the flash Q from Kaiwing. So the spear from Gemini actually missed. You'll see it right here.
Yeah, but
he E'd it, and then the spear misses from Gemini. And then,
even the W from Wako hits a minion.
Yeah, very nicely played from Chi-Chi. As that was not the easiest kill to
back
trade
to live, Minji.
Oh, wow.
Nice dodge.
Nice moves by Minji. Save him a lot of HP. Maybe his flash even. And there is the typical Kaiwing roam. He's appeared in mid lane from topside at level 3. Pretender under a bit of heat in the mid lane. No level 6 for Minji.
Big damage out of Minji though.
Yeah. This is a freshly TP'd in Yone as well.
Lane nowhere near where he would like it to be. A nice sidestep there on that Q as well, coming out of Minji on the Corki.
Yeah,
Gemini, though, is going to get started now onto these Void Grubs. It's Jiang with priority over the top side. Both top laners pretty low on mana and health.
Yep.
Don't really, neither of them wanting to get involved in anything to do with this. Flash again here on Jiang's Cassante.
Yeah, Lakai looking a little more practiced on the Skarner than the last time we saw this matchup. I think it was Ryu against Jiang last time. So just going dead even on the Skarner here. Should be good. This champion is a monster if he can get out of lane. And he's a good laner too. He's not first pick ban for no reason, the Skarner. Looks like Lava is going to manage to trade a dragon for the grubs.
Ooh, Q not quite connecting there by Kaiwing, but Popsy E does get the shield from the dismount to keep him topped up. Lava getting this dragon nice and low. Gemini not really got much to say about it. Twisted Advance probably just means his death if he were to get aggressive, and so we'll give it over. First dragon of the game to J-Team.
Yeah, very good start for J-Team this time around. Got themselves a little 1k gold lead and the first dragon.
Yeah, insane that they're up that much.
Yeah, just better laning.
Tinder. The trade's reasonably even, but it was Minji that started that trade with more HP. Pretender with slightly more sustain in his kit, as he will have, I forget the name of the room, but the one that gives you a little bit of health back every time you last hit a minion.
Oh yeah, I don't remember. That's a new one here.
Yeah.
Falling down quite a bit in CS's Pretender, and not as badly as Wako is. With this constant pressure he's receiving, it is Gemini here now, expecting a dive, I think.
Oh, we find the dismount, and we do get the knock-up on Chi-Chi this time. No Arcane Shift available. Wako getting aggressive, lands the W. No level 6, though. Chi-Chi so low, Lava coming through, and forward goes Gemini. He gets the kill. Is he going to be able to survive? One power surge would be nice. He does land the spear. Lava trying to run for his life now as the save of the bot lane was unsuccessful.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for J-Team that Enzo gets hit by that spear on the way out as well. That was Wako level 5 as well, so that's a very difficult play to pull off for Frank. And they're just playing so aggressively without their jungler here.
Misses the Q as well. But
yeah. I think just an E in the wrong direction by Chi-Chi.
Yeah.
Ultimately, Enzo has to block so many Nidalee spears for him. Just gets the kill Gemini, and then this hero spear is insane. Right before he goes down, Lava able to get away at least. That should be some relief for Wako in the bot lane. CS lead just 10 now for Chi-Chi.
Yep, but importantly did pick up an extra assist, so probably roughly even in terms of the gold now.
Yeah.
Yeah, although maybe First Blood gives a bit more of an advantage, but in any case, still things are completely fine.
Yeah.
J-Team still ahead in the gold. A lot of the gold being piled onto a Nidalee is, in a comp like this, not exactly where you'd want it. Knock up.
Yeah, 3 plates already picked up by J-Team's bot lane. This Kai'Sa counter pick has not been working.
Oh, Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini.
Oh, they've found their way around. There's no vision. They haven't been seen at all.
Yeah.
Kaiwing with flash. How close is he to level 6? That's what I want to know. Magnet Storm could be a difference maker. Chi-Chi does have flash available. Gemini
Enzo finds him.
Yeah, Enzo does find him. Oh, just a little bit too early on that.
Yeah. Yeah, nice by Enzo to find Gemini there. That could have been very scary. Lava, they have level 6 advantage on J-Team bot lane. They should be fighting this. They should never give up these jungle quadrants.
Level 6 down for Kaiwing.
Yeah, gets it through mid, and they're headed over to the Rift Herald, though. It's
Oh, all out's been used top, and Jiang cancels a couple of auto attacks. Maybe the difference.
Yeah, Lakai perfectly fine.
Didn't use his ult. Look, Jiang obviously did use his.
Yeah, Jung's starting to build a CS lead up here, though.
Yeah, things going pretty well for him. Of course, part of that being that, you know, Skarner loses a bit of power whilst building the Tear of the Goddess.
Yeah.
3 auto attacks cancelled by Jiang. A very, very uncommon mechanical misplay from him.
Yeah. Usually very sharp, especially on the Cassante.
Just on everything. This guy's, you know, insane. I don't know what other word to use.
So, Ultimately, though, Gemini has helped his bot lane a lot, but he hasn't actually outpaced the Maokai, right?
Yeah, not a whole lot.
I don't think he has nearly as much as he would like to out of this early game.
Yeah,
to
but
justify.
that is by virtue of just him having to spend so much time saving his bottom lane.
Yeah, and his mid lane.
Yeah, spend a bit of time there too. I think ultimately if he was able to actually spend time playing Nidalee, probably would be up quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because he's even, despite how much he's been helping his lanes, whereas Lalva, he's been there every now and then. Obviously early on in the game was...
Yeah, he made that one play bot lane where he stood around and zoned them, but that's about it.
J-Team's bot lane now making an appearance in the top side. Wako, you can see on your minimap, headed up there as well.
Yeah, it looks like J-Team just way ahead of Macro right now. Their bot lane is here because the Void Grubs are going down.
Yeah, and they're just gone.
And they can swap back down for Dragon now. Yeah, these are just gone.
J-Team kind of outplaying.
Yeah, 3
Very good
apiece.
to see. And it's kind of what you expect, right? This J-Team, while you don't expect them to be as good as Frank, they're not by any means that far away.
Yeah, I think they're making a big mistake here, though, by leaving the Ezreal in the top lane. Jung is going to have TP up for this Dragon, and so will Lakai, but Lakai's already here. So they're going to lose a lot of tempo now, and they actually just lose this Dragon, I'm pretty sure.
Almost get the bot tower, but not quite.
Honestly, I think leave that first tower to someone who can use the gold a little better than Skarner, I think. No rush to get it if you're Lakai. And yeah, Frank actually haven't hit the Dragon yet, so Chi-Chi will be able to make his way down here, and they'll rotate Minji up.
Yeah, teleport available for him.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, these lanes make sense now for J-Team. A little bit of a slip up in macro, but they're not punished for it at all.
Kaiwing taking a substantial amount of damage there.
Yeah, Chi-Chi doing damage already.
Yeah, Lalva as well has his Leandries online. First item, other than, of course, the frozen gauntlet that Jiang currently possesses.
Yeah, Jung's just been taking flash on this Cassante.
Yeah, it seems like a swap we've
I think
seen
Taco
a bit
did it
recent.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taco did it.
It's been a change we've seen recently, and I wonder if it's like compositionally, like the reason for it is just composition, because
Yeah, it could be matchup as well.
yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is like there are probably just times where Ghost doesn't make that much of a difference, and it might exactly be when there's a lot of dashes on the other team.
Yeah. Pretender chunked
There
out.
is a
This
bit more
tower's dead.
playmaking you can have with Flash, of course. Look for a Flash all out.
Yeah, this tower is dead. Bot lane, anytime J-Team decide to take it, and same deal with this Dragon.
Now, Dragon started up now. Let's see. I don't think Frank are caring all that much to contest, as we do see recalls coming through from Pretender and Kaiwing alike, as well as Jiang, actually.
Yeah, 720 gold now to the Skarner. If he dies to Cassante, just report him. Finishes his Sunfire Cape. Should just be an immovable object now.
Yeah, a lot of golden tower plates and none picked up for the side of Frank. And, I mean, it has to be said, Nidalee spent a lot of time bot. Yes, all 3 kills have been participated by, but
Well, you don't want to use Nidalee
don't
want to use Nidalee to desperately hang on to a lane.
Yeah, and also, like, it's not like it's come off the back of setup as well. Like, yes, Kaiwing kind of set it up, but the spears never have landed outside of the heroic spear.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by, you said he spent his time, you know, rather than doing Nidalee stuff, he had to help his lanes, but because they have so little setup, it was hard to even do Nidalee stuff.
Yeah,
if
it's
you
not like
wanted
when
to this
PSG
game.
played it and Junja just went top and kept diving Ryu with a TF gold card, you know? It's much harder to capitalize on a rel, especially against champs like Israel, you know, Corki, Israel, even Rakan, very difficult to really lock in place.
Yeah, Enso pretty happy in those early fights at least to just block the Nidalee spears as well. Impossible to kill him as a Nidalee. Now, yeah, barring any egregious mistakes from J-Team, this game feels so difficult for Frank. It is just going to take Wako doing something ridiculous in a team fight.
Yeah, 1-0, but it is the Rift Herald started up by J-Team and almost certain that it will be theirs to claim.
Yeah, how are you supposed to approach a fight as Frank?
I don't know, but Chi-Chi dashing forward. This could be dangerous. Lakai
Wako,
finds his way into Wako. Charm, knock up. Wako's got nowhere to go. Flashes, but it's Lava who follows him over the wall. The chain CC is insane.
Yeah, Lakai doesn't even use ulti there either. Yeah, Wako just caught out there. uses his flash and cleanse and ulti, still dies. So
Yeah, didn't even move.
Yeah, that is a disaster. Yeah, I don't know when he used all of that because I just saw him stand there and die. He did flash over the wall, but got chased by the Maokai root. And this doesn't get better for Frank anytime soon, by the way. These tiers are about to be upgraded for the carries of J-Team.
Yeah, this is very concerning if you are a Frank Esports fan. But, I mean, it's a good look for J-Team, and it's promising because, you know, the more formidable our top 6 are, the better chance we have of sending 2 Worlds representatives. And, you know, I'm a PCS shill.
Kaiwing just loses half to a Corki Q and a couple autos.
Yeah.
Already
Things are
terrifying.
dire.
Yeah. Minji, yeah. He's had a very quiet game, but he's CSing well, and he is going to be a monster this game. Misses that cannon, though.
It's still not over. I mean, we've seen...
It's Frank. This used to be the comfort zone for Frank.
That's kind of what I mean.
You know, if you throw your mind back to last split.
Yeah, every game started like this.
Yeah, every game is essentially exactly this. Maybe with the dragon picked up.
We also didn't have a Nidalee.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this champ's doing. Healing, I suppose.
Yeah. It is pretty much from this point on, like, what is Nidalee really doing in the game? From now on, you expect just 5v5s and 4v4s.
Sending an absolute prayer of a...
Can dodge? No, can't dodge.
Spear, and that spear connects and does a sizable amount of damage, but flash out and...
Chi-Chi there to give him a chunk, give Gemini a chunk on his way out. Misuse of Lava's spells there, I think. I think he was perfectly fine if he holds his Q for the Nidalee W.
Pretender finds a knock-up on Minji, and actually a reasonable chunk. The side lane's going to get better and better as the game progresses for Pretender.
Yeah, and here is the pace Frank are putting on, and put on last game too. Jung is just wandering around the map. They've got 3 people randomly top. You have 1 chunked member who doesn't want to fight through the creeps.
Yeah, that
was nice. That was pretty.
Yeah.
I don't think this tower is getting 100 to 0.
Yeah, Lava's here. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, Lava's just backing. Skarner has teleport.
Oh, maybe giving it over then.
Giving it over and setting up for Dragon, I guess it's fine. Makes your Corki a lot less safe, though. I guess he can swap to bot side.
Does Pretender even get it? I guess he does. It's close, though.
Yeah, he can W to shield up as well, tank a little. Yeah.
All right, nice bit of gold there onto Yo-Yon. Especially just before a Dragon fight. Obviously, teleport available for him. Yeah. One big Yon and Ral combo could be your way back into this game.
Yeah.
But that would require kind of a misplay out of Chi-Chi and Minji at the same time, as well as Peel going awry for these tanks and Rakan.
Yeah, it would take a disaster, I think. A disaster that I think Frank are capable of creating.
Yeah, Waku not really that strong just yet. So really the damage would have to be between Gemini and Pretender. Trying to find our way onto Enso, and Pretender takes a pretty good chunk from one of those saplings as Leandre's again burning away. Dragon is started by Frank, and the teleporter is going to come through here.
You can just push E on Skarner now.
Yeah, Lakai coming through. Do have to be careful. A lot of ways to stop him going through walls here. Does to get the stun, and through comes that Magnet Storm. It's an ult, it's a one-man, and it's on to Jung, not the man you want. Through comes that Fate Sealed, it's on to Lava, and 1 kill number 1. And Jung does manage to pick up the back end, the kill there on to that mid laner in Minji. Wako taken out though. And it's a 3 for 2, but importantly, the game extended by this Dragon take that Gemini is able to get for himself. Lakai not going to be in range to get this Nidalee. It will be Gemini surviving, but importantly, Dragon picked up from Frank. They lost the team fight, got the Dragon.
Rift Herald dropped though. This might be 2 towers for J-Team.
Yeah, oh, it's
Never
not.
Mind.
It's not. We have an intoxicated driver.
You see the missing ping on the enemy tier 2 bit as well.
That's right. That happens, big jobs.
It will take the top tower if it charges. Or it won't charge because it has a wall, right? Yeah. So my complaint in this fight is that Chi-Chi plays a little too passively. This is not like last game. Minji does a lot of damage himself too, so I want to see Chi-Chi be a bit more aggressive and maybe Lakai more patient with his ulti here. Though Minji starts this fight by just flashing in. I'm not sure what Minji was up to on the bottom of the screen before the start of the fight. But, I mean, Frank make out like bandits to get the Dragon there.
Yeah. Wako playing Divergent. suicide
running the
bombing
opposite
in,
way. Yeah.
and then finding himself very close to 3 members of J-Team who he absolutely had no shot in killing. So almost 2k gold lead still for J-Team, but there is a 5-minute extension really.
Oh, it does take it, look.
It did, yeah, the tower was low enough.
Good job, Enzo. This is a gigantic Ezreal.
It is.
Kind of waiting for Corki to come online.
And that's what you hate to see. Your highest gold is your Nidalee with 0 setup.
Yeah.
Nature's Grasp coming through, and it's going to be turned around. Everything lands, and everything lands onto Minji. He's gone down. Chi-Chi, though, remains untouched. Wako is right next to a very tanky Maokai as Gemini jumps on in. Is going to be able to use his Zhonya's. So many low members. Jung, though, finds his way onto this Ezreal. Ezreal trying to take on K'Sante, and K'Sante's winning. 2v1. Jiang is going to get it done. Oh, my God, this guy's a menace. And some way, somehow, Frank get the team fight win.
Yes, somehow is a good way to put it. They needed to make a disaster happen for J-Team, and they did. They catch Minji immediately. Wako doesn't get punished for ulting in, and I mean, yeah, K'Sante did some K'Sante things. It doesn't really look like Skarner got up to much Skarner stuff in this fight.
How did Jung get there? He didn't even teleport. He had no flash. And he's just there.
Now, watch Wako this fight, because I think Chi-Chi really does misplay here. Watch his opportunity to kill Wako right here. Wako's rooted and knocked up, and he's throwing Qs at Nidalee. That should just be a dead Kai'Sa there. Wako also blocks the Ezreal Q right as the Zhonya's ends. But Chi-Chi kind of just egos it, mans up against the K'Sante here.
Yeah, has flash this whole time, by the way.
Has flash and E. While he was over in the blue pit, he actually had E the whole time, but just thought he could fist fight the K'Sante. Because he got ulted over there, he didn't E. A lot of damage out of Chi-Chi though. More impactful damage out of Jiang.
Yeah. I mean, Jiang, if Frank win.
I'm impressed Minji did 400 damage that fight.
Yeah, same. I mean, maybe his E was going.
Yeah, but actually might just be the E going. And
yeah, I mean, if Frank somehow now win this game, Jiang is the MVP, because it is criminal that he was able to somehow find and kill Chi-Chi while Chi-Chi had E and Flash available. And Jiang didn't have Flash himself, so yep.
Yeah, and Gemini once again makes Nidalee look like a scaling champ. Slow early game, protected his laners, and now is just massive on a Nidalee.
Somehow surviving that is...
Yeah, he played that fight
criminal.
very well. Mostly his team playing around him, to be honest.
Wako now, after that fight, is becoming a threat on the Kai'Sa at long last as he picks up the Guinzoos close to the Nashes. But, yeah, honestly, shouldn't be too worried yet as J-Team. They are now down 3k gold and obviously the Baron against them, but they still are very strong. They still definitely have ways back in this game. Oh, in fact, they're not even out of it as Wako takes a massive chunk from, again, one of those saplings with the Leandries.
Yeah, I don't think Frank are out of it by any means either. All the stuff we were saying still is true about these compositions. They've got a Baron buff to survive for now, though.
Yeah, and importantly, I think it is Frank that have just continued to put more and more time on this game. Eventually, you know, this Kai'Sa is going to be doing a lot of damage. The Yone is going to be a very, very credible threat, especially in those side lanes. Dragon number 2 here. Frank, obviously a priority over that. True Shot Barrage comes through. Will connect onto Wako. Nice amount of damage. Teleport also being used. Pretender's found himself on a flank as Kaiwing looking for a way in. 3-man is found. No, Chi-Chi's able to get on out of that as Jiang very low. Kaiwing's going to be taken out. And it's just going to be Frank who have to run for their lives. Wako lands a killer instinct. He's going in. He gets knocked on up and he's taken out. Light work for Chi-Chi on the Ezreal. Jiang now, he's got a lot of tanky boys around him and Minji not far behind. Is he going to have a way out? Does have flash, does have the all out. He's made the Pathmaker. Will be able to get on out of there. So the Dragon picked up 2 kills found for the side of Frank. No, sorry, J-Team.
Yeah, and this just, you're seeing this style of comp from Frank where their only hope is Kaiwing's flash. They actually drafted a lot like this last split as well. Very often like this, rather. And yeah, it just comes down to Kaiwing flash engage, and Chi-Chi reacted to it. Fight's over.
Yeah, it looks like a great engage, but as you said, Chi-Chi able to get on out
Yeah,
right in the nick of time.
The Dragon's already dead, thankfully, for Frank, but yeah, reacts.
Minji as well,
Both
flashed out of
carries
it.
react to the engage, and it's over. Otherwise, that was actually a 4-man rel engage, kind of insane. And Pretender just on a mega flank, no hope here.
And importantly, Enso keeps ult. Wako gets over-aggressive and just eats a charm and knock up, and
yeah,
at that
that
stage,
was a
it's
strange
trivial.
ulti. That was always a suicide ult, even if he got one.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there was no Rakan ult, he probably lives.
Yeah, maybe.
He did have Pretender on that side of the fight as well.
Yeah, that he could kite to, maybe. Now, yeah, Frank setting up vision. They need immaculate vision to win these fights. They have very good vision around this Baron.
So 2-2 with the Dragons. Gold is slightly in favor of Frank. Baron spawning in a minute and a half. Of course, scaling for both teams is really doesn't matter. They're both going to scale completely fine. It's always going to come down to their execution. And so far, Frank being better off in execution.
Ooh, little disconnect
Did
from Minji
everyone
there. You
DC?
saw that, right? Yeah. He stopped.
Because Pretender didn't turn around or anything. Or maybe he's just scared.
Oh.
I think it's possibly more likely that... I would have thought it's more likely Frank DC'd, considering they're playing from home.
Yeah.
Whereas J-Team are at the studio.
Yeah, something always goes wrong.
Yeah. Something
See
has
what
been
it
going wrong.
is.
This game did feel like it should be J-Team taking it. Now it's completely up in the air.
Yeah, it honestly still feels like J-Team should take it.
I'm sorry, I can't bet against Wako. I've seen this guy in 40-minute long games and his final team fight just pulling out like 15k damage.
Yeah, and we're going to see if Chi-Chi is that guy.
Yeah, it's Chi-Chi versus Wako. It's going to quickly come down to exactly that. I mean, Minji on Corki might actually scale harder than Israel.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, I kind of miss the good old days of play for 50 minutes and then better ADC wins.
Yeah, kind of, but...
That was a good time. Well, I was an ADC.
Yeah, I mean... It's not that fun to get stuck in a 50-minute game. Especially like if you lose. It's pretty hype if you win.
Yeah.
But if you lose, it completely sucks.
There's the man.
Yeah.
Wako.
You can see on the... I think it might be Pretender behind him. Bit of all chatting going on.
Oh, yeah. Yapaholic.
Looks like we're back. Oh, yeah, Minji... I mean, I don't know who DC'd. I wonder.
I think it was Minji. I saw him, like, just
Yeah,
stop.
he just, like... Wherever he clicked, he just kept walking there, right?
Yeah. And there's a 30 CS lead for this Ezreal and 5 kills.
Yeah, very scary. 3 items. Wako should be nearing on 3 items.
For the same reasons it's a good Corki game, it's honestly a good Ezreal game, too.
Yeah.
0 of these champions should be able to kill you. Kaisa is good against Ezreal and does win that 1v1 most of the time. But with a lead,
well,
it
always feels like with Israel, right? It's like Kaiser has enough play around to be able to dodge Israel's spells.
Yeah.
Which means she should win, but you know,
yeah, if
Israel lands a spell, like a WQ, and all of a sudden this Kaiser's 1 HP.
Yeah.
Nash is completed now as we speak of Kaiser for Wako, and
yeah, somehow Wako is keeping up on items, just finding kills in CS wherever he can.
Yeah, possibly got shutdowns. I'm not sure. I'd have to.
Yeah, I would
go back and
they
look.
weren't up a massive amount of gold, but
It's like 3k. That should be enough to garner a shutdown somewhere. Baron now spawning.
Yeah, here comes Baron.
I mean, both teams will one-shot this.
Right,
Obviously,
so
Wako, I mean, sorry, not Wako. Frank will do it slightly faster. Just play the Ruin King and AP Kaiser passive, as well as obviously the attack speed steroid that comes through from in Italy. But ultimately, it should just come down to a fight. No, neither team should really get it, and Enso is in one of the positions of all times. There are wards pretty much anywhere that he'd want to come.
Oh
Wako
my
is just 1
God.
HP, and they're going to see where this Rakan is now. Heal comes through, though, from Gemini, and all of a sudden, Wako does have a bit of health. Nice stun come through as well, but it's 2 members going down already for Frank, and Jiang going to be the next one. There's nothing left for this man to do, as he is going to go unstoppable, but stopped he will be. Wako gets completely annihilated by Chi-Chi and pretty much ends the fight immediately.
Yeah, that was extremely clean by Chi-Chi. Wako actually doesn't end up going down at all, but he's out of the fight immediately. Gemini is very low.
Oh, flash forward from Nakai. Gemini's going to have to get the swap and the heal. Not even going to be able to do that. Trying to get away. Ignite comes through, and We have Wako versus the world. Baron picked up for the side of J-Team as they secure themselves ahead in this game number 2 yet again, and they are fighting to win this series.
Yeah, I think they will win this game. Should almost be difficult to lose at this point.
Just look at this.
When your ADC is doing stuff like that, that was 100-0 almost if he lands this ult. And, I mean, yeah, there's so much damage coming out from J-Team and so much frontline too. What are you supposed to do as Frank? You cannot resist these champs just running at you. Maokai ult gets pressed.
Yeah, and it really is just, it feels like both these games have almost been won and lost by team composition.
Yeah, this one especially. This just feels unplayable for Frank.
Well, I mean, last game was the same for J-Team. I think both were equally as terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess Frank, now that Kai'Sa's got some AP, Frank's comp has kind of come together as a weird poke comp.
Except they have it in Italy.
And a Yone. Well, it can be a poke comp with a Nidalee. They just have a random Yone in it.
No, I know, but Nidalee's just like.
I think
so
Nidalee is definitely a
poke.
terrible pick this game.
Chi-Chi 3k up on anyone.
I think even when they picked the Nidalee first rotation, it was already a bad pick.
Yeah.
With only Skarner and Cassante locked on,
No,
it was already a
yeah.
questionable pick at that point.
Yeah.
Because that's one lane you can't play to.
Yeah.
Already in the game. So when you clear as quickly as a champ like Nidalee, and you're a tempo-based jungler, you want as many options as possible. You know, you want 3 winning lanes, and then you can just run through a game.
What are Frank supposed to do? It's just going to be unrelenting now. 280 carries.
Yeah, what do they do if Lava just walks up with this wave and pushes R?
Yeah, you just have to back off.
Yeah, you're out.
And it's something, if you take your mind back to last split, that Frank were actually the first people to start just doing it on repeat. They pick the Maokai, just walk up to a tower, press R and take it.
Yeah.
So they should be familiar with what's about to come, but it's not like knowing changes anything.
Yeah, don't like how J-Team are playing these waves and this Baron buff so far.
Yeah.
Always talk about stacking the waves.
Yeah, you either have to stack it or stagger it in a way of which you can't really commit everyone to. And that kind of requires 3 waves pushing instead of just the 2.
Yeah. They may as well get a 3rd wave pushing. They have a TP on the Corki. Haven't seen Minji do all that much in these Siege. And so...
Oh, we found our way, but it's onto a tank. And Lakai has 8 million health worth of shields Pathmaker used. That is a bit of a waste, I'd have to say, of that Maokai ultimate.
Yeah, I hated that, but they're going to get mid-tower.
Yeah, mid-tower should be going down. Top lane maybe as well.
Kaiwing has flash.
Looks like we might have our way now onto 2 of these inhibs. Chi-Chi trying to finish off this top tower. Pretender, he needs to get some health back. Wako needs to try and find some way to land these Ws for more damage than what he's doing.
Yeah,
Lakai has just taken absolutely none. Mid lane inhib will be going down. Top lane is also. Do Frank fight now, or do they try and bide their time? We're going to find our way in. There goes the knock-up, but the charm from Enso is fantastic. Rooted up will be Pretender, and he goes down first. Minji claiming that one. Jiang, 1 HP, does get the movement to get himself out of there. It's a 4v5. Low health bars on the side of Frank, but they're able to heal up on their Nexus. And here we go. The Nexus towers are going down. Jiang is trying to find his way in, trying to tank up, trying to clear these minions. Baron falls off now. All of a sudden, there is no tankiness left in these minions, and Frank will bide some more time. 2 minutes until another Baron. No inhibitors in the top side of the map for Frank, and things are looking dire.
Yeah, front to back, completely unplayable for Frank there. Rakan can just push any of his buttons and hit 2 or 3 members of Frank on accident. And then while that's happening, Corki and Ezreal just get to free hit. You saw them set 5 people onto the Skarner. And I don't think he really cared all that much.
Yeah, voice staff now completed for Wako. See if that can make any difference. But it looks like J-Team, honestly led by Chi-Chi, should be able to take this game number 2 and send us to our 2nd best of 3 we've had.
Led by Chi-Chi and Enso from minute 1.
Yeah.
From minute 1, they had priority and were winning their lane. And
destroying their lane.
Yeah, and gave Lava someone to play around in the bot lane, which he didn't even need to do all that much to help them out. And it was actually Gemini who spent three resets, I think, bot lane.
Pretender as well. He's so far behind.
Yeah.
I mean, Minji, 4 items.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Yone counterpick now. We got to see it with no interference, essentially.
Yep.
And it just looked miserable for Yone. And Corki just got to free scale and farm.
Now, Minji looking very strong. Chi-Chi looking even stronger. That's a nice amount of poke, though. And Waku is landing these Void Seekers. There's only 40 seconds on Baron. It doesn't feel like there's a way for Frank out of their base. So all J-Team need to do is not do anything until this Baron spawns. Do not go for a fight. The only way to lose this game is to go for a fight before the Baron and lose it.
Yeah, hit Baron, hit Dragon, run someone at this Nidalee while you do it.
Benefit for the side of Frank is that Kaiwing did die last team fight. Or not die, but he did get through the team fight without using his flash. So we'll have that available for himself.
Yeah, I want J-Team to just hit this Baron right away so they don't end up in a weird situation where Dragon and Baron are both up. But it doesn't look like they're interested in the Baron for now.
Yeah, maybe going for the Dragon Soul instead.
Yeah, I guess there's no hope of Frank trading the Baron.
Oh,
if
they could. They
leave.
will one-shot that objective.
If they can't leave their base to do it, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Jiang finding his way,
they're
but
leaving.
it's on to Lakai. No, the Magnustorm misses, but we found the stun onto Minji. Jiang immediately jumps on him, and he's looking like he might just get it. Wako jumps to the back. 1 kill is traded. Both back and forth. 80 carries, both teams picking up a kill. But Lakai flashing, Wako kiting, and Chi-Chi on the back. Jiang's on him. So many low health bars. Kaiwing trying to peel. Wako trying to do the damage. It's Wako versus the world. And the world will prevail as J-Team take us to game number 3.
Yeah, Wako versus the world looking like an even matchup for a second there, but they do eventually take him down, and Minji plays out of his mind to do that much damage this fight, running for his life from start to finish. Yeah, J-Team pick up the win. Very impressive draft and very impressive play from the bot lane.
What a game. Both AD carries having to play out of their mind in that last team fight. Minji surviving for so long. Jiang trying to play Disruption for so long, but it was J-Team that are able to take us to a 3rd game, and they are going to go on it with all the momentum in the world because Chi-Chi, he is keeping the streak of Israel's looking insane alive. What a performance out of that guy. They were behind at one stage of that game by 4K gold, and he finds an almost 100-0 on Wako in between all of his teammates to secure a team fight win, and the Baron to just pretty much secure themselves the game from that point forward.
Yeah, it felt like that was finally the straw. That poke he found onto Wako into an engage was the straw that finally broke Frank, who looked like they might just win anyway with the worst draft and no hope of winning.
The worst draft since the game before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bit of a competition between these two teams. But it is the story of the series. I mean, 80 carries going ape on Israel. But I think more importantly, just horrendous drafting. I do not understand at all. And I'm sorry to be so harsh, but this Nidalee sucks. Yeah. It sucks. If you're the biggest Giga Smurf, challenger player playing in gold, yeah, you're going to get 24 kills. You're playing against some incredible players, and you have just randomly, for fun, picked an Nidalee second.
He went 4-1-1. Oh, 4-1 and 4.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's like, what did he do to achieve those? Nothing. It was like damage that Kaiwing and Wako found that he last hit.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he did a whole lot. Yes, that one spear onto Enso wouldn't have been found unless
that was insane, yeah.
But it's like, well, why don't we just have a better champ? Why don't we have a champ that fits in our comp? Nidalee has a place. It's a fast jungler. If you have set up Renekton, Twisted Fate, something with a stun, Leona, you can use this champ really well. You're against an Israel, a Corki, and a Skarner. What of those lanes do you want to gank?
I think
none of them.
I think also a massive problem, not wanting to gank and not having any prio lanes is just a recipe for disaster.
Well, it seemed, we didn't go top a whole lot, but it did seem like
maybe
Jiang,
because Santa had prio,
It did seem like Jiang was maintaining prio on the top side, and they did manage to pick up their first Void Grubs. The second Void Grubs they didn't because J-Team rotated their bot side up there in time and then got them back down for the Dragon. So there were early game rotations from J-Team that certainly gave them a massive advantage, regardless of the jungle champ, but it just feels like there is no place for a Nidalee in a draft like this. Absolutely none. There are no gankable lanes. You're not having prio in the bottom or the top side. I mean, you never are. The Kai'Sa is not going to have prio. Kai'Sa, Ral as well, aren't going to have prio over Israel, Rakan. There's two range champs with heal, and you don't have a way really onto them. That it's like, well, and even if you want to gank there, Maokai is just so good at protecting without even being there. Throwing down a sapling, just warding and then going and clearing, he's going to feel completely fine. I don't understand the draft. It's like game number 1. J-Team came in with a horrendous draft. Game number 2, Frank were like, you know what, we'll see if we can do it. And
and they did, I think.
Lo and behold.
Yeah, I think they've definitely made a worse draft. J-Team's draft felt bad because of the comp they were against.
Yeah.
J-Team's draft...
I mean, same here. The Nidalee has a place. I mean, if you're against not... Like,
maybe just not in this comp either, though.
Yeah. But, I mean, same as last game, right? There's not much made sense for J-Team. Not much made sense here. Like, the comp for Frank at least came together when Wako had a bit of AP.
Yeah.
But by then, it was like, you're just so far down. There were 2 inhibs down. They'd lost the Baron. They were against Dragon Soul. It's like, well...
Yeah,
like,
and
if you're coming online at this stage of the game, you probably need a better draft.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how the early game was supposed to go for Frank for this kind of draft work. Just watch Minji fight for his life. Valkyrie's up,
I cannot
flashes
believe
down.
Dodges a Q, still going, finds a lot of damage on Kaiwing as well.
And I think it's quite impressive for J-Team in this fight to not lose their heads. If you haven't noticed...
Oh my god, I didn't see Jung's Q3 cancelling the grand entrance from Enso.
Yeah, I mean, Jung, as always, playing out of his mind. Same deal with Wako. Watch the range on this Maokai Q dodge. Guy looks like a scripter.
Yeah. I wonder if Wako probably... There's surely a place in that fight for Wako to flash somewhere else to get more impact. But I mean,
did he have flash at the end of the game?
He flashed at the end of that. Like when he flashed over the wall. He was melee range of both the tanks and then flashed. But he was already at like 200 HP at that stage. But anyway, I mean, yeah, both AD carries honestly played valiantly. Wako coming online way later, but that's just by virtue of how hard the bot lane from J-Team and Chi-Chi and Enso stomped. Like wave number 3,
and it wasn't
they were farming between towers, wave 3.
Yeah, and it wasn't even, and that is, I think, full credit to J-Team's bot lane.
Yeah,
it wasn't just a weak side, strong side thing.
No, they just played better.
They played better 2v2, which is a very good sign.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're J-Team going forward.
Massive step up from last split.
Yeah.
Massive step up, because we'd often just see Chi-Chi kind of losing lane. When, you know, even times he'd get far ahead. Like I remember against, I believe it might have been Ground Zero, perhaps, in the playoffs, where he was like 5-0 with Zeri, randomly gets hit by a Varasalt and just dies and ends up like 5-5. They win the game, but yeah, it's a massive step up from Chi-Chi from last split to this split, and it's promising signs. I mean, everyone performing.
Yeah. Another question mark pick this game, I think, was the Yone.
Yeah.
I think that was quite questionable. They made sure to get it before the second round of bans.
It almost feels like it's forced, though, because they picked the Nidalee. Like they wanted to, they don't want to have double AP, and then so they've picked Nidalee second, and then what are you going to pick mid? Tristana's banned. Are you going to be Kriskada and pick Lucian or Ezreal? That's your other options.
Yeah, you almost had to. I wonder what you're supposed to pick into the Corki.
Probably Lucian.
Yeah, who did that? Kriskada?
Kriskada, yeah.
He did well.
And you're going to have higher range as well as, I mean, you can't really trade that well, but you saw Kriskada just has Prior the whole time. And at least you get that. I mean, it's not like you can compare champion pools with Kriskada is the kind of the problem, because that guy just picks whatever. But
well, especially if the champ is an ADC.
Yeah.
Going to take some more time for Minji, maybe. Chi-Chi
and this was the key matchup. It truly was. And Chi-Chi absolutely deserves it. Honestly, Waku playing phenomenally at the end, but if Frank were to win, as I said earlier on in the game, Jiang saved the entire game single-handedly, so he was the best performer by far on Frank. Chi-Chi, though, out of his mind. Fantastic, fantastic Ezreal, and the streak truly does remain alive.
Yeah, I wonder if Static Shiv was it for the Kaisa for Wako. They needed wave clear because they have 0 on their entire team, so maybe you just needed the Static Shiv, but...
Well,
maybe,
what else you buy?
Well, some Kraken Slayer, more DPS-oriented build for killing all this front line on the side of J-Team. I guess he did end up just
He wasn't
going
even
on
killing the
Corki.
front line, though. He was just trying to jump on the carriers. And I think that you have to, right? The whole team only functions to dive at someone.
Yeah.
Like, you don't pick a Yone and then want to go front to back.
Yeah, dive at someone, but then you have a Nidalee.
Yeah.
So it just was, bizarre.
No,
bizarre draft.
Yeah, it was, You, as a top team, as a team of this caliber, you can't afford to fumble
especially when there are some tournament formats where you're up a game against a weaker team, pick whatever you feel like.
Yeah.
But in this tournament format, those losses count. That loss might come back to sting.
Game differential is massive, and this is even if they win the series now, they have lost 2 games because they lost 3 games because they lost against CFO. Now they've lost dropped a game that realistically, you look at them, they shouldn't be losing this series. Oh, losing a game even. They are definitely a contender.
We've got them up there. We've got them up there with CFO PSG.
Exactly, and so it feels really weird that they're just honestly drafting themselves into a hole. I mean, J-Team did the same, and it's a problem that really needs to be looked at because it doesn't feel necessary. There was no force into this draft. It was just, let's pick Nidalee.
Yeah, and there were other draft problems for them in that game that we saw last split as well, like solo engage Rel.
Yeah.
They did that relentlessly last split. So hopefully a better draft next game.
For sure. I hope so too, but it is exciting now that we have a game number 3. The battle of the bad drafts does continue. We'll see you very shortly.
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. nowhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Frank and 3-game series. What an iconic duo as we head into our third game now between J-Team and Frank. Pretty surprising, I think. I didn't really come in thinking this would be a 3-game series, but honestly, it has been a bit of a story of, as I said before the break, Israel and drafting. So I'm going to withhold my prediction on game number 3, Victor, until we get to the end of the draft phase.
Yeah.
Because there is some drafting yourselves into a hole going on at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like Ezreal has a 100% win rate.
Yep.
I don't think it's just the Ezreal's carrying, but they have had very strong laning and teamfight performances so far. So maybe that is just a first pick worthy champ at this point in this series.
Jimmy back in.
Jimmy's back. Pretender had a pretty bad game too.
Honestly, he's very quiet in both games, I think, ultimately. And I think this is a correct decision. Jimmy, while having a pretty quiet start to the season himself, certainly had a bit more impact, I think, personally. So
yeah, and I think Frank at their absolute peak is probably with Jimmy in.
Yeah.
Over Pretender. Seems like he has higher highs.
I agree. Especially when it's a meta that's not favored towards champs like, you know, the Nico and whatnot. Because Pretender outperformed pretty much everyone when it came to those.
Oriana, Nico.
Yeah, those team fight setup champs was insane at them, and the meta not really going in that direction as things stand.
Yeah, and you kind of want someone like Jimian in a game like the last one who randomly finds himself up 30 CS or making picks because that was your only hope.
Yeah.
Just a messy game where you outskilled your opponents. Not
Wako,
usually.
he's on the gum. Good sign.
Yeah, and he's up against his replacement on J-Team, right? So far, 1-1. Both ADCs carrying their respective games.
Yep. Wako had a bit of an easier job carrying, considering he had like a 7-0 Rumble to fall back on, worst case scenario.
Yeah, much less scary game. Game 1 for Frank, who won it very cleanly. Meanwhile, they put some bumps in the way for J-Team. But
yeah. I think ultimately it has to be said that the fact that that game went for so long and was so difficult is credit due to the...
I have no idea how they won any fights.
Yeah, it's credit to sort of the mechanical prowess of these players. I mean, Jiang in specific, he was playing out of his mind on Cassante. Somehow 1v2ing Chi-Chi while Chi-Chi was looking... He was like 3-0 at the time and had Flash, had Arcane Shift available, and still Jiang managed to find his way onto that Ezreal and kill him and really turn the game around at that moment. But let's see how this draft goes. It is Frank on blue side this game with Jimian now in, so it should change up the drafts a lot, and you certainly hope so.
Yes, still Senna permabanned by J-Team. Skarner now taken away by Frank, so Rumble should be the response. If you're J-Team, I think.
When are we going to get Jiang back on the Ribbon Horse? I think we saw Ribbon banned, by the way. Oh, no, that wasn't the 1v1, actually.
You should probably ban Rumble here if you're J-Team, and if they ban Jax last as Frank, you need to ban Twisted Fate. I'm not sure if Frank are willing to first pick a Kalista.
Corki?
Corki ban, okay.
I think Frank would be willing to first pick a Kalista. Wako is that guy, pal.
Now, you can't really ban Jax here if you're J-Team.
I love this Champs League music, man.
Probably Tristana ban makes the most sense to me.
Leona. Okay, so this should probably just be first pick Trist.
Yeah.
No Nidalee, no Nidalee, no Nidalee, no Nidalee. We've got an AD mid. This is always a scary time.
Yeah, Gemini plays a lot of champs.
He was the guy playing Brand.
Yeah, he was the only guy who did it when it was super meta internationally. Now, 2 picks for J-Team coming in.
Karthus also has been a bit void from the drafts of late.
Yeah, it's looked good every time we've seen it, whether it loses or wins.
Makai again for Lalva. No surprises here.
Yeah, old reliable.
It could just be the Sedge.
Is it just Yone for J-Team?
Could be. Doesn't do amazingly into Tristana, of course.
Yeah, pairs so well with Sejuani, though.
Yep. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
wait.
Good, yeah, good
I forgot
Trist.
about Wei. Yeah.
Also means that you don't have to worry about AP elsewhere in the draft.
Yeah. Definitely enough damage on the way to be the solo AP. He doesn't have to be, though. And a very good matchup into Tristana, who can never jump on him.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm scared. No Nidalee, no Nidalee, no Nidalee, no Nidalee, no Nidalee. Please, please, please,
it's
please,
a
please,
classic
please, please.
matchup, though, isn't it? Nidalee, Sejuani. Usually the Nidalee's on my team.
All right. Jiang on the Jax, that's always a fun time.
Blind Jax is outrageous, but also it stops the 3rd pick Twisted Fate here.
But also, what do you pick against the Jax? Cassante? Jax and Cassante, traditionally pretty even. And Jax ends up outscaling. Oh, God. All right, okay, okay. We're saving... Okay. Wako Ezreal. It is very fun to watch. Now, what is J-Team's answer? You can look for your support here if you so choose. Else, I mean, top, you've already seen theirs. You don't really want to get a bunch of bans thrown towards it.
Yeah, you probably want to just pick top here, I would think.
AD carry as well. Yeah, maybe just a Cassante Jax. There's no real winner in this matchup. It's kind of even.
Yeah, classic matchup at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of like the Renekton Jax of old.
Yeah, one guy does have a Sejuani on his team, though.
Yeah,
Feels
Kasante
good.
not the best at applying.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see a whole lot of top interaction
action,
for the
yeah.
jungles. Okay, Zyra banned. Maybe J-Team trying to force out an Italy.
So what is Chi-Chi going to play this game? He does have Draven,
Oh.
if he wants to play that.
Draven might be scary into champs like Jax.
He's not terrible into Jax because your E is so strong against Jax.
Yeah, I just am worried that he'll actually be able to use it for the Jax.
So Kalista banned away by Frank, and Zyra banned away. Maybe Zyra Brand bans here if you're J-Team.
Zyra Karthus could also be an option.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Zyra Lilia because Lilia's looking pretty good against Sejuani Kasante already.
Yeah, it is. Nautilus, okay. Maybe suggesting a potential Zeri.
Yeah. Tristana and Ezreal just do have quite an easy time against Zeri in team fights, though.
Yeah, but Zeri has a pretty easy time against them.
Yeah, that's true. You know, you just want a little more punch with these last picks, that's all.
Okay, this could
Draven.
be exciting. I would be very scared to be a Draven, though. I think. I think Zeri makes more sense.
Yeah, I think
Draven is more fun.
if you're picking the Draven, you shouldn't pick it here and let Kaiwing see it. So he can pick a support accordingly.
I mean, his support's almost always Rel here.
Yeah. And we might be getting another solo Rel engage game for Kaiwing.
If there was any support to give that role to, it's Kaiwing, to be fair.
Oh, Frank do it plenty.
And they make it work almost always. Alright, I'm still scared about this jungle pick. Okay, I don't mind it. Bit of AP coming through on Ezreal and Jax. Will likely be the Leandros first, and despite going full tank after, we saw last game just how much those saplings can actually chunk.
Yeah.
Also means Kaiwing won't be solo engage.
Kaiwing, considering the Rakan, could really make Minji's life miserable if he does lock it.
This would make Chi-Chi's lane a lot harder.
Nah, he's not locking it. I can tell.
No, he is.
I did a soul read. I was looking at him in cam.
Yeah, it's locked. Oh, okay, Rakan.
Nah, he was too alert still in champ select for that to be his champ, you know? If that was his champ, he'd be a bit relaxed.
Lulu, insta-locked from Enzo.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
this is very similar to J-Team's Game 1 draft, right?
Yep.
But their front line is a little bit better, maybe. Maybe it's a little less tanky.
No, this draft is good. There's
Yeah.
no Vi anymore. There's no Nautilus anymore.
And even if something horrific happens to Zeri, you have stuff to prevent it now with the Lulu peeling.
Minji, Lava, swap. Hello, guys.
Maybe just a bug on our
I
end.
hope it's a bug on our end. They had to have swapped. Please, don't be a jungle Hui.
I couldn't see on anyone's screen.
Well, this is Frank, so you wouldn't be able to.
No, you can still see the enemy team.
That's true.
Yeah, this J-Team draft looks much better than the first time around, so we'll see how they execute, because if Chi-Chi plays to the level he played in that Game 1...
Yeah, it should be pretty decent.
Yeah, should be winnable.
But
and Game 2.
In saying that, if Waco plays to the level he played in Game 1, the game gets a lot more exciting. Plus, we just have this Dark Horse and Jimmy in now. Hasn't played either of the last two games.
Yeah, that's true. That's always an annoying thing about Frank in these best of series. They can just swap their mid laner on a whim. And they have very different playstyles as well, the mid laners.
Yeah, and it's something that CFO have the option to do too now, but they haven't
with their
yet.
with top lane,
Yeah.
Also very different playstyles.
Yeah.
Game 3, didn't think we'd be here, huh?
No. What a day. What a day. Looking at runes. Oh my god, the graphic is just bugged. It says, oh, I panicked. I panicked so hard when I saw Hui with Aftershock in the jungle area. Whoa. Guys, don't worry. It is not Hui.
Yeah, very normal looking runes.
Yeah. Nothing surprising at all.
So I am worried for the side of Frank.
Hey, worried.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm worried about who's killing the Sejuani Cassante.
Really?
You have a lot of damage, but isn't it all AD?
Well, no. I mean, Cassante will have to sit in the side lane against the Jax. Plus, Israel and Tristana will absolutely melt through tanks, even if it's just full AD. These tanks will not survive that long against Tristana Israel.
Guess we'll see.
Plus, by the way, like Valva
on.
will have a Warmogs and not armor.
Yeah, true. Jung is being annoying here.
Very, and I mean, great start. Oh, there is the grass proc. W.
Yeah, we see this a lot against tanks in the top lane. If you're something that's strong level 1, go mess up their jungler. Because it's not like Cassante is going to do anything to the wave or mess you up when you get back.
For sure.
Lava just actually completely swapped sides of the map.
3 behind now, though, on his jungle timing.
Yeah, about 2 camps. 2 camps behind, just finishing his first camp now as Gemini is doing his third.
Oh, but again, it's the J team bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, we said Chi-Chi was a good laner, but this is very impressive. Kaiwing.
I mean, it is just Lulu versus a Rakan.
Yeah, this is a situation, I guess, Wako's found himself on Frank, where you can't really play for lane with Kaiwing's champion pool. Gemini is here very early.
Yeah, that's a heal already used. Enso has been knocked up and knocked back, and you got the first prio in the push, but it is quickly punished.
Nice Chi-Chi to get the cannon. Nothing you can do if Maokai's willing to commit flash on the Lulu there. Enzo probably shouldn't have even healed, but it'll be fine for them. They're still doing very well in this lane. Kill went over to Maokai.
And it looks like it won't be the Leandries out of Gemini.
Yeah,
so
Blue Smite. Blue Smite as well. So a different approach to the
Kindle
solo
Gem
AP.
start.
What does that build into? Warmogs?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe it doesn't. I don't think it does, actually. I take it back. I don't know.
We
it
see
builds
some
into lots.
We see some random
Yeah,
Zeeks
the Zeke's
Sejuani.
Convergence.
Some random Knights Vow Sejuanis.
Well, he's Maokai.
Oh, sorry, Maokai's. Same diff.
I think they're pretty different champs, but they're always picked in the same meta.
Yeah, true. Tank meta. Premier tank champions. Very easy to land CC, very tanky.
I mean, slow for this stage at least, other than, of course, that early gank found by Gemini, but...
Yeah, Lava doing a good job to capitalize on the gank from Gemini and catch himself up. He's going to pick up the bot crab now and see if he can help his bot lane out a little bit.
Zombie Ward's not going to make that much easier.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like while Enso was dead, they were able to really zone Chi-Chi all that much. He's just perfectly fine farm-wise. And yeah, everything's a little bit easier when you win lane like J-Team's bot lane are.
Yeah, I mean, things looking pretty decent so far.
And
at least for the side of
Lava.
Frank. Lava looking for an invade, actually gets the smite away even on the Raptor.
That is a bigger deal than it looks like, I think, just because level 6... Oh, look how he's going to stay. Is deceptively tanky on this Cassante, but Jax just has Counter-Strike is the problem.
Yeah, and this wave is pushing towards Jiang as also.
Yeah, both top laners going to take it back. Jiang may not have to TP. It would be massive if he didn't. But Lakai should just TP here, push the wave, and force Jiang's. Okay, Jiang's expecting it, so he just TPs himself. Nice poke landing from Wako now. Bot lane's died down a little bit after some help. And
Gawk at this.
Lava should look at the dragon now. Yeah, he's on the dragon. And yeah, Gemini's in base, a little bit behind tempo because of the gank he's had to make.
Yeah, he pinged on the way to the Void Grub, so I'm pretty sure they're very well aware of what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, what a dream to have this bot lane if you're J-Team. very impressed with Chi-Chi and Enzo so far.
Yeah, this game is more expected. Again, just the melee versus ranged support matchup.
Yeah.
Trade-off Dragon for these Void Grubs. Saw it last game. It benefited J-Team a lot.
Yeah, this wave hasn't gotten much better for Lakai after the TPs. He needs some help up here ASAP. But won't be getting any anytime soon. Actually, Enzo's on his way.
Yeah.
And Chi-Chi gets to greed and stay away.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Back. Yeah.
Was it J-Team up against Antic that sent a rogue Enzo Nami?
Was it a Nami top?
Level
Yeah,
1.
I remember. Yeah. Soul read on the dive by Enzo.
Alright. Yeah, if there was ever a top laner, I mean a support, sorry, to do this.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, all out comes through. Junk didn't actually have to flash away. Lakai, though, gets back onto him. Counter-strike means not much more follow-up can come through, but Lakai now, huge health advantage. No teleport, no flash available for Jiang on the Jack. Should be okay under his tower, especially with...
Oh, does he? Is he, though?
Oh, yeah, this is worrisome. They're looking, and they find the flash, and should
Jiang's
be Lakai.
under tower. Jiang's under tower.
Yeah, Jiang, massive minion wave. Heal coming through from Enzo to speed up this process a little bit more. Ult available, does get polymorphed. It's going to get shut down, honestly. That wasn't much for him to do.
Yeah, that was a suicidal stay under tower for Jiang, who had a chance to run away while his jungler was being killed. Decides to stay greeds for the wave. And for while most of this is happening, Zeri's just not even in the bottom lane because Chi-Chi very intelligently hung around bot to push another wave. So now while Frank's bot lane are in lane, he's just coming back. Gemini gets caught here. Jiang is out if he wants to be out. Nice flash from Lakai to secure the kill, but Gemini staying here is, or Jiang staying here, sorry, is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, probably needed to pop that ult earlier. Probably still dies, but maybe with Counter-Strike could have cleared the minion wave.
Yeah. Minji doing fine in the middle lane. Is going to go for the tier Hui builds, which I don't think we see as much anymore, do we?
No. We often, these days, do just have the Luden's Companion build.
Yeah. Don't remember what got built game 1.
It was Luden's Companion.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird to not go for it this game.
Possibly just wants a bit more survivability.
Yeah.
I guess. Most of the time is more than likely going to be hitting a Jax, a Maokai, or a Rakan, so possibly more value out of just the sustained damage given by virtue of having more mana.
Yeah, you wish you had a little more lockdown to set up this way. He's only got lava helping him. But yeah, with a little setup, Hui can definitely kill these carries. It's just you've got to hold them down. Ezreal Tristana, very difficult to interact with as a champion with 10 skill shots. I'm starting to bully a little bit in this lane. Yeah, Jiang having to use Counter-Strike to farm.
Yeah, it'll be like this until Jiang gets at least to his Triforce.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking aggressively onto Minji. This Nature's Grasp is going to force out a flash. Still gets this stun, but no follow-up.
Nice
Kaiwing
flash.
actually.
Kaiwing ulted too.
Yeah, he ulted earlier. That's probably fine. You're not really going aggressive onto this bottom line at any stage. Just
yeah.
Cry and Jiang keep bashing heads against each other. Oh, Jiang actually going aggressive, and it's Kaiwing that's in the area. Pathmaker, I don't believe, is available here, as All Out certainly will be. Lakai trying to get away, and the Glacial Prison is going to help him out with that. As now Lava 2v1, but certainly looking capable. Wow. Shields coming through from Kaiwing, but it's Jiang who will eventually go down. Mid lane though, Minji, no flash, he just used it, and Jimmy going to be able to secure himself a kill as well, as Wild Growth was actually used on Enzo.
I think Enzo has misclicked ult on himself, and he also didn't heal. Maybe it's not up. Yeah, I think maybe just a mistake from Enzo there. And Minji dies. Shouldn't go down while Lulu's there, I don't think, to Tristana Maokai.
In any case, does, and so that's some much-needed gold here onto this Tristana, as the top side is
something goes well for Frank finally.
Falling apart.
Yeah, even the gank bot early on by Gemini didn't feel all that amazing for Frank. And just watch the Lakai ulti here. Kaiwing is trying to trick him with his W, but interrupts it with his W, and then Lava with what a save. Commits his flash here to get the 4th auto attack onto Zhang as well. Pretty immaculately played by the top jungle of J-Team. No complaints from me.
What does that say? It's like DF.
Okay, we'll see what happened to Minji here.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So they feign going on Enso. Yeah, they fake going on Enso and then swap. Once Tristana committed the E onto the Lulu, Enso thought it was fine to ulti himself, and I thought it was too, honestly.
Yeah, but the burst that comes through from Tristana ult is
even just
high.
the Maokai at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Very high base damage.
Actually goes for
Locket.
Locket.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It does negate a lot of Hui's damage.
It
Very
does.
telegraph damage on Hui. Yeah, Hui's damage, all telegraphed, all AoE. So it makes some sense. It was the Zeeks on Sejuani. Now, Iceborne Gauntlet top is a disaster in terms of items. I'd be surprised if Frank get this. Oh, they will get it, it looks like.
Yeah, Jimmy and happy to commit his teleport. Minji does have his as well, but hasn't actually gone back. Yeah, J-Team entering from the bottom here is everything up and available for Enso outside of his
Minji
flash.
is so out of
Similarly,
position.
this is a 4v5. Minji having to walk the long way around, and it's just the dragon taken with help of that Nature's Grasp means that Frank are going to be at least able to pick up that second dragon of the game, the first for themselves.
Yeah, and that was just based off Minji being in no man's land for most of that.
Jimmy's owning him the whole time.
Yeah, maybe he just had to commit his TP, because Jimmy commit his TP there to get in position for that fight. Meanwhile, again, Enso has barely been in this lane. I guess so has Kaiwing, but they've taken 2 plate spot. Chi-Chi essentially just free farming. Lava here, but very ambitious dive. Need an item on this area, I think, before you're one-shotting this Ezreal. Whoa!
Chi-Chi has eaten in a direction. Wildgrove's going to come out to save him.
Yeah, that was the wrong direction to E.
Having a giggle.
Chi-Chi meant to do that. Only cleanse lost, though.
20 CS is the advantage, though, for Chi-Chi, once again.
Yeah,
having a
impressively.
good time for himself. Lakai as well on this Cassante, 2-0-1 as things stand.
Yeah, and we praised this guy with leads, so let's see what Lakai can do with a very good start to this game.
Yeah, I remember, was it you or Shock I was casting this game with, where it was Lakai on Cassante, and he just became the most unstoppable demon freak of all time.
I think it might have been me.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was early on in last split.
It might have been J-Team DCG or Hellpigs or something.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Because I remember he was against the Senna. Gank's not going to work out top for Lava. He's going to run into...
Point being, of course, that Lakai very capable at Cassante.
Yeah. And this is a very good game to be ahead on Cassante. So much value in all these armor items he's building. You know, barely a shred of magic damage on the enemy team.
Yeah, we'll struggle to do much against the Tristana and Ezreal without some immaculate positioning. Lava found. Teleport coming in, though.
Ulti?
Yeah, going to be able to use that battle dance. Should be fine.
Not Lava doesn't. Ulti there. I guess it's just a 2v2 at the end of the day. So he's just going to chill out and take this red buff. Nice damage from Minji. I really hope Zeeks doesn't have magic resist on it. I don't think it does, though.
I can't remember. I know it used to. Not sure about now. I think it's just armor.
Lava gets his passive procced by Kaiwing, making him a bit squishier for this coming Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, and what do we commit to it? Because Jiang does have teleport. Jimmy, obviously, being in the top side, doesn't need his, and it's on cooldown, so just as well. The Sapling's not going to do anything, really, just Grant Vision. Does get this passive once again off of Lava.
Yeah, I think if you're J Team, you're happy to fight this. The only person who's not really ready for this fight is Minji, who's actually falling very far behind in farm.
Yeah, Jimmy doing a good job.
Yeah, and this is classic Jimmy, and he's just randomly found himself 30 CS up.
Yeah, got the kill off the back of a nice play out of him and Gemini, honestly, doing a bit of target swapping and finding the correct method.
Yeah, Jimmy just seems to find a lot of gold on the map.
Yeah.
Mostly for himself, usually. That's the big difference between him and Pretender. Yeah,
more
TP's
likely to be
straight
up
back
in
top.
gold as Jimmy than Pretender, but Pretender's often more likely to be up in kill participation, so... take that for what you will.
J-Team going to get this Rift Herald.
We're going to start it. There is a Nature's Grasp available. Obviously, the Lulu's going to help out a lot if one of these squishies do get stunned up by that. Lakai actually taking a reasonable amount of damage here.
Frank are very spread.
Yeah, Chi-Chi even. Here comes Nature's Grasp and a nice teleport coming through. Jung, he's going to have a great angle here if he chooses to use it. He's running away for now. There's a bit of target towards him, and as the Rift Herald just snapped up, and Frank...
Bandits, Frank made out with the Rift Herald, barely doing any damage in that fight even. Just positioning better than J-Team.
I mean, the Maokai ult is so powerful.
Yeah.
Gemini. Oh, do they even kill this guy? Jung just took two tower shots as a joke. Oh well, this is the much needed gold onto your Jax.
Oh, is that the first tower? I think it is.
Yeah.
Wow. So that is such a big Rift Herald for Frank to get. They now find themselves at a gold lead.
Yeah, the gold shared, of course, between Maokai and Jax, but still, anything on the Jax right now is good. Dragon, though, is going to be the answer. There's no way for Gemini to get here. Doesn't have the ult. Definitely worth giving over. It's going to be the second of the game for J-Team, but...
Yeah, I think we need to gank this Tristana. She's farming a little too much, I think.
Yeah, actually, going to have to get off this Dragon, and by the time that... Wow, I guess Jung
They're
going
off
up
the
top.
Dragon.
Yeah, so it's just 2 towers and Rift Herald.
I wonder what's made them decide to get off the Dragon there.
I'm not sure. They can start it up again, though. Especially as soon as they see Jung. No teleport. They'll know that because he used it for the last fight.
Dude, they might honestly prefer a fight. We see PSG sometimes do things like this. Where they're more interested in fighting over the dragons than actually stacking them up.
Yeah, those guys just show off.
It looks like they won't get their fight for now, though, because they have TP advantage, so Frank should never contest this. Jung's trying to run down.
Yeah, Dragon getting low, 6k HP. Lakai with teleport available. Gemini almost with the Nature's Grasp. In fact, he pops it. So what can happen here? Dragon getting low. Going to be stolen. Gemini going to be able to get that one. And again, Frank aren't interested in the following fight. They just walk on out of there.
Yeah. We probably think Gemini is our best smiter in the league, right?
Yeah.
And there he goes. Just
Junja's
walks
up there. Junja's up there.
He just walks up and cues it on the Maokai, steals away the dragon.
Definitely a higher execute threshold on Maokai, but it's not that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's barely an execute on either of these.
He also doesn't very nimbly approach the pit.
No, he just waddles up.
Yeah, should be able to stop that guy getting in smite range, I would think, if we're J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a support that can do it. It's kind of the problem, right? It's only Lakai or Lalva, and if Lalva's doing it, then he's probably not on the Dragon either. I mean, he could throw an ult, I suppose, but
yeah,
that could be problematic if a fight comes afterwards is the problem.
Has to be Lakai, but for some reason he held on to his TP.
Yeah. Minji is about to have his fully upgraded Seraphs and working on the Leandries, but taking a little while.
Slowly, this area is farming up, becoming a problem. This should be second item now.
Jimmy's already a problem. 2 items, got a crit cloak as well for fun. Actually, up 40 CS.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Minji in this mid game. Can he not walk up to waves?
He definitely doesn't have the damage. He does not, have the damage to kill Jimmy, if Jimmy jumps on him.
Nah.
But should win the trade. Just it's about getting out and making sure there's no one there to follow up as well. Very scary. I think we're seeing somewhat of the problem of having an enchanter.
Yeah.
And
even just the vision score on the supports, you just have to play differently on Lulu.
Yeah, and it's also just, especially against a Maokai, the only person that can tank is Lalva. Lakai, of course, can, but he doesn't really want to be just sat there.
Face checking for you, yeah. No, he can't. Yeah, he has the Jax to deal with.
Yeah, and so the problem is, like, I think Lulu in a vacuum is fine, but it does get hard to find the ideal way to play around this Maokai ult. And we're seeing that because there's been 3 objectives in a row that Frank have gotten simply by pressing R and walking up to it.
Yeah, I think the Lulu would look a bit better with the Maokai on her team.
Yeah.
If they do run around as a duo, they don't have to face check at all. They can just throw the Maokai saplings.
It does, of course, mean that Chi-Chi later on in this game is going to become even more
that's
of
the
a
trade-off,
menace.
right?
Yeah.
That's the idea. We haven't seen the Zeri do anything yet, apart from lane quite well, admittedly.
Yep. It's just, you got to get to the point where your Lulu is getting the value out of
here it
these
is.
objectives. And then Nature's Grass comes out and it's charmed up. Kaiwing's very low. Lalva does top that wild growth as Chi-Chi is kiting. Minji teleports on in, low health bars. And Jimmy jumps into absolute no man's land. Aspiring Despair as well as Chi-Chi firing away at them are going to confirm at least those kills. Wako not got anything to say in that fight, and neither does either top laner. Oh, Wako going aggressive, polymorph, but he does get the flash off in time to make sure he doesn't go down. Q lands, another Israel moment as Enso is sniped on the back end and Chi-Chi is running for his life.
My goodness.
Where did Jung backed and teleported?
What? It's Frank get Baron.
Yeah, Frank, they're hitting the Baron. Jung's going to be there. Lakai's going to have to touch. Lakai doesn't have teleport. He's walking there. Minji has just jumped on. He thought he could walk forward, and maybe he can as he don't have the damage. The shielding. Jung is here now, though. Kaiwing's blocking a lot of damage, and Wako on 1 single HP will survive. And it's Frank who pick up the team fight win. Lakai now walks on up here. Lakai and Chi-Chi. Jimmy respawns, teleports in, and Jimmy he's got to protect the team. 3v4, and Wako is barely a member. Baron, less than half HP. Lakai, he has ult, he has flash. Jimmy is trying to do the damage on the back end, and it's not all that much when you're thinking of a Cassante. The Baron's picked up. Gemini's always going to smite those. Lakai will get out, and it's Frank making like criminals yet again.
Frank lose the fight, I think, and then somehow get the Baron. Wako just pulled off something heroic on the back end of that fight. I did not see what happened. He chunked out both Chi-Chi and Enso. Killed Enso in the end, too. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens.
What is going on in this series, man? These two are so tightly contested.
Yeah. And that last fight in front of the Baron Pit was hilarious because it was a Tristana absolutely wailing on a Sejuani while a Zeri did the same thing to a Maokai, and they were just racing each other. Classic front to back.
Neither one. Kai. Oh, Glacial Prison lands, and it's going to land well onto Kaiwing, who's in polymorph, firing Despair as well. There is no way out of this, pal. As Gemini next to go down. True Shot Barrage connects, but it's only onto Enso. That Lulu redemption coming through. Tops up that health, and Dragon will be picked up now. And Baron delayed for the side of Frank.
Yeah. J-Team take a very good fight, just faster pace than Frank are able to get to the Dragon. And see what happened bot. Being shown a replay. Oh, Lakai got his TP. Wow, so Jiang really carried that fight.
That is the most criminal teleport.
Yeah, at least in a bush, right? At least in a bush, I reckon.
Literally standing in front of the Jax.
Minji lives for so long here.
What a hero. Wako even hitting everything.
Yeah.
So was Minji, though.
Yeah, Minji hits everything onto Wako. Very unfortunate that he can't get the kill there. Ludens would have, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but he also would have died.
Yeah, much sooner.
Because the Seraph's shield would never have been there.
So still an absolutely terrifying Zeri.
Yep.
On the side of J-Team. They are down a Baron now.
Jung somehow, though, found himself back in the game, going from 0-2 to 2-2.
Yeah, 2 items now on him.
And Jimmy the big winner.
Yeah, Jimmy's been winning this game.
Yep, no IE yet.
Maokai
Has the
ult.
LDR. Maokai ult means that this tower's going to go down. And again, another horrific teleport. That time, Lakai again. 2 really bad teleports back to back.
Confusing TPs. Yeah, Yeah, of course you can't save the tower once the Maokai ult comes out, but you can maybe fight after. Minji is desperately trying to clear these bot waves.
Makai not going to be happy with himself. He does get pretty harsh on himself. Hopefully it's not something that affects him until at least the end of this game, as Makai is taking some damage. This LDR is a big difference maker. Jimmy now actually just shredding, honestly, through this Cassante.
Yeah, he's also just 2 levels up on this Cassante.
Oh my god, Jiang pulls the trigger. Minji does have flash, though, and now Jiang's in a bit of a no man's land. Spiral into Despair, he's going to be able to leap strike out. Following up, Lalva does have... No, he doesn't have the Glacial Prison, sorry. He used it on Jiang on that engage, and Frank will get their way out. Get away with the tower as well. And Jimmy now looking for a second. Lakai, he has flash. Is he going to be able to find a way onto this Tristana? No way.
No, but it does save his turret, and Chi-Chi has to be very careful here. Enzo isn't in range yet to help him out.
Jimmy going to just relinquish that red buff over to Chi-Chi.
Yeah.
Wise choice. Can you say that in a Heimerdinger voice for me?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, you can give it your best go, though.
No, I can't.
Oh.
I don't play Heimerdinger.
Chi-Chi very kindly leaving that top wave for his mid laner, who really needs it.
Well, Undying Despair, not an item we see a whole lot.
Yeah, that is weird. What else would you go?
Ford Mail? No. What? Do Randoms, surely.
Oh, yeah, Randoms is great this game. Why does no one build Frozen Heart on Cassante?
Well, I think just the health. Because, okay, I actually know the answer to this. You can get it later, but how Cassante Q works is you need 1,600 bonus health and 250 bonus resist for your Q to both have the quickest cooldown and the quickest cast time. So health gives cast time, resist gives cooldown reduction.
Oh.
And so without, if you get the Frozen Heart, you'll get low cooldown reduction, but it's really hard to land any of the Qs when it's a really slow animation.
Right. Okay, I didn't know Cassante had scaling like that.
Yep, on his Q.
Jung should be feeling pretty comfortable getting his Frozen Heart soon. Used to see a lot of Frozen Heart Titanic Jacks. Haven't seen Jacks in a while. Used to see a lot of Roa Jacks from Jiang. I'm glad he snapped out of it.
I think he played 2 games of it, right?
Yeah,
just
it was
randomly.
Just one series. He was just dedicated to Rod of Ages Jacks. And it went exactly as you expect.
Incredibly well, and he 1v9, so...
Yeah. I think we're going back for the Liandry's on Maokai.
Oh, yeah. Even having the Oblivion Orb.
I guess it's fine, because early in the game isn't where you need mixed damage.
Yeah, I actually don't mind it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Whether he gets to 3 items on jungle or not.
I mean, he's halfway to 2 items.
Yeah, true.
Trying to get to 4, this guy. Nah, he'll probably just sell on that Oblivion Orb till the end of the game. You don't actually need to upgrade that at all. No, Glacial Prison lands on the Kaimi. He does have 1 more Battle Dance available, and Larva now without the ult. Chi-Chi!
Wow, that damage.
Oh, similar flashbacks to game number 2, where an AD carry gets giga-chunked by an Ezreal.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Chi-Chi, go 4th item Bloodthirster. Don't ego it.
I think we need an Infinity Edge. Does he have an Infinity Edge? I think he needs an Infinity Edge.
It should be 3rd item IE. He went Static Shiv Runans.
Alright, I need the scoreboard, guys. I need to see Chi-Chi's items, please. Baron started. Frank well ahead of the timer on this one. Minji coming across. Lakai does recall. Jiang, he's in the middle of 4, but the problem is they might get this kill. Jiang with the counter-strike, they might not even. The flash forward, they do get it, but it's at the cost of a Baron. And you'll take that every day of the week, it's Frank.
Yeah, J-Team should get this dragon now, though. And this tower, they're committing to the tower very hard.
Will they even, though? They used a lot for that kill. Chi-Chi, no sums, no ult. Enzo, no heal, no ult. And was Gemini using that Nature's Grasp, and with that, does feel like there is no real way to contest. So, sole point now for J-Team. Gemini, though, he's going to be able to hit this tower pretty freely. Pathmaker used.
If Gemini hadn't stolen that dragon, this would be soul already for J-Team.
Yeah.
Very clutch steal by him. And Jimmy will get this bot tower.
Yeah,
whether
Void
it takes
Crab,
1
6
more
of them
auto.
ticking away. Not quite. Oh, Hang on, the Void Mites. Gobble gobble, not going to do anything. Those things feel so useless unless there's 5 of you.
Yeah. That is 1 auto away from 700 gold. A little bit frustrating for Jimian, but recalls for his IE. 4 items now.
Yep, not that frustrated after picking up an Infinity Edge.
Yeah. What builds out of a sword and a cloak?
Well, he is teetering on the edge of a Flame Horizon. 25 more CS to gain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Minji this game.
Yeah, he hasn't died a whole lot, but he has been...
you just haven't seen much of him,
yeah,
right?
he's been a bit of a an Evelyn post-6. As Gemini going to be completely fine getting hit with that Glacial Prison. In fact, probably he likes it.
Lava just, yeah, throws his ult for poke.
Yeah, does mean that Nature's Grass now not available for the siege that is coming up, but Jimian is going to shred these towers. Minji on the way, bit of wave clear. Lava in the area does not have Glacial Prison. Once again, did use it onto Gemini. So Jimian should feel pretty safe. Lava coming and making sure that this wave is not going to reach tower in a manner of which Jimian can hit.
Yeah, here's Frank pushing all 3 lanes, though, with this Baron buff, though.
Yep.
Only about 50 seconds, so they have 1 or 2 more waves to do something.
Oh, Wako, massive chunk on that mid tower.
Yeah.
Lands an instant flunce on Chi-Chi, but won't be able to connect with that Mystic shot. Enso as well. Let's be careful. Chi-Chi going aggressive. Oh, the Arcane Shift was bad.
If Chi-Chi has flash, he may be able to kill there.
Yeah, oh, hold up. Jimian is going to kill the tower. Minji half HP. Not sure what happened to him. Maybe fighting his own demons in his head, but Q is good onto Jimian.
Look at that. Ezreal just removing
yep.
Enso's HP.
Yeah, Wako going to be able to pick up this mid tower. And the top laners will join as the siege onto these inhibs start. J-Team backs against the wall. Maybe this could be it. 5 seconds left on Baron. This should not be the game-ending play unless there were to be a fight. Lakai very low. Essence Reaver. Not Essence Reaver. Essence Flux, sorry. Connecting. Not able to land the Mystic shots, though, importantly, as Jimian just insistent on pushing this top wave. Lakai, he's 1 HP. Yes, he's tanky, but he's not going to last that long with such low amount of hit points. And Junk's found his way on. Wild Growth comes out, unstoppable, he'll go, Pathmaker, and he has survived. Has he just? Oh my god, Jimian, though, is completely ignoring him as he's taken down Nexus Tower #1. Frank, will they continue forward? It looks like they will, as there is teleports coming through. Lakai trying to do what he can, Lava now out of mana. Wave clear is all they need to do. 1 inhib does remain. They're 1.5 minutes away from potential Soul, but it's Frank with all the momentum in the world to pick up the series.
Yeah, I have no idea how Frank managed to get an inhib turret almost, or a Nexus turret, almost the second one, and both inhibs on that play. I don't think that should happen at all. I think J-Team just mispositioned and wasted their Sejuani ults a lot.
And Wako's damage.
Yeah, he's the only person. There wasn't really a fight.
Uh-oh.
Minji, oh.
The Flash did keep him alive as well as that Seraph's.
Oh, yeah, okay. I guess that's why you go Seraph's, because without that, he is 100-0 and 3 Tristana autos.
Jimmy,
nice.
My god, Lava, you absolute beast! They're trying to keep their chances alive. Jimian will be going down. He yeets on top of... Oh, wait a second. Jiang has a teleport and a ward, and this is going to be...
Okay, he's got no wave. He's got no wave at least.
Yeah, but 3 waves of double super minions. This game is all but done. Yes, you got Jimian.
Your Zeri's built for it.
Yeah, you can clear them, but not that fast. And the problem is, as soon as Jimian's alive, I mean, this dragon's going over. It's not Soul, thankfully, for J-Team, but how are you supposed to survive this next 5 minutes?
You have to contest this Baron.
Yeah,
you
Baron
can't
in 1
give
minute.
Another Baron.
No, you can't. There's no way. You have wave clear champs, but they're not wave clearing double super minions from every wave with a Baron. No champs in the game can do that. Maybe Sivir 4 seasons ago.
Looks like they'll set their sights on the mid-tier one now.
Yeah, should be able to get it.
Yeah, about time that went down.
Not all that impactful. I mean, they're not really going to be on the map. Look at that top wave. Look at that absolute mammoth of a top wave.
Yeah, and the problem is you cannot give Baron if you're J-Team.
Yep.
But you also can't go to Baron. This is the problem with losing all 3 of your inhibs.
And who in this game, on the side of J-Team, is dealing with Israel? Enso's going to get locked up. He's safe enough as Lava tanking up everything he can. Nice true shot barrage lands onto Enso, and Gemini is the first to go down. Chi-Chi He found himself an angle. Ult's going to run out, though. What can he do if the ult runs out? Minji's not even able to participate. He's just playing tower defense back in the back of his base. Jimmy going to leave, push the mid wave. It's a 3v4 now, and all the side of FAK need to do is not die. And in fact, they're going aggressive. It's going to be Jung diving on in there. Lakai, he is so low, but Waku not in a position to help. But Jimmy in the base, the split screen, we don't even need it. Who gives a damn about this fight? All it is Jimmy in. He walks into the base, he claims the glory, and what a substitution this was. Without him, who knows if they would have won. It's Jimmy in who gets the job done in 3.
He's going to let the minions end it for good measure, let them watch their Nexus slowly whittle down. Yeah, pretty good game from Jimmy, and we didn't really see him fight many champions.
I want to see the team fight, by the way, because FAK aced them.
Oh.
Yeah, the ace came up. That was why Jimmy was waiting. The ace came through as he ended. So I hope we get to see what actually occurred in the 3v4, by the way.
I'm predicting a Wako highlight reel.
Yeah, I hope we get to see it. I don't know if they'll play it, but they hopefully will.
Yeah. I mean, today is making me want to go home and play Ezreal.
Yeah, it has been an absolute montage for Ezreal today. I mean, to be fair, I actually think this game was... I mean, Wako doing damage, but Jimmy was just doing everything.
He kind of just sat in side lanes, and there was nothing they could do to him.
Yeah, and at the end of the game, goes into their base, one-shots Minji. Just before that, nearly one-shots Minji.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, they had to just kill him much sooner in the side lane. By the time they had picked him in the side lane, it was 36 minutes.
Yeah.
And he had lived there. He was full build, had lived there the whole game, and... Yeah, it was just too massive. Already lost 3 inhibs at that point, and... I mean, the game is kind of unplayable. Like, we keep casting once 3 inhibs go down, but if you've ever played a League game where you're down 3 inhibitors...
Yeah. The only, like, sort of champs you ever get through that with is, like, Kayle. Kayle just one-shots the minion wave.
Sivir, even modern-day Sivir is fine.
It's okay, but it's like... But then Baron makes it less impossible.
Yeah, because the problem is...
And also in solo
queue, you can wave clear all day. You won't lose the creeps. That's fine. But who's defending Baron?
Yeah. The thing about solo queue too is, like, you know, when you're at that stage, the other team's like so confident. The AD carry's like, look, I can 1v5 and die, and then that's when in solo queue you can sometimes come back.
In solo queue,
not going to happen in this
solo
game.
queue, you can sit in base to clear the minions, and Baron might still just be a 4v4 for no reason anyway. Some guy might just not show up to the fight. But in competitive, with how, I mean, for that entire team, for that entire game, FAK were down kills. I'm pretty sure they evened it up, maybe just at the end. But they were down kills up massive amounts of gold the entire game.
And it was Jimmy. Jimmy up, I think he finished that game up like 80-something, maybe even 90 CS. Took 3-4 towers.
Yeah.
As well as a nice turnaround. It's 2 really, really bad teleports from Lakai. Which genuinely could have been game-changing. I think the first one, getting to that team fight.
Yeah, the first one probably changes the game. The second one was just confusing.
That was it. You got a bit dizzy at that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
The tower's dead. It's dead on my screen, and a teleport comes through at last second.
Even teleporting to a full HP tower is risky sometimes.
Yeah, maybe not as Cassante, to be fair. He's probably living.
Oh, I mean, the tower dies.
Oh, right. Yeah, it gets Tristana
tower,
as well. Yeah, it's not the most certain thing in the world, and especially that was at like, what, 40% HP, maybe half HP?
Yeah, also just TPing in front of people as Cassante rather than behind them never feels that great.
Yeah, it depends on the comp, but yeah, I agree. On this occasion, you kind of, if you're in front of the Tristana and the Ezreal, you're not really going to do much.
Yeah, you saw him. All he could do against Jimmy was run for his life.
Yeah.
And thank God Jimmy was so fed. Otherwise, the equally fed Cassante would have just been unstoppable that game.
2-0 start for him. But definitely, I think Lakai kind of fumbling as the game progressed, unfortunately.
Whoa. Yeah, it's the only way you get to use these massive leads as top laners is in team fights. It's usually, these days, it's not in 1v1s.
Yeah.
You know, you're not winning the game through side lane in top lane.
Jung sometimes
You're showing up to the fight. True. You're showing up to the fight, and you are just 1v9.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get to show up to these fights where he's probably at his very strongest in the game.
Weird build too. Weird build. I think the
Despair.
Unending Despair, maybe it's just simply for side lane, but it makes no sense. Randuin's. You're against... This Tristana is completely destroying you.
Yeah.
And that's because of the crit.
So
obviously a bit of armor pen.
So this was the final fight of the game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a straight up 4v4 at this point.
And then Jimmy leaves.
Yeah, Minji makes no plans to come, but Jimmy just spots his target and even rocket jumps, just sends it down mid. And we'll get to see what shenanigans Wako's able to pull off here.
Yeah, maybe it's Jiang. I mean, this was insanity to me. The fact we gone aggressive here.
Yeah, I think this kind of fight shows maybe a lack of shot calling on the side of J Team.
Oh my god, okay, that true shot barrage just hits absolutely everyone. Yep, and at this stage, she's over.
Nice flash from
nice
Chi
Q
Chi.
from Makai. I mean, look at the damage he can output if he actually gets time to spend on people, but...
Yeah. I think...
Even nearly kills Wako there.
I do think there was a point in that fight where they're being chased past their blue buff, and they've actually killed a member of J-Team.
Yeah.
So you could even give up a member of your own... And leave.
Yeah. Problem being they didn't have to because Jimmy walked into the...
No, I mean J-Team.
Oh.
J-Team had shot calling problems because they could just leave someone to die.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the start, they could have... I mean, they started that by just killing Gemini, and then they could have just backed off. They did have the Zeri ult running at the time, and so they kept sort of kiting around the sides of the fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. They probably just needed to leave. It's hard to make that call because it feels like you should be winning that fight. It's a 4v3. Your Zeri has ult available. The Lulu has everything. It's like you should be winning it, and it's just, I feel, too hard for you to get up to the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Where it's not as difficult for, well, Mayokai was dead, but it's not as difficult for Jax or Rakan to make their way to a Zeri.
Yeah, even with the Lulu.
Yeah, exactly. You just battle dance to your Jax who's just queued, and then you have a W. The engage range is massive, whereas Cassante is never really reliably going to get onto Wako without him going aggressive.
No, Cassante is just a distraction for most of that game.
Yeah.
Runs around in circles, takes a long time
Which is
to
unfortunate, because he shouldn't have been. He started 2-0. He really was in a position where he never really should have threat over the carries, but he should be able to be in these team fights and making sure they can't do damage to anyone else for long enough that it just is a one-team fight for their side.
Yeah.
And honestly, Lalva, credit to that guy. He was doing it. On the
he was doing exactly that.
He was doing as much as you could ever dream as that Sejuani.
Yeah, some not so great ultimates.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, it's like, that's okay. Like, you miss an ult. Generally, at this level of play, your ult is only ever hitting like exactly Rakan or Maokai.
Yeah.
Like, it never really hits anyone else. You know, the AD carries are just too safe. Tristana can jump out of it. Ezreal can jump out of it. You're going to hit a tank. If you miss a tank, like, whatever, man. It's like you miss a permafrost and they've got Merc treads anyway. It's like, it's fine. But he was taking up so much damage, and he was exactly where he needed to be as well. Positioned between everyone doing damage and his carries. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Wako gets player of the game. I mean, he played flawlessly, but I still think Jimmy.
Yeah.
I think that
Jimmy
game
was
blew
just a
open
solo
for
win
Jimmy.
con.
Although that one team fight, I guess, around the top river where Wako just somehow turned it around, where he was able to kill Enso.
Oh, yeah, that was insane.
I'd like to see the start.
That has to be the replay.
Because we didn't really get to see that, right? It was... We're off screen at the top side of the fight.
We just saw J-Team winning a team fight and then panned back to their bot lane getting annihilated by the Ezreal
gets the
on his
polymorph.
own.
Yeah, this will be it, I think. They do get the polymorph, but Wako actually gets the flash off before it connects. So.
Yeah. So meanwhile, the carries are just wailing on the tanks. He lands a nice ult onto Enso here. And he's targeting Chi Chi. I think this is the big difference between Wako and Chi Chi. Is target selection.
Yeah, Chi-Chi probably just jumps on the Sejuani there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We saw him in a very similar position jump on the Sejuani. Wako doesn't go for the kill on the Sej, plays it patiently. Chi-Chi
the flash
moves as well.
Yeah, they're both playing fantastically.
And all three key matchups were ADCs this game.
And Ezreal picks it up.
Yeah. I mean, Ezreal picked it up every time.
Yep.
Does Ezreal have 3 MVPs this series?
I think so.
Yeah, I think Ezreal has 3 MVPs.
Yeah, I do think... I called it
game 1.
I think game 1, Jiang did deserve it, though. That entire game. Like, Wako, don't get me wrong, Wako went like 11-0 or something in game 1. He went insane. But it was like all because Jiang was literally just one-shotting absolutely everyone. We are going to go to an interview very quickly for our first series. It's with Jiang and Patty, so please do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
Let's have Yijian say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 FAK 的上路选手一剑，请一剑先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是上路一剑。
So you guys won today's game, even though there was a little bit of a struggle in between. You guys still win the game. How do you feel about winning today's game? 你们今天虽然说中间有一点波折，但最后还是顺利的赢下了比赛。想问一下你自己赢下来之后的心情如何？
赢下来肯定就是开心的，但是中间就是有点小波折，就当下蛮慌的这样。
So winning today's game obviously is a happy ending. So even though there's a little bit of a struggle, we still were able to fix it and win the game today. So overall, I'm still very happy. So you actually lost the 1v1 game against JT's AD carry Qiqi today. I want to ask you what is the biggest problem over there? 你今天在打单挑赛的时候输给了 JT 的 AD 选手Qiqi，想问一下你自己认为那里最大的问题是什么？
因为在 BP 的时候，他放了我的狮子狗，我本来以为他要选一些可能他的特殊武器，所以我就不选狮子狗。那我最后选了一个熟练度不太高的蛮王，就被打爆了这样。
So actually, JT's Qiqi actually left one of my biggest picks, one of my major champions out, and I thought that he's trying to keep some strategy in between. So I chose another champion that I'm not very familiar with, Trindamir. So I wasn't able to do very well on that champion. That's the reason why I think I lost the 1v1 today. So actually, what do you think happened in the second game that you guys lost it in the second game? 所以在第二局的时候，你认为输掉最大的原因是什么？
我认为沟通是占很大的一部分吧，因为第二场我们其实都蛮急躁的。
I think probably communication was the biggest problem there because we're all very eager to win and we had a little bit of a messy communication at the moment. So I think that was the biggest reason we lost the second game. After the loss against CFO last time, what kind of things do you guys go home and fix before today's game? 在上次输给了 CFO 之后，你们回去有没有做什么样的调整或改进呢？
我认为也是沟通的部分，我们在沟通这部分上做了蛮多的检讨的，这样。
So I think the biggest thing that we fixed is our communication. We did a lot of back and forth and talk about how we communicate in game. So what do you think FAK needs to improve on to keep yourself on the top tier teams in the PCS this summer? 你认为 FAK 还有哪些需要去改进或进步的地方，才能在夏季赛在 PCS 保持前段班的水准呢？
我觉得我的队友都做得不错，那我自己的话，可能就是需要把每个版本的 meta 角都练起来，这样。
I think all our teammates were really good at their job. For myself, I need to get more familiar with the meta picks and get more familiar with different champions. That's my goal for the summer. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win today. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛胜利。我们把镜头转回主播台。
谢谢。
This guy has the audacity to say, you know, my goal for summer is to get good at the meta picks, as if he isn't like top 3 at least minimum in our region.
He is also kind of one of our top laners who he is good enough where he can kind of decide the meta.
Yeah,
if he'd like to. If he starts picking Riven, everyone else has to play it.
I've never seen him play a meta champ and thought, this guy needs to improve at the meta champ.
No, but also he's very disciplined with not picking it just because it's good. Like he won't pick something just because it's good here or it's very meta. He'll only play things that he is very good on himself.
Yeah, he'll see an Udyr and lock in Riven immediately. This guy, an absolute beast. FAK do eventually take the series 2-1. We, of course, do have one more series on our hand, PSG versus DCG. After the break, we'll see you there.
China has passenger Michael Chen. Your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Got to
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our second series of the night and the final series for week number 3. It's going to be between PSG and DCG, and I'm excited. I love watching both these
of course,
teams.
these are your 2 favorite teams,
These
maybe.
would be, oh yeah. I mean, the problem is I have a lot of favorite teams
Yeah.
because I also really like watching Frank. CFO's fun to watch because you don't know if they're going to be good or bad on any given day, and the highs are ridiculously high, but definitely entertainment value. DCG is my favorite. Because
yeah, it's not close, really.
Yeah, no, you don't get the same draft ever, so it's always kind of interesting. You know, you get into the pick bands, and I have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, and Chris Scott, I think, is working his way to being my favorite player.
Yeah, he's a good.
He had a special place in our hearts last split just for picking 20 unique champs in his first split playing
I
mid
do
lane.
have to wonder if that was the highest unique champs ever played in a split in any region. In terms of the top tier.
In someone's debut split, I'd be willing to bet my life that that is the most unique champs anyone's played.
Yeah.
Considering he's off-roll as well, or roll swapped.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Well, we're going to have a 1v1 on our hands. Orca, no surprise, versus Betty. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of ADCs in these 1v1s lately.
Yeah, I think we've found a meta where everyone just picks 80 carries. We did have that honorable one yesterday of Aurelia versus, was it last week? Last week, Aurelia versus Tryndamere. That was an honorable 1v1.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yep. Who won that one, Tryndamere?
No, Jung, Aurelia.
Really? Okay. Triple ADC bans from Orca.
Zach Varus. Okay. We've seen the Varus. We've seen the Zach.
Yeah, we've seen the Zach.
Who was he against?
I don't remember. Something that just could not touch him.
It was Orca on Zach again, I'm pretty sure. Oh, some all chatting going
who
down.
did they play yesterday?
Who did they play?
Hellpigs?
Nah. West Point.
Oh, West Point. Guan.
It was Guangwan.
And he was on.
Good question.
Yeah, I'm blanking on it too, but
Yeah.
whatever it was, I mean, Orca didn't remember either, probably.
It might have been...
Snowball Ignite.
Yeah, and also a Balmy Cinder. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, get in there. Ignite coming down early. That's also heal reduction from the E. I mean, Betty's just won this. This is not even close. And we'll get the passive as well, I guess.
Yeah, should do. He's got enough AoE on this champ. 1 Q will do it.
Oh my god, that was close. Oh!
Some profane language there, I think.
Maybe he called out maybe he said, like, the name of a different airline.
Oh, yeah.
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 Orca's too much of a nice dude.
Yeah, he wouldn't swear.
No uttering profanities.
Oh, what a disaster for him, though. Barrier not even used by Betty.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Orca got a bit lippy, didn't he?
Yep, Varus not a champ you want to stat check at level 3.
Yeah, it was kind of just Zach out-sustaining and winning that way yesterday. It might have even been a melee matchup.
Yeah, yesterday, whatever he was against, he won that fight.
Yeah.
He won that level 3 fight. The Ignite made a big difference for Betty in this fight. You know, couldn't just walk around picking up blobs, could Orca. Betty looks happy.
Yeah, he does look decidedly happy. You would be. He's making his way to his Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, makes sense on hit Varus.
It was Betty last time, possibly the most impressive 1v1 against 1116.
Oh, the comeback on Callista, right?
Yeah, barrier used. I mean, again, the good thing about Varus is you do have healing reduction. Oh, it's actually dodged away from by Orca, but god damn, you are not winning this. All right, job's done.
Yeah, wrap it up. Orca's here for a good time, not a long time, and he is out of here.
Yeah, that's just... Yeah, that's possibly the worst showing thus far from Orca.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he usually wins.
Yeah, well, yeah, that makes it hard to have a worse
Bad
showing. But wow, Betty just giga stomping. Maybe, you know what? We're eventually going to have J-Team versus PSG. We could get Betty versus Chi-Chi.
Yeah, I think we're due ADC versus ADC. We haven't seen it yet this split.
Have we not? Yeah.
Oh, Callista versus Callista, if you count that.
Yeah. There was also like a Callista versus Ezreal, I want to say. if I remember correctly.
Maybe Corky. Maybe it was close to Corky.
Yeah.
I remember Corky fighting some stuff.
Yeah,
Doing
there's been
quite
lots
well.
of Corky. I don't remember. Anyway, PSG on your screen, Arta Ginger, Maple, Betty, and Woody. Probably the favorites for the split.
Yeah. Yeah, like favorites, make it to Worlds, everything.
Yeah. I mean, just there's no weak point on the roster. You know, a lot of teams, there's like, you know what, this player's good at this, but if you get him in this matchup, he's not going to do well. There's nothing really you can say negative about PSG. You can't be like, oh,
There's
yeah.
no point to attack.
Yeah, it's like you could like some AD carries. You're like, well, you really want them on a hyper carry. They're not going to do well as center. Betty carries as center.
Yeah, he'll
Woody
play
can
any.
play Enchanter, Mage, or Engage.
Yeah,
completely
extremely
fine.
well.
Maple, very very good at champs like Azir.
Yeah.
Literally won them the series against SoftBank from behind as Nico.
Oh god, I remember that game 5.
And
yeah.
Ginger, I mean,
Probably our
this
best
guy
jungler.
on his carries is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to distinguish him and Carter, I'd say, for best jungler. Carter on carries has looked pretty infallible, and Al's tanks is insane.
Yeah, they seem to alternate getting the better of each other.
Yeah, I'd agree. On the other side, though, DCG, possibly, actually just definitely the most fun team to watch is Taco, 65, Kriskada, Feng, and Orca, of course. Taco, yesterday, having a really good showing on the Renekton.
Yeah, very good showing.
Yeah, very impressive from him. 6-5, a couple of Nidalee games. Hopefully we don't see that again. Not that he's bad at it, just that I'm sick of seeing Nidalee and it seems to suck, so...
Yeah, now I wonder if these teams were watching the previous series and will put an appropriate amount of priority on Ezreal.
Yeah, well, DCG can flex it. I think that's one benefit they have going for them. Is
Yeah, so DCG have already shown that they prioritize the champ. We'll see how PSG feel about it.
Yep.
Did Betty play it?
Betty played it at MSI against BLG.
Oh,
How many
yeah.
times do I have to bring up that
No,
game?
I mean, did he play it? This split?
Can't remember.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the matchup should just be Kriskada Feng. I mean, Kriskada versus Maple. Simply because of Kriskada. You know, the highlighter matchup, whatever. I forget what it's called.
Yeah. Could be jungle, too.
Head-to-head. Yep.
Yeah.
No surprises. Holy! Look at the damage per minute.
Yeah, the GOAT. That's not even close to
Look
damage
at the
per minute.
champs. Kriskada's played exactly one singular game.
I forgot about the Tryndamere into Wei game. And the Lucian
He
into
has
Corky.
played exactly one game of an AP champ this split, and it was Hui. Other than that, it's been Yasuo, Tryndamere,
Oh god,
Israel.
Yasuo too. Yeah, he came out the gate this split, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love Kriskada, man. This guy, you just get into draft, you see an Israel Thirst 5, it's like, okay, well, we got to get wrong. It's mid lane.
Yeah, and he needs to just start showing up wearing an apron.
Yeah.
If he's going to cook this hard.
Yeah, he's not allowed in the Cook's Guild. Now, draft phase. How do you draft against this team? You don't.
Diana
See, have you ever seen a team have to ban Diana?
No, but this is very PSG. It's not a champ they have to learn to play against for anyone else, so they're not going to deal with it if DCG like playing it. And DCG don't only pick it with the Yasuo. They picked it with something else.
Israel.
In the mid lane. Ezreal, yeah, of course. Ezreal,
Oh no,
Diana.
Israel was. I think Israel was the Nidalee game, and the game before was trying to think. Was it Corky? Was it
Lucian?
No, it was Lucian game 1 yesterday. It was Lucian versus 116 Hui. It was.
No, Lucian was against Corky.
Oh, it was. Oh my god.
Tryndamere
It was
was
Tryndamere
against
against the Hui.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright, Nidalee banned. PSG realizing I don't want to watch it. Although, actually, I take that back. It was a pleasure to watch Ginger play it.
So with TF banned, I think Skarner and Cassante become extremely high priority champions. And I expect PSG to just take Skarner.
First pick Vayne.
Yeah, go on. First pick Ahri would
You
be
know,
outrageous.
this could be
Ash is open,
the
Kalista's
way to
open.
play against Kriskada. Just pick something that's good in every matchup.
Yeah.
Because, like, what counters Ahri? Not really anything.
I have no
I mean,
idea.
Syndra does well into her, but you are then very prone to ganks.
So there's the Skarner locked in. Ash is available.
Yeah, we saw Feng play Ash yesterday.
Kalista's available.
Israel.
Will Taco play the Mordekaiser? Who am I kidding?
Yeah.
He has an even more egregious counter pick prepared.
Yeah.
What is he going to play? Lilia top.
True, your friend did that in my normal.
My friend?
Yeah.
Oh. Probably went well, I assume.
Zyra? Getting ready for a Zyra jungle, perhaps?
Champ that's seen a couple bans. It's seen a couple bans.
Yeah, it has seen bans. I don't think we've actually yet to actually see it.
No,
We will
yeah.
now. Picked. So we're going to get an AD mid, for sure. I wonder if you just pick the Ezreal now for PSG. It's, you know, everything struggles in lane against Ashe. Ezreal probably deals with it almost the best, if not the best.
Yeah. I agree. I think Ezreal's just looked so good. Doesn't feel as good against Zyra.
Ooh, Ginger. Karthus could be exciting to watch.
It's a sickening Karthus game already.
And Maple looking to pick himself up the Corki. That makes a lot more sense. Once you pick this Karthus, you know you want to have an AD mid, so picking it before going into more bans.
Makes sense,
Yeah, otherwise you're just going to be forced onto something like the Yone or...
Jace, Yone, Yasuo.
Is this going to be a Lucian now for the next pick? We've seen Chris Carter likes to, but that would mean that he has to repeat a champ.
Yeah, which he doesn't like.
Which genuinely, I wonder if a lot of the time he actually just genuinely at this point doesn't want to repeat a champ.
You actually have to wonder.
Because, I mean, Lucian probably not doing that great against things like Karthus Skarner.
Yeah.
Like, the Lucian doesn't tend to deal with tanks that well. Poppy maybe locked in here. Might be Taco's answer. Well, the Renekton is more Taco akin, and he's going to lock it in. So, had a good game for himself yesterday.
Yeah, just going with comfort. I'm surprised that's not just a Cassante. But
We should mention this could be Zyra bot.
yeah, it can be Ashe Zyra.
Yeah, it is a lane that's been around since Season 3. It's very annoying to deal with, of course. If you put out the plants, they slow, Ashe slows, and you just keep taking constant plant damage as well as, you know, Ashe sticking on you like glue.
Yeah, and team fights are just incredibly difficult against so much CC. Just not hard CC, but just AoE slows and damage.
And in any case, you're banning AD mids here for sure. Yone going to be the first of their choice. I mean, what's left? The Yasuo, Ezreal, Lucian. You have to mention.
Yeah. Yeah, damn. Ezreal and Lucian both available. If Cristata wants to take them mid.
Nautilus against Woody.
Both should have quite good matchups into Corki, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, Corki will do more damage to Lucian, but Lucian, as we saw in our prior series with Cristata, does just sit there pushing in the Prio the whole time. Braum band. Actually a decent ban against Karthus. Can block that Karthus ult if you're able to somehow guess which direction he's in. Yeah, Varus maybe.
So that's going to be Varus Ashe bot, probably, if this is
I
locked in.
wouldn't count on it, pal.
Just Ashe mid.
Probably Varus mid. I'll say it's lethality Varus mid would be my guess. Jhin.
It is a
Betty's already played really well on the Jhin.
fantastic Jhin game as well. Pretty much no one who can stand in front of you, no one who's mobile.
Yeah, no one's diving on you, which is a very, very rare thing in today's League of Legends.
Yeah, and no one who's even just mobile. No one who's really that tanky to tank your ult either.
Alistair is, but
yeah.
I mean, well, we're going to get a unique champ out of Cristata. Could it be Renekton and then Varus top? Genuinely, the Varus top with Blade of the Ruined King against Skarner, that seems like it would do fairly decent.
Yeah, should probably do better than Renekton, honestly.
Obviously, Taco is a bit of... Okay, it did swap. For a second, when I saw the Varus given to Taco,
Yeah, it would be a bit criminal to pick the Renekton and not give it to Taco.
Yeah. He is a bit of a Renekton merchant. Very, very strong at that champion.
Even if you end up sending him mid with it. If you really feel the need, but...
So, Cristata, 7th unique champ of the split. Still only picked 1 AP champ. He's going to run out of champs eventually.
Last series felt very easy to make predictions based on draft. What are you predicting based on draft this game?
I think PSG.
Yeah, I like them too.
There are 3 insanely squishy champs and a Karthus to...
And a Karthus and a Jhin.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a very... I think PSG's draft is a lot better. It doesn't feel like Renekton should really get much headway in the top side, so... likely will be strong early on, of course.
I think definitely if you just take both these team comps, put them 30 minutes into the game even. PSG just completely annihilate the game.
Yeah, DCG really have to get something going early on.
Yeah. It depends what the Zyra can do, really. Karthus isn't doing anything early game.
Yeah.
So maybe Zyra can do something.
Kind of just want to rush 6 as soon as possible. Karthus a surprisingly quick dragon, so you know, teams often like to prioritize Void Grubs when they have a Renekton top, and that could be an angle for Ginger to sneak away a dragon. Those isolated lay wastes do hit pretty hard.
I think most of the pathing should be towards bot lane this game, though, just because there's a Leona, Alistair down there against 2 immobile ADCs.
Ooh. Scary. Comment on the Varus this game as well as the Zyra.
Okay, so will be lethality Varus, not the most surprising when he's mid lane.
Nah, not at all. You will have sustained damage, of course, coming through from Zyra and Ashe. And similarly on PSG, Karthus and Corki, more than enough sustained damage for anything they're going up against. So
yeah, unless incredibly behind, neither team is going to struggle for damage.
Yeah. Should be all well. Did Chris Carter play a Varus game last split? I don't think so.
No, not that I remember.
Oh, Maple actually getting found by his Raptors. Chris Carter trying to deny him entry into the lane. Is always going to have priority early as the Varus in the 1v1. Not many champs will compete with that.
And honestly, this is an amazing meta for Cascada.
Yeah.
That it is AP junglers, and he can just pick whatever ADC he feels like mid, essentially.
I think it also, for PSG this game, it should be stated that because of how long Maple has been around, he will be very familiar still with how mid lane Varus operates.
Yeah.
Because there was a time back in, I want to say like Season 5,
yeah, mid lane
where
Varus.
mid lane Varus was one of the top of the meta
There's
picks,
a disconnect.
and it looks like there's a disconnect.
Yeah. Who was it? Orca. Was it everyone? That's what we suspected last game as well.
Yeah.
That everyone DC'd, because that looked like an everyone DC'd.
Yeah, it does. Betty's just wandering up to the river.
Betty's halfway up to river. The supports are autoing each other. Ashe is under tower.
We might have a chrono break on our hands, I dare suspect. A possible extended pause, hopefully not. I mean, yeah, I do like, you know, going back to last series, the game 3, we finally got a more even draft. And I think coming into this series, I do think PSG's draft is far superior.
Yeah.
But it's not without sort of the angles for DCG.
Yeah.
They are a lot stronger early. Varus, Ashe, Zyra, any early objectives, it should be theirs to take without
They
any
should
mistakes
have
happening.
priority and jungle agency.
Yeah. And so they have to get the game finished somewhat early. But if they aren't able to do so, that's when it becomes a problem. Because as the game progresses on, Skarner is going to be too tanky to really get through before your front line. Renekton's nothing compared to Skarner.
And also just Skarner's targets.
Yeah.
Skarner's targets are an Ashe and a Varus this game.
And a Zyra.
Yeah, just so easy.
Yeah.
If he's ever tanky enough to just run at the enemy team,
yeah,
he will just be picking up kills non-stop. We have confirmed that it is issues with both teams, so maybe someone just needs to restart the router over there.
Hopefully. And, I mean, yeah, it doesn't feel like there's many ways without maybe a Varus ult, a straight Ashe ult, or a teleport from Taco to find your way onto the Jhin either.
Yeah.
So without Betty being very far behind, it feels like he's just going to feel so safe this entire game.
Yeah, DCG are going to need to make this game very scrappy as soon as possible.
And boy, are they the team to do it.
Yeah, true. If you need a guy to make a game scrappy, 665 is your guy.
Isn't he just? Do you remember that game last split where he was Lee Sin and there was like an on-god 5-minute fight bot lane where he was there from the beginning to the end, and it like 3 different times he's like 1 HP, and
other people died, ran back. And,
Sundered Sky just kept him alive.
Was that the game against PSG? Because he just had Lee Sin banned against him for the second half of the split. After that, after one Lee Sin performance against PSG,
I don't remember who he was against. I just remember that one fight bot where it literally went on for 5, if not more minutes. And he was there the entire time.
Yeah.
There was like nothing overly impressive going on either. Like there was, I remember he had like one insane kick during it.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was like 1 HP, Sundered Sky with Safeguard. He's back to like 400. And Conqueror procced the entire
Strain
time.
tanking, yeah.
Oh, damn, we should go back and look at the rune, how much healing he had from Conqueror in that game.
It would be a lot. Conqueror doesn't heal a lot, but it would still be a lot.
Yeah, over the course of 5 minutes with it procced the entire time. I always wish that Conqueror had extra damaged out stat on it.
Yeah, that seems like the more relevant stat.
Yeah, because you don't actually take the Conqueror for the healing, to
Not
be
at all.
honest.
No, it'll heal like 10.
It's okay. Yeah, the healing's nice, but you take it because it just gives you extra damage in the extended trades.
Yeah.
And oftentimes that's what you need. That's why you see champs like Jace, when they're up against a full-on tank, they just take the Conqueror because it means they're able to burn through a lot quicker than if they have Phase Rush or, you know, First Strike or whatever you may have. And so, yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting stat. There's a lot of stats that got removed this split, actually. You know, on the items, I remember.
Yeah, that was a decision.
Yeah, back to live. Thankfully, all things seem like we're back and all good. No Chronobake required.
So, yeah, bot lane off to a shaky start for DCG, but nothing to panic about. It's a level 1 Alistar. Mid lane looking pretty even. Nice poke by Cruscada. I forgot about this. The Comet Varus.
Yeah,
guaranteed
oh my
Comet
god,
with his
hits
E.
that piercing arrow as well.
Yeah, so good start for Cruscada. Fleet footwork on Maple should help him sustain a bit.
Yeah, it's not overly surprising that the Varus is winning.
Yeah. Especially without Halo Blades on the Corki, he should just be winning most of the game.
Low on mana, though. There is play around that. If Maple was able to dodge out of a skill shot or two, then...
Yeah, Maple definitely managing his mana better.
Now, 665 was a flash wall of pain warden.
Yeah.
Will Junja do the same?
If he needs to. Flash Wall of Pain looks good this game.
It does.
I'm not even kidding. It looks good.
Yeah, genuinely.
Oh, might see it here.
Look, Carter's not going to get the slow. If he flashed, he would have.
Yeah. He could have honestly traded flashes there if he did. Doesn't know where he does know where Zyra is.
Yeah, he does. He just saw her on the blast on the what is it, scrying orb or
665.
vision plant, shall we call it?
Yeah, both junglers did path down to bot, but Junjia has just run the entire way up the top.
Wait, he's found a gank. He's found the gank angle.
No.
And it's always Arja. Arja's always the gank angle. Taco, slice, dice, flash. Successful gank for Junja. Level 4 Karthus.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Taco, especially with the wave coming to him. He was perfectly safe there.
Oh, what happened here? I assume a piercing arrow may have struck Maple across the chin.
Yeah. Very close to dying, actually. Cruscada hasn't actually accomplished all that much in mid lane yet, apart from Prio. The CS will even up once Maple picks this up under the tower now. Yeah, so we still haven't seen the impact of this Varus yet, really. It kind of reminds me of the Lucian as well. He was just shoving... The Corki was under pressure the entire game, but he didn't actually get a lead for himself.
For sure. I wonder what... I almost want to just ask Cruscada, you know, what made you choose Varus this game instead of Lucian?
Varus Zyra seems like a good combo. A little more utility on the Varus, right? Maybe less damage.
Do we need utility, though? We have a lot of utility. I feel like having a bit of safety in one of our carries might be nice.
Yeah. Cruscada.
Oh, Walker finds the angle. Flash going to be used, and Maple does just survive, but we now have a Corki in mid lane without that flash, without that teleport, and without much health.
Yeah, I'm surprised Orca doesn't commit his flash and ignite. Oh, he already used his flash.
He used the flash to get in.
Yeah, sorry. I'm surprised he didn't commit his ignite and keep going, but I guess Maple is just screwed now mid anyway. Nothing but a tier and a chain cloth armor for him.
So 6-5, going to be able to do this dragon pretty easily. Has the plants obviously to tank up the hits. Just sit there and whittle away.
Oh, Jesus. No. These support players need to have some self-respect, honestly.
Chris Carter cops an ignite. Well, he gets cancelled again.
Woody with the tempo ignite. We'll see if we see more of that.
Ginger, he's going to be able to pick up these Void Grubs, so that gang top paying off slightly.
Yeah, it's traded for a dragon, though, so
level 6.
Perfectly happy with that. If you are DCG, Junjia, I think he was off vision. We'll get spotted now, so they know he's level 6. Farming very well on the Karthus.
Yeah.
665 not quite keeping up. Orca finds him and lets him recall.
All right.
That's surprising.
We are just laning mid. Leave the Jin Ash to their own devices and have at you will in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm happy with this if I'm Jin.
Yes, so am I. I'm extremely happy.
Comes Woody though. Seems like he's a little quicker around the map than Orca. That's probably because he has boots.
When are we going to get the Jin mid out of Chris Carter?
Don't tempt fate.
I wouldn't mind it. I have utmost faith in this guy now.
Yeah, at this point when he picks something,
you know it's just the best
engage onto Orca though.
Yeah, we've got 665 in the area though. Woody does have flash actually. He is slowed up, and then China Crystal Arrow is fantastic out of Ving. Betty trying to trade back. He gets slowed up. Needs to be careful, but
whoa, they need to
okay.
Stay. Yeah.
Curtain call. 1, 2, 3 misses and 4 connects.
Shot.
Betty.
I mean that was very grief from 665 to leave there, but Betty hits all 4 of his shots. Just sloppy from DCG giving back a kill there.
The play. Betty, this is the second Jin game in a row. We've seen him be an absolute marksman.
Yeah, here's the engage by Woody on weak side without his ignite up. Just gets Ash arrowed and killed here, and then 665 just needs to stay with his bot lane for a bit.
Back to life. Jinja's out of mana. He wants to die probably as Woody and the W explosion claims that kill. Taco ended up in the...
How did that happen? Was he doing Rift
Well,
Herald?
I saw the picture-in-picture, and he was on the other side of that wall. And then we came to live, and he was not on the other side of that wall.
I mean, Junji is down a flash, so...
Yeah, but... Yeah. I don't know what happened. I guess he probably overcharged, and RJ came flying in over a wall. Is my guess.
Yeah.
6-5 though, going to use this time to try and get some counter jungling in. Junji picks up the big one. Zenith Blade committed. No Solar Flare available for Woody, but similarly, Orca no ult either.
Okay, right, so Junji was trying to steal red, just gets it in time, and Taco commits onto him.
Oh, he did the weird combo. He did Wall of Pain and then Flash.
Oh my goodness. Oh, because Taco's got Orca here, but Woody's just respawned and runs straight to this fight. Yeah, what a rotation.
It when your Leona steals a kill with her W explosion.
Yeah, not much you can do about that, but amazing rotation by Woody. Otherwise, that might have been a double kill.
Yeah.
For
fantastic
DCG.
Timing. Both supports having pretty good time. Oh, God. China Crystal Arrow. Woody does get the W off in time. 65 in the area. Flash. We'll get that Strangle Thorns, and in comes that ultimate. Betty, though, we've seen him in this position before. There is a Requiem available. Curtain Call is up now. One landing is just a freebie for Karthus.
Yeah, and even just an... You see Betty's desperate for an auto. Orca has ulti now. He's dead.
Teleports. There is none available. Betty with the flash. He's going to get out.
Nice E. Nice E by 665. Very accurate.
He could still look for a Curtain Call here. Requiem is available.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, 6-5. Not going to land the root. And Woody now back means that Betty should be pretty safe. Solar Flare available. Fang has to be careful. Does have Flash, does have Cleanse. Cleanse used immediately.
Yeah, nice. Taco is going to be perfectly fine weak side on the Renekton for now.
Yeah.
Can even mess with Junjia. It should mess with Junjia here,
God,
I think.
we're going again.
Yeah.
Woody. Surely we don't kill this, right?
Oh, he wasted W. And Aftershock.
Oh, Curtain Call coming out, though. Requiem coming through. That is it. Alistair will not be going down. One more.
No
connects.
way.
Betty is on fire.
Yeah, there's a TP as
and
well.
And we're going even more. There's no way for Chris Carter to get out of this. A tower shot. Betty, one more on either of these two. Fang is so low. Able to get out. And in the backside, Orca does manage to get the kill on Woody with that ignite. But god damn, Betty.
Yeah, luckily for the carries of DCG, he didn't have flash up. Otherwise, he was killing one of them as well. Very sloppy dive from DCG. I don't think it's an impossible dive, but the way it was played out was very sloppy.
I think it has to be said that this is just the most fun meta I have watched in a long time.
Yeah, everyone's diving constantly, playing cool champs. 665.
Just again the 4 from 4.
Yeah, he can't try and get behind his Varus there because it would put him in tower range, and he's got a dot on Woody. And yeah, Woody just goes down to Ignite, gets his pink ward off, which I think is a good thing.
Make sure there's no vision under his tower.
Yeah.
Negative 75 gold.
Yeah, minus 75.
Oh, Betty getting awfully close to a collector.
Yep. Feng fine, doing fine, hanging in there.
Woody just 2-3-0. Put in a shift on Leona. 1k gold is the advantage for PSG, but 2 dragons already picked up for DCG. So they're in a fine position. Again, though, they are on a timer. Orca going aggressively. I think they're realizing. Orca no ult, and Karthus is here, so close to having his ult up. Not going to have it in time, and Ginger claims his first of the game.
Yeah, no, they did have the Zyra ulti, but no Ali ulti. It's up now, so you kind of wish you delayed that a little bit if you were DCG. So far, just a lot of sloppy kills going over to PSG from DCG. Whereas it's only Woody that's died on PSG.
And died he has.
Yeah, very efficiently.
Yeah, the good thing is every one of his deaths has been for something.
Yeah, they've gotten a kill back every time, at least one. For now, Feng has Prio and his jungler here. Ooh. So Betty is going to find himself in serious trouble soon.
Yeah, Requiem almost available, which changes the odds a little bit. Nice.
Yeah, and I mean, 665 is so committed to this. I think this is the second or third time Junji has done a full clear of Zyra's top side. Yeah, level 10 on Karthus.
Woody makes it to the tower. Picks flash. Not really much to see. Probably not getting the tower just yet. Betty, though, he's suffering. He is 2-0-2, though, so while going, you know, missing some XP and whatnot, Curtain Call comes through, Requiem comes through, Feng. He is so low in the teleport. Maple's here.
Oh,
and
God.
It's just another disaster. Feng, though, he does survive. No real way to get back onto him. It's still, though, just another kill. Orca going to have to pop that ult. Maple trying to do the damage. Captive audience, not quite connecting.
Yeah, another failed dive from DCG. They are forcing the issue a lot.
Oh. Okay, no, Arja's just screwed.
And kind of the sad thing about these plays bot lane for DCG is that Junjie hasn't actually achieved anything in the top lane. In the meantime, he hasn't made a successful game.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He's up 44 CS.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. All he's doing is farming. 665 has the option to trade jungle camps and actually just farm the bot side of Junjie that is all available now, but instead he's just gone for the dive every time.
Yeah, for reference, 10 stacks left on 665 Smite.
Yeah.
Junjie has already completed his.
It's long gone. He's recalled. He's on Wolves now. Actually out of mana on Karthus for a bit.
Yeah, but he's in the jungle. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Also just picked up the blue buff.
Is going to be able to farm out his bot side now. DCG, yeah, way too late. They had to steal these camps.
Level 11 to level 9 is the difference in jungle, and that is a big thing. Junjie is the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
Not many. You know, two of the fastest clearing champs in the game in Zyra and Karthus, and
yeah, and I don't want to sound ridiculous, but that might already be TP behind Feng.
Oh god, yeah, Feng's just dead. No flash, does have cleanse, but Arja just needs to drive on him. Doesn't even need to, just... Oh, he used it there. Tried to steal the kill from Maple. Cascada poking from afar, but this Lethality Varus isn't going to be really offering all that much.
DCG just here to stand around. Really, there's nothing happening here. Betty's gone to farm.
Oh, Chain of Corruption misses, and that's just things going from bad to worse. Betty just needs to walk halfway down lane if they want him to be there and drop down that Curtain Call. 65 going for a flank. Seen on vision, though. Does go for the flash. Strangle Fawns. Junjie got the flash as well, though. Gets on out of there, and Woody's the only one to get knocked up. Nice piercing arrow. Does chunk down Junjie. but Requiem is almost up. You have to be so careful if you are any of these squishy members on DCG. Betty gets mid tower. Forward will go Orca. He does go very, very tanky now with that damage reduction. Taco flashing forward, gets the stun, gets Junjia. Shutdown comes through. It is answered back though. That's 2 kills in favor of DCG. Curtain call from Betty though. He's in the Dragon Pit. 1, 2 misses, 3 misses, and gets the 4th onto Orca. It's traded, and now what are you doing against this Mega Scorpion in Archer? The flash from Chris Carter, they're offering damage. 665 remains alive as Fang joining the fray. Does get the slowdown, but there's nothing more to do. Captive audience flash. Petty needs 1 auto attack and a flash auto would seal the deal on either of these carries, but he's not going to be able to do it. Even trade in that team fight, but the Requiem's gonna come through. Chris Carter is gone.
Oh, unlucky for Cascada there, gets picked off by the Karthus ult. That's even more gold to this massive Karthus. Nicely played team fight from DCG. They just pick apart Maple and Junjia here. The only 2 damage threats. Orca's on Maple and Renekton, Taco on Renekton is on Junjia.
Archie just brings him towards Junjia as well.
Yeah. Nice shutdown picked up there for the Renekton before he goes down, and nice dodging on these Jhin ultis, but Karthus ulti, end of the day, kills Cascada despite his flash.
Teleport in for Cascada on this Varus, obviously not looking for a flank on that champ, as Cascada takes immediate damage after coming. Not gonna land on the root there. And Dragon number 3 up, but it's most likely PSG's Fang. Fang is just caught out in front of everyone. Betty's going to claim that one. Forward will go Argis still, as well as Betty. Betty is not worried about any damage whatsoever. Just the 1 kill though, and now Ginger already getting this Dragon started. Will be able to pick it up. It'll be the first of the game for PSG.
Yeah, DCG don't get a chance to pick up their 3rd Baron, which could have given them a win condition in this game. It's going to instead go over to PSG. And I think Junjia will be very close to a 2nd item already now. Aja has it. And we'll just see Feng getting... Oh, God. That was someone from DCG hitting that blast plant. Actually, their favorite plant on the roof.
Yes, it's awfully familiar.
Yeah.
Deja vu,
nothing
perhaps.
is quite as strong against DCG as a blast plant, it seems like.
Oh, Arjit. Is he going to be able to find the ult? Should be able to. There's no ult flash available for Cascada. Misses. Oh. Yeah, Cascada.
Jeez, that's a pretty unreasonable amount of damage from the Skarner.
Nice champ. God.
Considering he started that fight. Oh, what do you...
I need a Showmaker copy pasta about Skarner.
Yeah, considering he started that fight halfway down the lane.
Yeah.
Just eating onto him and not even hitting him with it. Almost kills him.
Cascada had to play out of his mind to dodge away from dying there, so...
This is a 2-level Skarner against
well played.
lethality.
Well played to you, Arjun. Well played to you, pal. I mean...
665 now, 3 levels down.
Is this realistic for DCG? I personally don't think it should be.
Yeah, but I don't think waiting is realistic either. So
5K is the gold advantage, and a lot of it is onto Jhin, onto Corki, and onto Karthus. Somehow Maple, despite the early game, and another Solar Flare, captive audience, everything lands, and it's onto Feng. Look at the damage coming through. Junji's not even able to compete in this just yet, and so low, look at it all! Oh my God, down comes the pain, and Feng pays the price.
Yeah, Feng goes down again. That was a torturous fight to play as the Ashe. You just had people coming at you from every angle. The rest of DCG just getting AoE'd by the Corki while they try to protect their Ashe.
I didn't quite realize that Corki ult still did the same amount of damage as when it was AP. I'm pretty sure that was not supposed to be the case.
Yeah.
But right there, it was. That was insane. I mean, just so accelerated other side of PSG.
Yeah. I think that's the difference with this Muramana Corki build. You have a lot more punch on your rockets. Whereas with the other builds, it feels almost like a waste using the rockets sometimes.
Yeah, no Rift Herald taken. Baron now alive. Is a reasonably fast Baron for PSG.
Corki as well as this Karthus will get through it nice and handily. Not the fastest. I guess it actually, no, yeah, Zyra Ash. Be fast for both teams.
Zyra Ash, they'll be fine to do it. And
oh, look at gold. That is a worrying, gold graph.
Frescata hanging in there, 665.
665 is dead. And that will be Baron. Chain of Corruption, actually, everything landing. And Woody might just be paying the sins of...
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
wow.
gosh, dang.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone massively misplayed or anything.
Yeah,
Feng
and he's got Warmogs. He's back to full.
Yeah, Feng just thought that last auto would kill.
Wow, that is really unlucky.
There's a poke landing now from Frescata.
I wonder if DCG are thinking about the fact Betty could have stayed. They'll know now. I mean, sorry, Woody could have stayed. But anyway, he shows his face. Full HP again. Warmogs paying dividends.
Min-maxing Warmogs by going down to 1 HP.
This is just going to recall out of wards, of course. And for the Blood Song. Not something we see all that often.
The saving grace for DCG is Karthus is probably the biggest problem for them. Is he even?
No,
though?
everyone
Look
is.
at these carries.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Karthus ult's a big problem.
If it was, the good news is if it was just Karthus to deal with, Poke is very good against Karthus.
So there could have been good news.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Credit to DCG
for
making this game scrappy.
Yeah.
That was a request.
Yeah, it maybe just needs a better scrappy champ than Zyra.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
like
it's
a
quite
or
hard
something.
to land your route. It's not a very easy ability to land. And so it kind of, went for a lot of bot dives, was never really able to find Betty, found his flash once, but every other time there were kills onto Woody, Betty survived, Betty got a kill.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lack of synergy.
Jeez.
Wow.
God.
Woody again finds 665.
Yeah, Curtain Call coming out, not connecting just yet. We'll get Orca there on that one. Frescata is going to be completely fine. So Genolt, not the most important ability of the game. It is a nice finisher. Feng is in no man's land. Double ult should come through. Nice flash. And RJ is being focused down. Feng might just die to this ult, by the way. Not quite, but Woody, he might be going down. Feng trying to find as much damage as possible. Gingy eventually does pick up 665. I believe from Leandri's on the side there is Taco. He is in an aggressive position, but not really able to find a whole lot. This is just a one kill found. RJ gets very low, but Gingy going to be able to pick up this dragon.
Yeah, Gingy picks up a kill while not being at that fight. Feels pretty good for him. Level 14 already. Level 16 is probably the timer on this game for this Karthus before your champions cannot even play the game on DCG.
Yeah, and importantly, Malignant's picked up before that last ult too, so a substantial lower cooldown.
Nice find by Aja here. He doesn't kill Feng, but I mean, the fight is just unplayable now for DCG. Feng is on a sliver of HP.
Look at how good Feng is, though, if he was able to play the game.
Yeah. Be nice, but nice flash from Aja, too. Almost a 1-for-1 there. So DCG are mechanically playing well.
Yeah, a bit of mispositioning.
Yeah, the draft is just so difficult now.
Yeah, they really needed to capitalize on that early sort of skirmishes, and unfortunately, PSG just outhandsing them, really.
Yeah, Zyra's not a bad scaler.
Yeah, but Karthus is a much better scaler.
Yeah, I agree. Especially once she gets rivalized. I think this was more of a mid-game comp from DCG.
Yeah, just things fell apart early game was the problem.
Yeah, I think they just rushed it too hard. They have to win early, and it's difficult to toe that line, winning early but not forcing too soon.
Yeah, for sure.
PSG start the Baron will go down very, very quickly, even with just Karthus on it.
Yeah. A lot of isolated damage. Maple gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Feng, deadly accurate with that. But there is no real way back in as this Wall of Pain gets put up. Curtain Call now as Betty not able to find Feng. Karthus finds his way forward. It's Orca who does get the knock-up, but Junju with the flash, and Betty picks up the kill there onto that Alistair. The Raging Bull not so angry now as Arjun not going to go forward anymore. Taco did have to use that Dominus.
Oh, PSG are just so disciplined and so clean. All these fights, they just pick up one kill.
Frescata's finding a lot of damage, though. Chunks down Betty. This is going to make this Baron a whole lot harder to get. Ginger low, Betty low. Crystal arrows. Oh, Woody finds his way. It's going to be onto 65, who does go down. Frescata remains fairly untouched, and he's poking away, but it's not enough. Only the two carries now are left alive for DCG as Orca limps out of base.
What a monster game from Woody.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since he's come out of lane phase, he has just been making you regret picking Ashe versus Zyra.
Oh, he's found his way in onto another carry. His Feng is going to get away. Orca hits him towards Ashe, but yeah, nice damage coming out of Feng. Chris Gardner getting very low. He's going to be finished off by this Requiem, and the Malignants might even finish off. It did.
Oh, Feng couldn't finish Maple.
This is just insane.
Yeah, nice flash by Betty.
Maple,
Junjia
1 HP.
Still decides to not participate in this fight, does Junjia?
No, he did. He pressed Requiem and got a kill.
Yeah, true.
He's smurfing.
I see 10 Dark Seal stats. I hope he's not building... I guess he's solo AP, so Shadow Flame is quite good, actually.
Yeah, he's solo AP against 3 Omega squishy champs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just this trio, this core of DCG just cannot work. Zyra, Ashe, Varus, especially from behind.
I mean, in mid-game, it would have been completely insane if even or ahead.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think they should have been ahead early. Renekton, Varus, Ashe?
Yeah, they had Prio. They had Prio in 3 lanes, and the jungler with more agency. So the ball was really in their court this early game, but they just fumbled it with too many dives in the bot lane going poorly. Yeah,
as well as Junjia finding that flash on the top side early on made the progress that Taco could try and make in his lane a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, Taco did well considering the fact that
this guy also got forced out of lane by Ginger just walking up. That was actually in the same passage of play.
Right, yeah, he just ran from bot to top.
Damn, Maple playing a fire there. If that root connected, possible kill could have been found.
Yeah. Oh, these fights in the jungle are terrifying against Zyra.
Yeah, and oh my god, Woody is just allergic to missing at this point.
2-man Leona ult even.
I want to see how much damage this Karthus ult does. Press it, press it, press it. Yes, here we go. Chris Carter's dead. We've landed the curtain call. Orca's dead, and their last one will not connect. But goddamn, Maple did as 3 people limp away on the most minute amount of health after not even being nearly within auto attack range of anyone.
Yeah, I think the poke that set that off was just a Leona ult.
Look at the damage.
Yeah. 6k damage. I think all he did was ult, right?
Yeah. Oh, fight starts, flash forward. It is just Junjia probably going to go down. He actually lives. And now Feng, I mean, once again, how can this Ashe play? It has to be said that when Feng got to auto attack, his mechanics are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, auto attack, he was not allowed. Just so much range coming through. And it is PSG pretty cleanly taking game number 1.
Yeah, very cleanly. It was more of a kind of sit around and let DCG fumble into them. They played the fights very well on PSG.
I think Woody and Betty played out of their minds.
Yeah.
Like, Woody died a lot, but he was dying to save his bot lane.
Yeah, they were tunneling that Leona.
2v3, yeah, 2v3 just saving them. Obviously, Betty's ults were insane. Like, the accuracy that guy has on the skill shots is near on in parallel to anything. And I don't know. I think that bot lane Giga carried. Ginger obviously just pressing R and having a field day when his lanes are all just kind of stomping.
Yeah. So what was first pick this game? Skarner. And then when they saw Zyra Ashe, they just insta-locked Jhin Karthus.
Yeah.
Or is it Jhin Leona?
Jhin Leona. No, Karthus Leona.
Karthus Leona. Oh, they picked the Jhin later, maybe.
I think so. Oh, we'll have it on our screen.
We'll see soon.
Yeah,
but that was a draft clinic by PSG.
Yeah, and that typically is. I think they are generally the team that is best at drafting. I mean, DCG are the most creative, but PSG are the most solid. And here it is. It was Corki was the third pick.
Yeah, okay. So Corki Karthus insta-locked into this first rotation of DCG is just insanely strong. You're already pretty much guaranteed a good Karthus game.
Because you already have 2 squishy targets.
Yeah. And Corki, well, Zyra's not going to gank you in the mid lane. Whether she's support or jungle doesn't really matter, but she's not going to be a problem for you in the jungle. And it's 2 squishy targets that Corki loves to hit.
Yeah. Nothing? I thought you were saying something. No? You want me to go?
It was just very depressing, the way this early game played out. 665 makes an amazing gank bot lane, and then just forgets about Jhin ulti. and lets his support die.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's a chance that he dies if he blocks it.
It's full HP.
Yeah, but 4 Jin ults on
you don't die from full. No. Jin, maybe once upon a time.
He already had his serrated dirt. Like, he already was strong.
Yeah, but once upon a time, I think you block it, or you can share some. There's better ways.
Yeah,
to
no, there
handle
is.
that
There is absolutely
way.
ways to survive that. And honestly, at the end, Feng could have probably blocked at least one of them.
Yeah.
But no one did. And honestly, you have to say props to Betty for hitting them all.
Well, they were actually that last 4th shot. They were both trying to block him, and
he walked out.
He just weaved it somehow past both of them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was insane that Betty was able to land so many of those Jin ults. And
yeah.
I don't know, the team play from PSG is all round, I think, the best. The only times you see team play as good as PSG's is CFO, and it tends to be when Caster's on a tank. But the PSG are just so good, and it doesn't matter what their comps are. If they have damage in the jungle, if they have a tank in the jungle, they know how to play separately. When they have an AD mid, an AP mid, they understand what their team comp wants to do and how to play around it. Not only that, their execution on their plays is just by and large, the best of all of our teams.
No,
like the bot lane, no other bot lane in the PCS gets through that lane as well as Woody and Betty do.
No way. DCG probably just win doing that against most bottom lanes. Doing this exactly, actually. Here, Woody, Woody goes on to Orca on the Alistar. Nice snipe again from Betty.
Yeah.
Woody goes onto the alley, pops W and Aftershock. All Orca has to do there is not hit him on a 1 HP Alistar, but he kind of uses his full combo under tower and goes down eventually for it, but the dive is just so scuffed. With Zyra Ashe, you don't really have to commit to the dive the way DCG were doing.
Yeah.
You can just kind of whittle them down, and there's no counterplay for them, really. Karthus is literally on the furthest point on the map he could be from them, so he's never coming. Yeah. It just looked like a little lack of cohesion, maybe.
Yeah. Nice damage here, ultimately, for the side of PSG. I think I didn't hate the Varus, all things considered.
No, it was fine.
It's just like the rest of the map kind of fell apart.
Bot lane fell apart. They made a million plays bot, and every single one of them went disastrously.
At best, a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Whilst you're committing so many people, and
while Karthus is just farming.
Yeah, Karthus. It was like 10 minutes, and Junji was at like 120 CS.
Yeah.
That's like illegal amounts of farm.
Well, he was just farming 3 quadrants.
Yeah, exactly. Game. And so it just became an absolute uphill battle. Like, there's no other way to put it. You're trying to get to sort of through the early game ahead, get to the mid game, and that's where your team should be stronger. But Karthus being the highest level in the game with the most gold, it makes the game so impossible. 3 squishy champs, and
there are some comps that could maybe handle a fed Karthus. That was not one of them.
Junjon Karthus took the most damage, but
did he not die or something? He died once. I know that.
Yeah, maybe just the once. I know at the end he almost died.
And most of PSG were pulling that maneuver all game, just living on slivers of HP and frustrating DCG.
Maple early airs onto the game. There's a chance as well. Maybe Orca, if he just uses the Ignite. Like, Woody's just like, he literally after that play just walked up and ignited Chris Carter to stop a bat.
Yeah.
I think Orca probably should pull the trigger on that Ignite.
Yeah.
Because Maple, he had no sums after that play. And it was like one auto attack from going down. Betty with the MVP. It had to be between him or
and Woody. Yeah, I don't mind who gets it between them. I think I had liked Woody a little more. Just out of laning phase, Woody was just ulting off cooldown onto someone's head.
I still think Betty played phenomenally to have not died at all. Like, even though, yes, a lot of it was Woody sacrificing himself, there were many an opportunity for Betty to have gone down. Plus his accuracy on his skill shots. It's hard to...
Yeah, so this was a rare misplay from PSG. PSG's bot lane.
Until
it just doesn't look like a misplay anymore. He just picks up a kill here somehow.
And this was the play you're talking about. 6-5.
Yeah.
He's trying to get back.
He actually stops here to root the Jhin, which is also a puzzling maneuver. And then both of them try block the Jhin ulti.
Oh, Orca moves out the way.
Orca just walks, to the right of it.
Just strolls on in.
Yeah. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for DCG, honestly, that play, because meanwhile, Karthus farmed your entire top side. And 665 just really has no choice but to come back bot.
Yeah, it's kind of puzzling a lot too, because he would go for the play bot, sort of fail it the first time, and then walk to the river, and then walk back, whereas he could have just like maybe looked for Krugs. It's a little scary, if Leona jumps on you, you might die before your bot lane can react, but you could have also looked for Raptors and come back down or something just to get some more farm and try to steal it from Macarthus.
You need to take some of the enemy jungle quadrant. DCG wanted it all. They wanted to pick up the kills and then go farm the enemy quadrant, which, would have had them massively ahead.
And I think against most teams, it would have worked.
Yes.
But unfortunately, not on this occasion. Game number 1 done and dusted. PSG were able to pick it up. After the break, we'll be back to see if DCG can strike back for game number 2.
China has passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. This hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close.
Welcome back, everybody. It was an absolute shellacking by PSG in game number 1 over to DCG. We'll see if they can bounce back. I mean, DCG are probably the most resilient of our teams in terms of they've gone down a game and they probably just do not care whatsoever. So we'll see. They're going to have something creative in the draft. We'll see if they're on the blue or the red side. They did start to pick blue a lot.
Yeah, they have out of nowhere.
Yeah, so we'll see if that is still the case. In last split, they often took red to give Chris Carter a counter pick, but I think maybe mid laners are just such high priority, he'll get it anyway.
Yeah.
But they do choose the red side, actually. So we'll see if they go for something different.
Yeah, PSG maybe, not PSG, DCG. A little undecided, I guess, how they approach these drafts so far this split.
Yeah, which is weird, right? Because they came at the end of last split, and they just like knew that every game, you know they're taking red.
Yeah.
And you know last pick is going to be somewhat of a flex between Orca and Chris Carter.
Yeah, and teams that don't like red were even just taking red from them to avoid the shenanigans. Also a lot of just way bans.
There are no avoiding shenanigans against DCG,
Yeah,
mate.
they will still bring plenty of shenanigans. See what they've got planned for this draft.
Yeah, I'm gotta say, if I am playing against PSG, I am insanely scared of Betty. He looks like a changed man since MSI.
Yeah, man.
Already
possessed.
good. Already good. Already great.
Yeah.
It's just a whole new beast now. You know, he's been playing for many a year. Now he's coming into his prime, it feels like, in 2024.
Somehow, yeah.
Won an IEM at some stage. Took down SKT in Worlds.
Yeah, not many can say that.
Yeah, not many at all. Very few teams can say that they went up against SKT and took them down. What would it be, like them and Samsung back in Season 7?
Yeah.
In any case, Diana, once again, and Twisted Fate, things are remaining the same thus far. If there's any thoughts towards the Corki, while not having the greatest impact early on, those missile barrages ended up
Maple's a monster in team fights.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the most fed Karthus I've ever seen, he probably did the most damage that game.
Yeah, that Karthus was absolutely out of this world.
DCG have to ban Rumble now, lest they face it.
Yeah, they don't want to go up against RJ Rumble, let's be completely honest. Yeah. Even when Rumble's not necessarily the best pick in the game, it's still banned against RJ.
Is it first pick Corki now?
Yeah.
For PSG?
Or maybe they go. Okay, they're going to go for the Ashe. All right.
Okay. Didn't need too much thought for it. They just locked the Ashe. Is a flex pick.
Monster Energy.
Had one of those today.
Here you go. Supporting Paris Saint-Germain.
There's the very high priority.
Okay.
There's the Italy that was actually banned.
Yeah.
Last game.
It was. So, gonna take it early. Poke comp formulating, and this is awfully reminiscent of a certain game number 2 I remember from not 24 hours ago. There you go. Ginger is gonna be on the Zyra this game. Maple.
Zyra makes sense into Nidalee. A lot of plants to block her spears if she ever does jump in. It's a pretty easy snare to land.
Zone control as well.
Yeah.
It's always nice against Nidalee. Kind of
but
stops her from ever looking for proactive plays with the pounce.
Yeah, but it is another banger Leona game. Very squishy PSG team.
We saw what Leona can do into Ashe. Woody.
Yeah, Ashe and Zyra. 665 was just getting domed constantly.
Domed?
Yeah. Headshots.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The last fight of the game was a poke from a Leona ult that caused Ginger to press R, and that was that.
Braum ban. A lot of Braum bans.
Yeah, I think just sort of how the meta shapes up is allowing the Braum bans. A lot of AD carries.
Champs, yeah.
Yeah, and the AD and the supports genuinely melee. So Braum likes being against melee supports, and he likes being against AD carries. Makes sense that he is no longer wanting to be let through. Renekton banning his Taco, definitely a good ban. Taco a bit quiet last game, but I mean, what could you do?
extreme weak side Renekton
Yeah.
antics, and he did fine.
Yeah. I agree.
Probably a good thing that we weren't seeing much of Taco last game.
Callista Man. So we're thinking it's Ashe support, which Woody has played a lot of.
Yeah.
We should say it could also still be Zyra support.
Yeah, that's true.
Unlikely, but I mean it's not the worst. I wouldn't think in lane against a Leona. Obviously, you do have to be careful.
Yeah, I think if I'm Nidalee though, and I see Zyra Ashe against Ezreal Leona, I'm living in bot lane, which 665 is willing to do. We saw last game.
Yep. So, Cassante.
Yeah,
a little bit blind pick here.
Blind pick top and leave the mid counter pick / flex pick open.
Yeah, I wouldn't say counter pick, mate. There's an Israel.
Woody seems like weighing up his melee support option.
Yeah, haven't seen a lot of Alistair until exactly this series.
Yeah. I mean, how does Silas do into Corki?
He was really good. I don't know about since the changes. Less alts. Obviously, no, I actually think it would be bad now.
Oh, no, they didn't pick Ali. I thought they would pick Alistair.
They always hover this. They never pick it. Pick it! No. Pick it!
Urgot's cool.
Yeah. Maybe playing ode to his performance at MSI where he just got matched by Urgots. Oh my god, Arja Vayne, I'm here for it. Oh, FF.
I am disappointed too. It was an insane Vayne game.
Yeah. And Chris... Oh, okay, wait a second. This is more likely Kriskada Kaiser for the reason of he hasn't played it yet this split.
Yeah, unfortunately true somehow.
Okay, now it's Israel mid. Might have our first replay of a champ for Kriskada.
Yeah, a little bit early this split compared to last split, but we'll take it.
Will be Israel in that middle lane. Had suspicions, of course.
Yeah.
Once it was first picked. And after seeing what he could do on it yesterday.
So, we are somehow back to Udyr versus Cassante.
He was against Hui yesterday, wasn't he? Yes, he was. He was against Hui. So, Corki, much different champ to Hui.
You know, I really want to trust Kriskada.
Oh, I do. Don't you get me wrong.
But here's where my apprehension is. He never picks the same counter pick twice. Do you know what I mean? He picks Kai'Sa into LB exactly once. He picks Veigar into Ahri exactly once. Tryndamere one game into the Hui, and then... No, it was Corki. What did he play last game? He played Varus. But one game he'll play Lucian into Corki, the next game he'll play
Varus into
Corki.
The next game is Israel into Corki.
Yeah. So are we really counterpicking, or are we just picking what we feel like?
Yeah, on the way home yesterday with our producer, I actually said, I was like, you know, Kriskada is the kind of guy I'd hate to get in my solo queue team. Because it just seems like he's just picking things that he finds fun. It doesn't matter. He wants to play it, so he plays it. I think the difference between my solo queue teammates and Kriskada is there's a huge difference because
yeah, there's a slight skill difference.
Because Kriskada is insane at the game, much better than I could ever hope to be.
Yeah, I mean DCG just have a style where you want it to work.
Oh yeah,
you just want these guys to be world champions.
Yeah, legit. They're like
because you wish this is the way the game was played.
They're like G2, but they cook even harder.
Yeah.
30 seconds until minions.
Somehow. Get onto the rift, no surprises and runes at all.
Yeah, electrocute Nidalee, there's some choice there, but against this lineup, electrocute makes more sense on the Nidalee. 4 squishy targets.
A little bit more lockdown for this Nidalee than we saw for Frank earlier today, but still...
Not the DCG level 1.
Yeah, it works a reasonable amount of the time.
Oh, they're against an Ashe, though.
Yeah, look at Arja. He knows where he's supposed to be.
He's pinged on his way to the enemy red buff, even.
There are so many pings.
All of PSG have pinged on their way to their own red, so this is
Arja joining?
Yeah, and I don't think Taco is.
Okay, looks like nothing's happening. Damn, that was a lot of pings for wards.
Yeah. Junjia is going to be completely enshrouded in vision.
I have
as
to
he clears
imagine
his jungle.
these wards barely mattered considering how long we were in PSG's jungle. We knew that Ginger was going to be starting bot side.
Yeah.
But we got them down. Cascada.
Oh, nice
Yeah,
trade.
big.
That's can E as well.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is.
Happy about that. Oh.
Or have I seen this before? Oh, every game last split.
For the first 4 weeks straight. Yeah. I'm sure he hasn't forgotten
Yeah,
how to play Udyr.
I imagine it's a lot like riding a bike.
Fing?
This is what you need Ash lanes to look like.
Yeah.
In the early game. As Feng just has to recall at level 1.
And this is apparently what Cascada lanes look like.
Yeah.
Is he going to E aggressively? I'm here for it, but there is a big minion wave that he'd probably die to.
I think he'll wait till level 3 at least.
Well, missing the Q. There's no chance now.
Yeah, mana sucks for Cascada though. Kind of the same as last game where Maple's losing out on HP, but Cascada's just used so much mana to get him low.
Oh.
Junjia found.
Yeah, 6-5, but it's him that's in trouble.
no.
Does get rooted on up. Flashes away, but first blood and goes over to Ginger.
Lord.
What
There's no
happened?
flash used by Junjia either. I have no idea what happened to this Nidalee. It is just very easy to land the root on this Nidalee if she goes on you.
Oh, man, yeah, she's leaping in exactly one direction.
Yeah, and then Maple's able to just follow up. You did have mid-prio as 665, but...
No, okay, 6-5 burnt down a bit of the mana of Maple. So he is just losing in both resources, but did get himself an assist.
665 hasn't touched a topside camp and knows that Maple hasn't done his red, so he goes here to wait for Junjia, sorry. Lands the spear.
That's a full HP Zyra.
And then he should just leave here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Waste the flash too, still goes down.
I mean, taking a half HP chunk, you probably can just then walk off to the red.
Yeah.
Yeah. With
Problem
Israel,
was his bot lane was a disaster. He couldn't
yeah,
actually take
true.
red.
Feng had to recall.
Yeah, so I think bot lane really screwed 665 over there. Yeah, because he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't go take jungle camps off this Zyra.
Oh, hold up. Talking about screwing his 6-5 over there, they're kind of screwing themselves over here.
Oh, their wave is so terrible.
Oh, yeah, this is doomed. Talking about doomed, we have an Udyr lane.
Yeah. Taco's wave also terrible, but
There's
just
teleport.
so low on mana that he does have 2 biscuits on the
I
Udyr.
somewhat worry about Cassante into Udyr now that the Cassantes take flash.
Yeah, true. I didn't think of that. I would think in this matchup you're taking Ghost.
I would have thought so as well.
Oh, Fang just cannot walk up to this wave. 665 nowhere near his bot lane.
Yeah, he can pretty much farm with only W.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah, bot's doomed.
Cascada's doing well, and that is about all we have at the moment for DCG.
Yeah, bot
They
lane's a
need it,
disaster.
yeah, I don't know what you do. Do you just bring down 6-5, similar to what Frank did with their Nidalee?
He's here, so I think PSG are just going to respect. Orca has to just get a little aggressive here.
Yeah, Ginger's coming down as well is the problem.
Yeah, they have to fight.
What
They
are you-
have to fight.
What are you
offer
going to tank
wave?
this up? He can just
Yeah,
do
he
the
will.
crash down for his shield, and he's just fine.
Yeah.
The wave is somewhat
Okay,
fixed
no
now.
freeze. Yeah. No freeze now for PSG at least, so DCG are happy with that. And Feng can take a recall.
Yeah.
Much worse recall than Betty is going to get, but...
But a recall nonetheless, of course. And, I mean, you are expected to be down a little against an Ashe lane this early on, but still, it's a little bit more excessive than it probably wanted to be.
Yeah.
And that's just some bad trades happening from level 2.
Yeah, I'd like a replay for level 1.
We did have a level 2, a replay in the picture-in-picture earlier.
Oh, I missed it.
It was just a stun landed by Woody into a crash down.
Orca's
Similar to
here.
what Kai Wing did earlier.
Orca and 665 here. Maple. Junjia in the right place
Okay,
at the
he's
right
seen-
time.
Nice dodge yet again. Actually dodging 3 skill shots for 1.
It's looking like a Rift Herald fight coming up.
And I favor
Should-
Zyra.
Oh, I would think it favors Nidalee just pre-6.
There's a Udyr.
Oh,
Get a
there
grip.
is an Udyr. Forgot about that champ. And Flash is a lot weaker in these fights.
Yep.
For Cassante. There's level 6 for Junjia. Taco is...
He's walking
In
he
a
finds a
position.
nice flash. Here's the bonus of having a flash. You're able to find nice angles for the all-out. Cascada is going to flash forward, but the Mystic shots are getting blocked up by Arja. Yes, they get Junja, but goddamn, how are you killing Arja? Stuns up Taco. There is a lot of damage that can come through for this Cassante, and maybe he's able to do it. Dodging out of that Q3 though is Arja. This is so close. Maple gets the kill, and it's Taco not able to finish off Arja. The footwork on this man is insurmountable.
Yeah, they try to take down Junjia really quickly, but Cascada has to commit his life to do it.
Yeah, Arja blocking an important Q in the midst of that as well.
Yeah. Level 6 now for Betty. Feng is 2 levels down in the mid lane. So this is not the usual ADCs just free farming bot. Betty has a lot of agency here. So supports fighting each other initially. And yeah, 665, so then Zyra gets stunned there. But 665 can't throw a spear at her because there are too many. Oh, nice flash by Woody.
Yeah, Woody is so good at this game. Oh!
Maple!
Oh, God.
Okay, ugly, but Maple gets the job done.
Okay, so he was laughing. Yeah, I was going to say, I saw him in his camera laughing. Oh, I see why. I thought he was laughing that RJ survived, because that's what I was watching. But no, there was some antics.
Yeah, and I think if DCG wanted to do that, that fight works if Zyra's not 6.
Yeah, I mean, it almost works regardless.
Yeah.
The problem is, Taco gets Junja into the middle of his team, but there's no one to CC him. I don't think Orca was in range, and of course doesn't have Solar Flare yet, so...
Yeah, Orca was fighting Woody at the time, and 665 can't even throw a spear because of the Zyra plant.
Yeah, 1 extra second on Junja being CC'd, and Cascada probably just finishes him off.
Yeah, he's just dead for free. Doesn't even get ulti off, but... Once again, Junjia is just up a bunch of CS, up XP. It's looking like a very good meta for him.
Importantly though, Taco, I mean, he played that team fight about as well as you could ever hope. It was RJ dodging out, or maybe him missing 1 Q3, which it's hard to hit him over there. All out coming out again though. RJ though, he's turning it around. He's actually got points in his Q early on, which is not something we used to see out of at least RJ's Udyr, as will dodge out yet again of more of those Natofu strikes. Gets a level up as well, and is just going to be able to run back to his tower. Not going to risk going for any further play on that fight.
Yeah, usually it's the trade of ulti for Ghost when we see this matchup, so that definitely favors Aja that he's able to just get the ulti. Definitely favors DCG to get that dragon. 2-level lead on Junjia now, though. Should have his Leandri's completed anytime he wants to recall for it.
Yeah, 81 CS. I mean, both games, Junjia just getting well ahead of the sort of curve of the map state.
Yeah.
As, well, Feng, I mean, he has been punished this game. And
holds his cleanse for so long, I guess not expecting Junjia there. No, he saw him hitting a ward.
Well, the only thing he could cleanse was Woody Q, which is not a, it's a 0.25 second stun. And he can't cleanse the W, so he can only cleanse the snare.
Yeah, from
which is
Zyra.
when he did use it. But by then it was sort of too late.
Cascada and Maple both incredibly low on mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the problem for DCG as it stands is that 3 of their champs just have 60 CS at 10 minutes. Woody...
Sure, Woody not going to land with that Q as Orca does get snared up. Flash does come down, Crash Down won't connect, but Arja should be able to get a stun and is absolutely destroying Orca. Teleport coming in from Maple too, very unnecessary, but at least he's going to be able to collect this middle farm.
Yeah, Junjia going to take the Void Grubs on spawn. 6 Grubs again for PSG.
Yeah, and PSG are just too quick to every play.
Yeah.
Very concise are the PSG Talon boys, and once again, I mean, they're being rewarded for it. 4K almost is the lead, and we're only 11 minutes into the game. Not insurmountable, but certainly rough. I think this is further behind DCG this game than they were yesterday.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a similar performance to yesterday's game from Cascada.
Yeah, and once again, it is Cascada that is the hope of their team. I mean, we have an 80 carry down 20 CS. Top lane is going relatively even, but Arjun with the 2 kills and a tower plate now to add.
Yeah.
Jungler down 20 CS as well. It is Cascada, the only one staying somewhat even with his lane, but Maple did pick up a kill on his jungler.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much down 2 champions on the side of DCG. As the game stands right now, you do not have an Italy, you do not have a Zeri. Woody level 5 though. Oh, unfortunate for Orca that E doesn't land. Otherwise, that was just a free kill. There's a hook land.
Nice spear.
Yeah, sorry, spear.
Junjia.
So it looks like Junjia got some damage onto Cascada.
These volleys are just so annoying. Lucky it's not arena, so it's not a 0.5 second cooldown. Becomes awfully close to it later on, though. I think it ends up being like a 2-second cooldown or something.
Ash volley, yeah.
Yeah, something absolutely ridiculous. It starts at like 20, but gains a lot of reduction through levels.
Yeah. Looks like Maple's getting... Oh, no, this wasn't actually a mid lane trade. This was Junjia chunking out Cascada. Either way, though, he just has to back.
Yeah, does use the two-shot barrage, and hold up! Junjia getting snared up. Triangle Force does come through. Ignite going to confirm that kill. It's Orca who picks it up. Feng pretty low. This tower even lower. Betty just needs to auto-attack at one time, but he's not interested as he's slowing up 65. He's getting so much damage. Not quite enough, though, to finish off that 80 carry as Feng fighting for his life. Betty just needs to auto-attack that tower once. Does. Now where do you go as Feng? Nowhere. You go to the Death Realm. As will 65, who did go back to try and save his team, as Arja as well as Maple are now fighting in the mid lane. Taco very low, all out did come through, very low health bar. Arja running forward, stun. No. Maple now just has to finish them off. Arja dodging, weaving. No. Taco flashes and he gets the kill. He does trade that one. Q3 as well. Maple now in trouble as Orca is here. Zenith Blade would secure this kill. Q1, Q2 does connect. Maple drops a thumbs up and is going to waddle on out of there as the Corki.
Yeah, so they do trade 1-for-1 at least in the mid lane, but bot lane is a disaster after this initially very good trade. I believe they trade Orca for Junjia. Nicely played by all of DCG.
Yeah, where's Junjia waddling right there, by the way? He just strolls into the tower.
Yeah, and both of these members of DCG actually do end up going down, unfortunately.
Cancelled auto.
Yeah, I think 665 stays to try save.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty straightforward at that point. Another scuttle gonna be picked up. Solar flare lands. Junjia gonna have to flash away yet again. Does to steer off onto Orca, who now is an altless Leona. Taco teleporting on in is very fast. Arja here to volleys coming through, not connecting. Woody very low to start off this fight. Still no Magnet Storm available to himself on the Rel.
Arja
getting steered, and Charter Crystal Arrow lands, and it's going to land really well there onto Feng. For that entire time, not able to find any damage. Taco tanking up a lot for his team as Betty walking on in, finding as much damage as possible, and Dragon number 2 is completely PSG's, and it's free for the taking.
Yeah, once you commit Leona ult for a flash out of the Zyra there, it's kind of hard to fight the Dragon now.
Yeah, it's good in the long term, but unfortunately, the Dragon becomes a lot harder to secure.
Yeah, it's great for future objectives, but you're just down an ultimate. As well as some spikes coming through on the side. I mean, look at ADC items. Is a big problem in this game. Look at jungle items.
Yeah, Feng not quite at static shiv. Unending to spare again.
Yeah, maybe it is good. I trust it now that Aja's built it.
Well, it is a very different scenario. Let's get that straight.
Clear that up. Actually, 6k gold lead already for PSG, almost. Be looking to extend that lead with this Rift Herald. Yeah, first tower has already gone down just organically in the bot lane.
Yeah, game very tough for DCG from this point.
Yeah.
5.5k gold. Dragons are even. Last time at least they had the 2 dragons early. And 4 people above Taco, who was the highest. 2-0, honestly putting up a decent performance on the Cassante.
Yeah, considering he was counterpicked.
Yeah, I think Taco doing wonders for his team.
Meanwhile, last pick Zeri has been losing the entire game.
Yeah.
Pretty much couldn't play the lane from level 1, so That is puzzling. When you pick a champ and you see all 9 other champions.
I feel like this was one of those games where we've cooked too hard and probably should have just let Ezreal be our AD carry.
Yeah, I think so. I think Ezreal has a decent matchup into Ashe.
Yeah, nothing does that well, right? It's just more
it's a
like...
very strong laner.
Yeah, it's just Ezreal, one of the safest champs in almost anything.
Rift Herald doesn't get his charge off. Somehow 5 members of DCG just appear in the middle lane.
Yeah, Maple getting a nice amount of damage here on the top side as Taco's going to be the one to come answer. It is Chris Carter answering Archie down the bot side, but this tower, Betty might get some time to hit it. Looks like he will. 6 Void Grubs as well is going to mean it does eventually go down, albeit not to the Herald.
So I think you need to just kill some of these carries. If you're DCG, you need to commit everything from Orca on the Leona. Probably onto the Ashe.
Yeah,
Maple does have no flash, though.
Yeah, the problem is Maple can probably Valkyrie in time to dodge Solar Flare.
Yeah.
Betty has Cleanse to get out of Solar Flare. It's very difficult. You kind of need to fight, get the sums, leave, and then fight again when your stuff comes back up, it feels like.
Very difficult way to play. Feels much better to PSG, who just need to fight.
Yeah. Yeah, Arja is becoming a bit unkillable. Making his way towards Fimbulwinter. Man, this guy never built this last split. He's...
Yeah, this is a way different build.
Yeah. Petty is just sprinting at Feng. Feng's going to be okay. He'll be able to dash over this wall. Oh, my God. Actually cleanses his inner demons.
Yeah, maybe some nerves from Feng there.
I get it. If that arrow hits, you're going to have to cleanse, and he's just predicting it. But unfortunately, for him, it wasn't.
Nice E from Cruscada to buffer the stun from...
Yeah, Rel, a very fast champ, though. One more Q will come up, and not even going to need it. It's the flash engage immediately found. Stranglethorn's coming in, splitting up the fight. Woody is going to get very low here. Are they going to get him taken out, though? Orca looks like he might be the one to first fall, and it is Junjia picking up that one. RJ, he is just running. We've seen him on this Udyr before. Are we going to be confident enough to tower dive? Very low health bars on the side of DCG, but we are squishy here for PSG. Woody, though, on the side, does have Hex Flash. 65 going to spot him out. Going to force Woody to not go over that wall. It is the inner tower, though, taking out PSG. Once again, finding more and more value for themselves as they slowly strangle DCG into submission.
Yeah, maybe not so slowly. Almost 10k at 20 minutes now. 665 going to try set up for some Baron vision. And yeah, I mean, I thought Cruscada was perfectly fine here, but Woody with an amazing flash. Once he lines up Feng and Cruscada here, the moment they're lined up for him, he just pulls the trigger. And yeah, these tanks are not tanky at all when you are so strong, on especially Zyra.
Yeah.
Root almost connects onto Taco there as well. Who's certainly been a kill. And Maple is just so good at finding AoE damage on the support key.
Back to the picture-in-picture. Orca looking for any
arrow
form of vision, and it's not going to work as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect. Maple teleporting in, gets himself a kill. All else going to have to come through. Does bring Arja to the other side of the fight. Are they able to find at least one kill? It doesn't look like it for now. 665 is going to go down. Maple is just making light work of this Nidalee. Feng as well. What can you do? Absolutely nothing. Is going to be able to slow up Maple, who flashes forward. One more rocket barrage is not going to have it, and Maple might have overstepped. Arja here to protect his mid laner, however, as 2 very low health bar, squishy members of DCG do manage to just scamper away.
Yeah, meanwhile, Betty is just taking a mid-tier 2. Looks like he fought off Taco, maybe.
Okay, I mean, sucks to be Leona in these games.
Yeah. You just don't have damage.
You have to look for vision on the Baron. Zyra, alongside, of course, the Corki and the Ashe, will one-shot that objective.
Yeah.
You go for vision, Ashe catches you out, Zyra catches you out, even the Rel can. What are you supposed to do? Cruscada, he's in no position to be carrying this game in the way he did yesterday. It's not even at his 2-item power spike, very far behind that of Maple.
Yeah, Corki much stronger right now. I mean, look at the damage he's doing to Udyr.
Yeah, Fimbulwinter is now completed as well for Arja, so he's going to feel pretty good. Every slow, on a cooldown, of course, is going to give him a shield. His stun gives him a shield. He's immensely strong.
Yeah, PSG can just start looking at Baron now. Any 15-second stretch of time where they can just have 2 members hit it, it's probably just dead.
Junji already in mid lane by the time his plants finish up that dragon. It is the 3rd, I believe, of the game. Maybe it's the 2nd.
I think it's the 3rd dragon, their 2nd.
Yeah. Right, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Which is surprising. I thought it might be their third as well, but nope, DCG picked up the first dragon in exchange for Void Grubs at the time.
Yeah, very slow starts at stacking of these dragons.
Yeah, and this is just Junjia's meta, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it? When it, yeah, the carry, the AP carry junglers, just this game quickly becomes Junjia's world. Yesterday was all about Cascada, but this PSG lineup certainly are able to function extremely well when given
They play
Junjia an AP
so
carry.
well around Junjia.
Yeah.
Especially Aja and Woody.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I also think Maple really enjoys
Arrow.
playing these ADs as Arrow will connect once again onto Orca, trying to find vision once again, not realizing that this jungle is not his at all. It's PSG's, and that's another dead Leona.
Yeah,
and it's a 4v5 that we have to try and defend this Baron with. And what poke do we have? A Nidalee Spear. If that hits Udyr, it's going to tickle him.
Yeah, and that's just life playing against Ashe from behind. Once you're out of position, you are just very slowly and gradually killed.
Fing's going to be able to get vision of this with his W on each cooldown. Cascada as well with a True Shot Barrage is going to be able to seek it out. As Betty, he's not even in the pit, so this is going down pretty slowly. Forward does go Maple. 65 going to take a large chunk of his health. Heal will be available for himself as the Primal Surge does come out. Woody getting low, but this Baron is down to 4.5k HP, and DCG realize very quickly there is no way for them to get in the Cascada with the ult, but it's just too soon. And PSG, 23 minutes in, up 10k gold, 11 even, with the Baron.
Betty and Woody just pulled off all 4 members of DCG. They're too scared to pull the trigger onto the Ashe. Does have Cleanse and Flash, so I don't know what Orca is supposed to really do there, but stare at him like he did.
What are you supposed to do even as Cassante?
Just get kited.
Picks himself up a Frozen Heart. I guess it makes sense. There's not a whole lot of crit
Oh,
yet.
I think you were supposed to go Swifties this game on Cassante.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, it's hard. There's a lot of CC.
Another arrow.
My God, that was perfect. Betty is just on form.
Yeah, he just hasn't missed one yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? No, I mean, DCG can't enter their jungle, which sucks. But that is just the state of this game right now. Ginger, he's going to help out the siege by just continuously throwing these plants. Leandri's burn.
Oh, Cascada's found half of Betty's HP,
Yeah,
though.
he's doing well. Solid
Leona
Flare
ult.
somewhat connects, but only for the slow. True Shot Barrage dodged out of by Betty, and we'll see what spacing he can do as Taco
Wow.
might just find his first death of the game, and he will. Ginger picking that one up. Orca next to go down, perhaps. He's trying to limp away. Seems like he might just be able to. Cascada, he's doing what he can, but what he can is not enough for how strong PSG Talon are currently in this game.
Yeah, Maple just Valkyrying forward into 3 people by himself. No one can really tank an auto from the Sporky.
That's the 2 inhibs down. Top lane is the only one left, and PSG looking for a reset. Probably can just reset, get items, path out top, get it pushed, and end the game.
Yeah, it's a little awkward with Dragon up in 1 minute.
Oh, this
20.
game's never going to Soul. They don't care about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they will bother with the 3rd Dragon. Doesn't look like it from the way they're positioned.
They have no need to. You just push top and end.
Yeah. Go top lane. If you really can't end through top, Baron will be up before long. Still 50 seconds on their Baron buff.
Yeah, might get one wave, possibly.
Yeah, maybe just barely.
Taco trying to find a way to stop this minion wave from hitting before the Baron ends, but it's going to be hard. Woody takes a reasonable amount of damage from one of those Zeri Ws. Unfortunately, it's only a 2-item Zeri with Navori as the second item. It's not all that strong, and China Crystal Arrow lands. It's on the Taco. Taco might be able to get out. He's really struggling, though. Woody's locking everyone down, and Betty's doing enough damage to take out anyone in this game. Down will go Taco. Orca's going to follow. Double kill for Betty as Maple going forward, and Arja going even forward more. 65 stunned up. Arja gets that one for himself. Cascada and Feng, the 280 carries. That's all that's left. One now going down. It's only Feng. He is absolutely never leaving his fountain here, and PSG make light work of DCG, 2-0 to them.
Yeah, they make DCG look like an easy team to beat, which we know is not true.
Absolutely. PSG, they have come into the split with absolute vengeance, and they want to get to the Worlds. They are looking very strong to do so. We're early on into the split, but God, this team seems impossible to beat.
Yeah, I don't know how they could have looked better in this series, at least. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, flawless.
They blew straight through DCG, who we've been talking about as this is a team that could upset and get into the top 3.
I think that's legitimately still true.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It just looks like it won't be PSG they beat.
Yeah, it
into
did
the top
feel like an
3.
unnaturally off game.
665
DCG.
especially.
Yeah. And, you know, we saw last split as well.
Feng
He'd have
too,
times.
actually, just about everyone.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think Feng, like, I don't know what Feng could do.
I don't know what happened to level 1.
Yeah, yeah.
It's probably not acceptable that they're that far behind bot lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure either. But ultimately, it did seem like you compare DCG today versus yesterday, and yes, obviously they're going up against tougher competition.
Yeah.
I still feel like generally they play cleaner than how this game or this series even progressed. I think it was an unnaturally.
Yeah, and they don't even play
weird
particularly cleanly.
No.
We're not here for immaculate gameplay from
No,
DCG.
but they are always very, very
decisive. Yeah.
And they all commit to the same thing as no matter what sort of happens. Whereas in this game, it felt like half the team would commit to something and then kind of fizzles out. A lot of time around the bot lane, especially in the first game of the series, and it never really felt like they were ever on the same page, which is unique for DCG because as crazy and unique as they are as a team, they're always generally on the same page and just as insane as each other.
Yeah, whether it's the right page or not, doesn't really matter as much as being on the same page. Yeah, I think probably the biggest underperformer this game, especially with series in general, was 665.
Yeah, they're more Orca. I think Orca...
Yeah, Orca was invisible.
Yeah, while hard to play support in those positions, I think there were times where, like, you shouldn't really be blindly walking into a jungle. You can, in theory, you can check it with Israel Qs, your Zeri W. You can find out where people are because they give vision, or, you know, Israel Q will just hit someone. So there are ways to try and slowly work your way into the jungle to get wards down. They're going to get immediately taken afterwards anyway, but you can do it more safe than what Orca was doing, where he was just walking in, getting caught out. It was like 3 times in a row. And
in the same
that's
spot,
unacceptable.
in the Leona game?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the same spot. Every time, too.
But, I mean, it's hard. PSG, they have come into the split on form. It looks like all of them are actually just peaking right now. Like, they are all playing so insanely well. Arja, with the his micromanagement in those team fights, just bit by bit, dodging so many spells, blocking a Q randomly in the middle to save Junjia for that extra 2-3 seconds, causing Kriskada to die, dodging Taco's Qs. It was insane how well this guy's playing. And so you don't look at Udyr and think, man, this guy's really mechanically proficient, but when you're able to dodge so much and do so much for your team, you actually have to start considering just how good his macro and micro both are.
Yeah, you never think of like, oh, this Udyr is mechanically insane, but yeah, he does just play it insanely well, and it's why he's the only guy allowed to pick it.
That's right. And
everyone else has respected the ban.
That's right, and similar, I think, we're getting more reassurance that Nidalee should be left to Kasa and Ginger.
Yeah.
I think, I don't even think it's the players. The players are very capable of playing said champ. I think it's just not played around well enough. Like, I mean, especially compared to PSG, they played around the Nidalee the best out of everyone. Just the TF, literally, they weren't even necessarily always looking for kills. They just gold card someone, throw a spear at them, and bam, you're like barely in the fight anymore.
Yeah, and this fight was just insane. Taco just cannot move.
Yeah, still hasn't moved.
Fight. I wonder what happened to his W, but he's just CC'd HP.
Yeah.
Orca goes down too.
I mean, yeah, it's just pretty clinical at this point.
Yeah, Maple's doing so much damage at this point. Good game from Maple. Great series from Maple.
Yeah, great series from everyone. I think Woody... Oh, who deserves MVP for this game? Probably Arja. Actually, you know what? I think it's Arja. Or Betty. He landed every single ult. But I think Arja. That one team fight early on in the game.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
Oh,
yeah, 6,000 damage from my Zeri. I said we'd be down 2 champions.
Only just more than Rel.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, has almost no damage in her kit.
Yeah. Yeah, terrifyingly little damage.
Yeah, that's, I mean, not acceptable. It's something went wrong early on in the lane.
Not your last pick, Zeri.
Yeah.
Not your last pick.
Yeah, something went wrong really early on into the lane. And, I mean, you know, you're probably Betty and Woody are exactly who you don't want something to go wrong with early. They're probably the best at punishing it.
Yeah. Orca somehow lowest KP. Surprising on
support.
Well,
was just dead, no?
Yeah, he just died. He just died at the start of every fight. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, not much happening early game. Cruzada doing 40% of his team.
Maple. What? Or I guess he didn't die, but...
Yeah, I'm guessing he just didn't die. But I don't think Betty died either. I think Betty...
Archie probably didn't take much damage because he'd kind of run in and everyone would run away. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Did Aja die?
Nah. Oh.
I don't think so.
I don't remember him dying. It is Betty picking up the MVP.
I love the Betty MVP too. I mean...
Just the arrows alone.
Lane phase clinic into just nailing every arrow. Positioning incredibly aggressively the entire game, and maybe having to use his flash once aggressively. Yeah, kind of insane.
The guy is a freak of nature in the AD carry role, up 4.8K goal, sorry, pretty much at the end of that game, which seems like one of the highest numbers I've ever seen.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of this last split where when Betty and Woody are on, especially in lane phase, you just lose the game before it really even starts. And we'll see which bot lanes can hang on in there. It was last time CFO who really cracked this bot lane and figured out how to handle their... At the time, they were just playing Caitlyn Lux every game. Completely off meta because they were just so good at laning.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You have to be one of the greats of the PCS to be able to stand up against another two of the greats, really. That's kind of just how it works. And yeah, Shun and Sword Art are two people equipped to be able to do so, but even then, no matter who it is, it's going to be tough. Even international bot lanes were struggling against Betty and Woody. So you know that these guys are on a caliber, on a level that is just higher than your average pro player even. They are just incredibly good, and their jungler, their team can play around them when necessary too, which just makes it even harder.
Yeah, and they won that last game in essentially the first 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah. By how hard they stomped bot lane, just at level 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be a tough task for any bot lane to really go up against them. And so far, no one's really been able to. We are going to go to an interview. This time it is with Patty and Betty. Please do enjoy.
Betty, say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 PSG 的下路选手 Betty， 请 Betty 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 AD Betty。
So your team won today with a 2-0 with a very steady performance. How do you rate your own performance and your feelings after the game? 你们今天以2-0非常稳健的赢下了比赛，想问一下你现在赢下来之后的心情如何？
就心情蛮开心的吧，就因为每一场比赛都是要尽量赢下来，然后我们的状态也越来越好了。
I'm very happy about winning today's game, and also our condition is very good, and we have to win every game possible. So I'm just very happy that our condition is getting better and better. So the team is actually still on a winning streak at the moment, and your team condition looks like it's very top and very on the fire. So I want to ask you how you rate your own team performance at the moment. 你们现在依然是连胜的状态，然后看起来你们队伍的状态也是很顶，依然是非常火热。想问一下你自己怎么看现在队伍现在的状态？
我觉得我们现在的状态算是有抓到版本该有的英雄吧，然后我们在面对很多情况的时候，现在的决策都做得比较好，所以这也是我们看起来可以一直连胜的原因。
So I think our team condition is really good because we know all the champions that we're supposed to use in this patch. We know what's going on in this patch, and also we're all very learning a lot from the game. So I think that's why we're still winning and on a winning strike at the moment. And we'll keep it going. So you're the only person in PCS that uses Jhin as an AD carry champion at the moment. And in both games you used it, you were really good on its performance. How would you rate your own Jhin performance at the moment? 你是 PCS 赛区唯一使用Jhin这个角色的选手，然后你在2场比赛当中都使用了非常好的表现。问一下你自己对Jhin这个英雄的看法，以及自己在这个脚垫上的熟练度。
我觉得Jhin这支英雄就是看说你的队伍需求，因为Jhin算是比较可以扛住压力的英雄，然后再加上他的技能只要丢得准，他是非常的是适合功能性的英雄，他可以帮到队伍很多，所以说就是看阵容来选择这个英雄。
I think it really depends on the team composition. It depends if my team wants me to use it. It is a utility champion that needs a lot of skills, and you have the skills and use it very well. So yeah, I'm really happy about my own performance on it. It depends on my team. I'm going to use it when they need it. So the PSG has a lot of fans, and you have a lot of fans. Can you say some words or comment to your PCS fans and PSG fans that support you? 你是 PSG 有非常多的粉丝，然后你自己也有非常多的粉丝，有没有什么话想要对 PSG 或者是 PCS 的观众说的？
就希望支持我们的粉丝，我们会拿出更好的实力，然后更好的比赛表演给你们看吧，然后就是继续支持我们。
So for our fans, we're gonna show you more skills and more. Please support us more, and we'll show you better performance in the future. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
They're going to show us a better performance.
Good time to be a PSG fan.
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Damn, they've looked awful so far.
Better at this point is just beating LPL and LCK.
Yeah, they haven't even looked worried at all. Yes, they still haven't gone against CFO or Frank, but they have not even come close to looking like they're even going to somewhat
compare
lose.
it to the series earlier today.
Yeah.
Where it was Frank versus J Team.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even tell who was going to win.
Yeah.
By the time we got to game 3.
Yeah, it was looking very, very up in the air. Of course, speaking of, J-Team versus Frank went to 3 games and it was eventually won out, largely due to Jimmian on Tristana. Quite a good game if you want to go back and watch that one. But the second series we just watched, PSG, once again, for the 3rd time now, have just cleanly won. Nothing trivial about it, really. Just got it done.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they just looked more worried about giving up kills than wins at any point in any of their games so far.
And of course, now with that, we have our standings. It is PSG clearly on top there with 1 game differential above CFO, who did go to 3 against Frank, followed by, of course, CFO, Frank, DCG, J-Team, Halpigs, and Westpoint. Excited for when we get to see Halpigs, Westpoint. I do think this split, because last split, if you remember, it was Halpigs who were not the winless team. Westpoint, Halpigs beat Westpoint last split to be not 0-10, and Westpoint wins 0-10.
I forget?
This time, I think it's going to be the other way around. Talking of Westpoint versus J-Team to start off next week, but the big one next Friday, ladies and gentlemen, CFO PSG. We will have a clear first place after second game of next week. You are not going to want to miss that one.
No, I
We
wouldn't.
have the best carry jungler in the league versus the best carry jungler in the league. Which one's which? Still unsure. Completely unsure. We could have Rest versus Arja, Driver versus Arja. I mean, Maple, Gory, you're edging towards Maple these days.
Yeah, I agree.
But on any given day, Gory is going to have his chance to take over.
Yeah.
And then the most dominant bot lane we have at the moment, and Betty and Woody up against Shun and Sword Art, who traditionally have often gotten the better
somehow.
of PSG's bot lane. So next week is sure to excite. You saw it. CFO versus PSG. It's our favorite matchup here in the PCS. Be there next week and we will see you as well.
本致命，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。